古芳华，重台鸟高枝。林木分交错，悬池系黄柳。轻玩必详情，仙轮出战网。座中发美赞，意气同阴魁。
There is no point to this, Viper. You've spent too long fighting mortals and have forgotten much. And I am no mortal. Your antics were amusing for a moment. But it is time to accept your fate, sweet daughter.
You're not my mother. You're a monster!
How ungrateful. To be my child is an honor, for I allow you to serve me in death as in life. Now kneel.
Viper?
And who is this pest?
Justina Gu, Winter's Grace. Not bad for a princess. Let's finish this!
我那个娘也聊天，
赶紧来试试。
哎，我先来。这没啥。
哎，让我试试。哎，看见没有？我那个娘哎，看着啊！
没事。哎，让我哎，这种事情就不要问了，让我来问正事要紧。
谁啊你？
你在装什么啊？你谁啊？
我楚大少修罗榜第1，没有资格看奖杯吗？
我小星神，联赛第1太，凭什么不能看奖杯？
小得主，你终于来了！我太刀之魂为人方正，凭什么不能看奖杯？还是小得主好啊！你们啊，看门都不会看，谢谢啊，小得主。新赛季，我们必将跨过这条线。
Trying to find an opening. Spider overholds.
Playing extremely aggressively.
But Wang Lang
Knowing he
uses
has
that
his
3 to
combo
get
break.
out.
Ooh,
Wait a minute.
here we have it. The one shot, and there it is.
Trying to get some heals off. He's gonna get DMAC here soon though. Alay has built up enough charge. He goes for the Goomba Stomp. Triple charge,
He's
gets
getting
2
the
staggers.
turrets down.
LNB damage coming out. Oh, but 225 gets DMAC first.
Oh my god. And another one.
Have an advantage over Dagger is that when you're chasing this, what Spider is doing is exactly what I do. What's something I would do in season 1? Looking for these scale rushes, delaying.
Mike coming in, putting a lot of pressure onto Fung. Fung with the Goomba Stomp. Mike just getting... Ooh! Getting taken down so unbelievably low. Manages to get his ult down, but doesn't opt to get inside of it. Since he's inside a building, he wouldn't be able to get out again. And the Flame Brim!
The exit, Mike can't get out, and he gets stomped in the corner. No. 225 with a triple bomb dodge ends up yoinking the flower. Wang Lang.
又有人要面对阴极真神的恐怖了。
开辟新的时代。
只是暂时结盟罢了。我们走吧。
为了用这双洞穿天命的眼睛，
阴神之眼，烛照万物。
乐哉院中游，周览无穷已。百会吐芳华，重台鸟高枝。林木分交错，悬池戏房里。清玩必详情，仙轮出战法。座中发美赞，意气同阴魁。
There is no point to this, Viper. You've spent too long fighting mortals and have forgotten much. But I am no mortal. Your antics were amusing for a moment. But it is time to accept your fate, sweet daughter.
You're not my mother. You're a monster!
How ungrateful. To be my child is an honor, for I allow you to serve me in death as in life. Now kneel.
Viper?
And who is this pest?
Justina Gu, Winter's Grace. Not bad for a princess. Let's finish this!
我那个娘也聊天，
赶紧来试试。
哎，我先来，我先来。这没啥。哎，让我试试，让我试试。
看见没有？我那个娘呀！看着啊！
没事没事没事。哎，让我来让我来。哎，这种事情就不要问了，让我来问正事要紧。
你在装什么啊？你谁啊？啊！
我楚大少修罗榜第1，没有资格看奖杯吗？
我小心神，联赛第1态，凭什么不能看奖杯？
小得主，你终于来了！我太刀之魂为人方正，凭什么不能看奖杯？还是小得主好啊！你们啊，看门都不会看，谢谢啊，小得主。新赛季，我们必将跨过这条线。
Trying to find an opening. Spider overholds.
Playing extremely aggressively.
But Wang Lang
Knowing he
uses
has
that
his
3 to
combo
get
break.
out.
Ooh,
Wait a minute.
here we have it. The one shot, and there it is.
Trying to get some heals off. He's gonna get DMAC here soon though. Olay has built up enough charge. He goes for the Goomba stomp. Triple charge,
He's
gets
getting
2
the
staggers.
turrets down.
LNB damage coming out. Oh, but 225 gets DMAC first.
Oh my god. And another one.
Have an advantage over Dagger is that when you're chasing this, what Spider is doing is exactly what I do. What's something I would do in season 1? Looking for these scale rushes, delaying.
Mike coming in, putting a lot of pressure on the Fung. Fung with the Goomba stomp. Mike just getting... Ooh! Getting taken down so unbelievably low. Manages to get his ult down, but doesn't opt to get inside of it. Since he's inside a building, he wouldn't be able to get out again. And the Flame Bridge!
The exit, Mike can't get out, and he gets stomped in the corner. No. 225 with a triple bomb dodge ends up yoinking the flower. Wang Lang.
又有人要面对阴极真神的恐怖了。
开辟新的时代。
只是暂时结盟罢了。我们走吧。
为了用这双洞穿天命的眼睛，
阴神之眼，烛照万物。
乐哉！
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT, a pro league. I'm your host and your caster, the RuneKeeper. Joining me today is the lovely Got Moxie, and we have got your last day of trios here for the bi-weekly before we head into our first bi-weekly final of the season. How you feeling, Moxie?
Feeling good. Happy to hop back in the caster seat as we're sure to be seeing some of these monks hopping into those Farrier mechs. I'm really looking forward to this. I've got my eye on a couple of teams. We already know some of the teams that are going to be able to make it through into those bi-weeklies, given that a lot of teams have already played their 2 days for the week. A couple of other teams, however, have a question mark hanging above their head. And I think for both of us, the biggest question is going to be J team, but also TE, because I'm sure you remember, as well as I do, Rune, last year, and the word that we kept saying every single cast about 10 different times, and that is consistency. We're going to start saying it right now, so you guys better get used to it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Consistency is key when it comes to these games. And you know, speaking of the big no-no word here while we're talking about it, TE is a team, like you said, that I'm going to have my eyes very heavily on, because, you know, J-Team defended their world championship title this last year, but it's not the J-Team who won the world championship the first year. Ironically enough, that team was scattered apart during season 2 of our NBPL last year, and most of those players ended up on different teams. Coming into the new season now, though, we talked about this a little bit earlier, me and Jake, in the week, you know, how a lot of these teams realized making those major changes to their rosters was not paying off for them. The teams just did not coordinate well together. They didn't have time. You know, it was the middle of the season to kind of make the adjustments they needed as a team. But coming into our new season here now, you know, we had a 2-month off season where these teams could really get some practice and stuff back in. Ironically enough, the original J team that had been splintered across so many teams has come back together and formed Team TE. So the question is will they be the same champions that they were in season 1, or will the other J team dethrone them? And also, again, will they have consistency issues like they did during season 1 of NBPL last year? As we take a look at the overall scoreboards here, we see actual J team currently holding on to 19th place here with 47 points. Big note here, though, they've only been able to play 1 day. This is why they are down in 19th. That said, 47, not a great day. You look at some of these other teams, JDG, WBG, AOW, all 50-point days. Team JL, 80-point days. Team TE, 77.3-point day. This is a pretty big day for Team TE, coming back the first time that they've gotten to compete as the same J team that we knew that took the world championship. You know, TXJ, VVV, LYD all coming together again, and I'm interested to see how they shape up today against some of these other teams. Now, obviously, we're going to take a look here at Team XEG and Team KLA. KLA, surprisingly, during day 1 of trios here, absolutely a monstrous day, 119.8 points. Day 2, not so great for them, a 24.4. Whatever they had managed to put together during day 1 started to fall apart. Now, XCG, ironically enough, was a team that looked like they were going to come out of the gates and absolutely rock day 1. Ended up crumbling towards the end of the day, making some bad hero picks, wasting quite a bit of their hero points, keeping Monk in almost every comp they played, even if they were changing heroes out. Have come back in day 2 and really shaped things together with that consistency that we're used to seeing from Team XCG.
Yeah, I think one thing that we do have to talk about, though, is that meta was very much up in the air the first couple of days, right? Everyone was sort of thinking about, okay, how does Farrier fit in? I know when she released, both you and I were on the same page of that, okay, this is a hero that can challenge that Transformer comp. That was when we knew what the V1 and the V2 was. Then the V3 dropped, and you and I both looked at each other and went, it's an Anakin situation. She was supposed to be the counter to it, but unfortunately she has only made it stronger. Especially because, you know, that Monk getting pressured, he is sometimes having to drop that ultimate form. Traditionally, you would have something like a Yui ult up to be able to cover that, but now that Farrier can obviously drop that V3, the Monk can get into the mech, be a lot tankier and harder to deal with. but more importantly, he can pump out so much damage on that mech that he builds that rage back so quickly, and it becomes even harder to be able to try and punish these Transformer teams that dump all of their ultimates into one fight and then could be at risk of being third-partied afterwards. But we are going to have a little bit of a party ourselves. We're going to be kicking off as is tradition on the Morris Isle before moving over onto Holleroth, which is probably where we're going to see things like the Takeda come through, especially the maps that are on Dusk. We were talking about this a little bit earlier before the series began, Rune. You want to have those Fireflies, you want that rage to constantly be generated so that Takeda gets to stay in his ultimate form as long as possible.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Takeda really thrives during those nighttime and dusk maps because of those Fireflies. And like you said, him maintaining uptime on that ultimate is so huge for him and the rest of the team, because not only does he act as peel for the team, he's able to buy the team out of pretty terrible situations and set them up for huge explosive combos, which is why he sees so much favor. J-Team actually being the team who kind of implemented this strategy where we saw the Takeda comp starting to come through, and them only playing it during the nighttime and dusk maps where they were able to get access to those Fireflies, and the rest of the league sort of following suit ever since. But I want to talk about Feria just a little bit here. We were talking about the V3 coming through for Feria, and one of the big things of note here is we're still playing on the old patch. There was actually a patch just yesterday where Feria actually gets nerfed, right? Now, when she drops the pillar for her mech, it takes up 50% of her ult. So she can't basically turn around, attack two people, and be able to throw the pillar down again. But we're not going to see those changes reflected here. So the Feria you guys are seeing here going to be much stronger than the actual Feria that you guys are going to be playing on the current patch that's been released. Something to keep in mind for the viewers at home, because now if you're going to drop that pillar for Feria and you're playing solos, you are going to be at 50% ult charge instead of that 70 you're used to being at, and that's a huge difference for Feria. We won't see it reflected here, unfortunately, so we are going to see a pretty dominant Feria coming out from many of these teams. And like you said, you know, we're going to see that Feria and Tian Hai put together, and most of the time we're either going to see the Temi coming in for the support or the Karumi. Gates of Yang's obviously bringing Karumi back into favor because she brings so much healing inside the realm of Yang. It's very hard to beat that comp with just a Temi, given how much support Karumi brings to the team. And now that there's double mech as well, it makes things even harder. And what's really nice, you can actually, if you angle it right, you can stand behind a Feria pillar and avoid being grabbed as well, which is absolutely huge for some of these teams, because double grab is really where the Monk finds a lot of its power. And if you're able to deny those for any reason, it's absolutely huge. We saw a lot of teams last year during the World Championship actually suffer because they were making a mistake where they were coming in and they weren't letting the Yueshan just instantaneously ult, and the Monk would get double grabs because of it, and then all of a sudden that whole realm of Yang just completely lost to a single double grab.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was definitely our biggest pet peeve combined, Rune. Well, we would see the gate fights, like you said, and you would be running that Tian, you'd be running that Yui, but you would fall back into that traditional pacing of Transformer comps where you don't typically have the Tian and the Yui ult up at the same time, because obviously outside of those Gate of Yang fights, you can get third-partied, you can get punished if you do overcommit, and you'd use both of those Transformers, and then another team comes along and they have ults, and you don't really have anything to either try and bait away from your position so that you can use that ultimate, disengage, draw a line of fire, and the rest of your two teammates can actually have a much easier chance at escapability. But speaking then of other compositions that we're likely to see, and the patches that we're currently playing on, yes, it is going to be, like we said, Feria still being extraordinarily strong with things like that cannon still doing a lot of damage. More specifically though, Zip is also going to be in her buffed state. She is still going to be able to have that F3 where she's able to protect her allies a lot more specifically. And it was something that we didn't really get to see last year, right? When we had Zip meta come through, it was for solos because you had to be selfish with your utility usage. But now with that free allowing a lot more team play, you can have things like the Zip combined with the Takeda, and you just have almost eternal stagger back. That ability to immediately be able to regain control of a neutral footing and turn a fight immediately on its head in melee phase only is really going to benefit a lot of these teams, and we're still seeing a lot of teams trying to figure out what third hero to slot in around that, whether it's going to be something like a Matari for the attack boost, whether it's going to be something like the Yui for even more crowd control.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Matari slots in quite well as well. You can pick up the attack boost. You can also take the version that allows you to kind of vamp some of the HP that you're dealing. And when you've got Takeda in somebody's face and you catch 3-man in that ult, that's quite a bit of HP that Takeda's just going to bop immediately back up. And you still get to have a third aggressive party member while maintaining healing as well, right? So typically if you bring in Kurumi, Kurumi is just tethered, right? She can't fight while she's doing it. But if you bring in the Matari and you run the HP vamp version of her ultimate, your team is literally just going to heal by being hyper aggressive, and you get to do that with Z-Ping because she can get that V3 out or that F3 out, cover the team, allowing them to just continue to push heavily onto the enemy team, and every time they're dealing damage they're just regaining HP. So it's almost like a twofer coming out from that comp, right?
Yeah, Ventus we saw on the screen for a couple of seconds. The team that I also want to talk about very quickly, they're currently towards the lower end of the leaderboard. And going back to what we were seeing where a lot of these teams did make a couple of roster changes, I think Ventus are one of those teams that are still suffering from that teething issues. They've picked up some really strong players, most notably Sansi from EWG, but because they still haven't really been able to mesh together, especially in trios, you can see a little bit of just synergy not quite there yet for this team. So now that a little bit more time has passed and they've had a couple of days to be able to see where things have gone wrong, I'm hoping that communication is going to be a little bit better.
You know, honestly, as we get ready to lock in for game number 1 here, I think Ventus makes the right call here. If you're going to pick up new members, you need to do it at the beginning of season 1 because it gives you the maximum amount of time leading into Worlds to kind of get rid of those teething issues you talked about, right? Lets you see the field, lets you build that synergy against the field, and going into season 2, you're also going to be able to take advantage of teams who make roster changes and then have to go through those same teething issues again while you've already made those changes and you've locked in. But we're going to see, like you said, if now that they've had a couple of days here to kind of lock things down, if they're going to be able to adapt to those changes. And no surprises here, we're going to see a lot of Feria Tian highs here, as well as some of the more traditional comps here. If you see Team Ventus is just going to be running that straight traditional comp. And this is something I talked about earlier this week. You need to pick 1 or 2 of these comps to run here so that you can either run Feria into another comp and utilize her well, or you can run Feria in this main comp and then put Yueshon somewhere else. Run kind of a mini Transformer comp to the side. And that was something we talked about and saw as well, where we kind of saw these side Yueshon Transformer comps coming in since he's been so heavily slotted out of the main one. But you have to be very careful swapping between these monk comps here because you do only have 15 hero points to deal with. And of course, here in game 1, none of these teams are spending those hero points because the first time you play a hero on your team, it costs 0 points. Every time you rerun one of the same heroes, it gets more and more expensive. So even if you're changing which Transformer comp you're running, the monk is continuing to cost you collectively more and more hero points, and that can come back to bite you if your team's not prepared for it.
Yeah, it does look like we're having a pretty even spread. 2 teams do seem like they're going to be brawling up towards Secret Tunnel. No surprises there. When you're running Transformer comps, getting those ultimates online as quickly as possible really does become imperative. A couple of teams going to be dropping around Sunwings, but still not really a cluster that we're going to be seeing. So some of these teams should have time to be able to settle and try and find those loot. Teams obviously that are gravitating towards those higher loot tier areas are going to have much more of an advantage. They're most likely going to be those Transformer teams that are trying to build up into being able to take fights inside those Gate of Yangs that become extremely important. Most likely we're going to see the Temicomps gravitate towards the Morris Blessings and everybody else try and lock in for those gates, the buffs that come alongside them, and also the lack of third party, which allows a lot more control. However, However, Alliance has already been able to come in with a very fast pick. Sansi has gone down. GD likewise going to actually be pushing onto AOW, as it seems like Wolves, a very aggressive team that last year did suffer from being able to go a little bit too aggressive at the very first starting zone, has found their way into another fight, but they decide not to take it. They're waiting to see whether or not another team is too close. They want to find a little bit better loot, trying to split JJH off, as we do see Legion getting taken down extraordinarily low.
Yeah, Wolves coming here. Massive parry coming out from LXX. We're going to see the bell coming to cover it, but Godly goes to a single HP, and they're going to pick this up. JJH kind of pushing a little too aggressively onto this fight. Nobody on that team with a single set of armor, and while Wolves only had 2 sets of white armor there, it's a significant amount more of HP that JJH needs to cut through when they don't have armor here. Chu Lee, the last remaining member here, trying to split away from this. Sorrow, LXX here giving chase. Julie, not a whole lot of places to go. Going to get the charge left click out into the Fairy F. Coming back in with the charge left click, but immediately gets canceled out of it. And of course, Wolves is going to pick up their 3rd elimination of the game here. Now, this is classic Wolves, right? The aggression early on, able to turn fights on their head. What's been nice seeing Wolves lately, we've only gotten to see them in one day thus far, is the fact that they've kind of solved their major issue, at least it seems so far, which is towards the late game, they don't have gear. They've turned their attention to securing those gates of Yang or going on to those Moore's Blessings so that their comp has the gear they need to participate in the end game.
Well, talking about participating, GG currently participating in a fight at the moment, going to be able to keep an eye out and take down JDG. As LXN does just take a couple of seconds to be able to loot through some of those cans, pick up some of those bodies. It looked as well like they were able to cancel out that Farrier ultimate. So that's going to be something that this team is not going to have on that respawn as we head over towards Shipwreck. TE not really running anything past that blue armor, a couple of gray weapons as well for VVV, who unfortunately is not on that Viper. You did see and say to me a little bit before that we've heard rumors that VVV is not typically actually running that Viper, so it seems like this team is more committed to being able to have a Karumi player to run that more traditional Transformer comp and go for those Gate of Yang fights. J team going to be able to find a little bit more time to be able to loot into this higher tier area, can try and find another player, but it seems like they just want to set Eagle up. He's already got 1 purple weapon, so that's going to have a really good impact on the amount of damage that he's able to do in that transformed state. So too has 101 TN, so this team is going to be able to do a lot of damage in those ultimates. They're going to be pretty prepared when we head into a couple of Gate of Yang fights coming through, but heading towards Shadow Jade, EWG have been able to find themselves into a fight. They have to be careful not to fully commit though, as JL is currently on that right side and they decide they don't actually want to take it. They're taking a little bit of range pressure from the members of JL who are making their presence known. And as a result, EWG are actually having to use ultimates. There's that transform coming out from the monk and he's trying to find those grabs, but the Wu Chen is making it a lot harder for him to actually be able to find them through those wind walls. And as a result, no grab currently coming out for him until now. There's the slam, the double picked up. 2U's able to find 2, and KZ unfortunately not able to burst through the monk's health bar without that Yoda ult in place. The monk's still gonna be up, has found another player. Is taking a little bit of damage being pelted from afar. There's a Yoda ultimate trying to come on through from jail and cover in so that they can push back onto the members of EWG who still have that Farrier mech. They decide to use it on their Farrier instead of the monk, and as a result they can just keep themselves in this fight, pelting JL as AS takes so much damage and has to back away, but that just means that they're running right into the open, right into the cannon shot that still comes through from the mech.
Yeah, this is absolutely a disaster here for JL. JL honestly had no business pushing in while EWG still had that monk up. They were able to get a grab there, separate the members of Team JL, and JL just starts throwing desperate ults out one after the other. We see the Yoda ult come out and buy them almost 0 mileage whatsoever. The Viper ult comes out while they're running away to try to buy space. Doesn't really matter to the Farrier, who's far enough away. She can just armor up and throw down those huge range shots and pick up those eliminations. Turning now to Team GG, going head-to-head with Team Wolves here as we catch the tail end of this fight. GG will be picking up those eliminations onto Team Wolves, and unfortunately, this is a problem that Team Wolves is very used to suffering early on. They had managed to actually put together some decent gear here for themselves, but now having to head back to this resurrection altar just before these realms of Yang come through, they're not really going to be able to pressure into those realms of Yang and try to aggressively take those fights. They are going to need to find some gear for themselves and try to contest that Morris Blessing if they can moving forward because of the time that they were eliminated here. Turning now to KZ, we're going to see Bane's Breath on the backside here, just to the side of Shadow Jade. KZ continuing to move forward, looking to get some loot under their belt. They do have one purple weapon and a single set of purple armor, but not quite the loot they want heading into the realm of Yang. Whereas if you take a look here at Team GG, they are fairly stacked. That purple armor, purple spear onto Tian Hai, no surprise, they are into the zone. We see a fight breaking out between Team JJH and EWG, and JJH actually going to be able to pick up the elimination onto 2-tick here. EWG losing all 3 members, but they do still have those resurrections, and EWG currently has 9 eliminations under their belt. They are more than happy to take the risk, take the fight here while they have the resource to burn, because 9 eliminations is going to carry them great into the late game. They don't need to go pressure a realm of Yang or even a box here. They can just respawn and spend some time looting, and as they go into the late game, still be pretty well off with those 9 eliminations under their belt, Moxie.
Yeah, hopefully we do get to see that restraint. As I will say, some of these teams have been a little bit more aggressive in the past and have been able to coin together 9 or even 10 kills sometimes very early on into that first zone. Have still gone too aggressive, have still wanted to pressure out even more. So hopefully we are going to see that restraint coming on through, as we're going to have a look at how some of these teams are positioning, whether or not you were on that respawn altar and you now have to find yourself a couple bits of extra loot, or whether or not you already have some of that loot and you can start to pressure out either onto those gates or for a better position onto those teams that are going to be coming out from it, as we can have a look at how this map is shaping up. The gates are going to be contested massively. At the moment, JL is going to be going into an absolute tiff against JJH, as Ventus and KZ are also warring over towards the central belt of this map. JL not quite engaging fully into this team, however, unfortunately haven't really been able to find the loot to be able to hold themselves aggressively in that position. J-Team, on the other hand, Eagles already picks up Merciless Havoc. He's not even finding a play, he's just showing it off. This is literally Eagles sending up a warning flare of not to try and cross into J-Team. They are going to get this gate for absolute free. No one is in the vicinity. They actually really played it quite smart in going really outside of that zone so that they can catch out onto a space of the gate when not a lot of players are going to be contesting. So as a result, all of their ultimates going to be online coming into this fight. They are going to be challenged by WBG. So now we're going to get to see whether or not this Kurumi is going to be able to keep Eagle up and online for as long as possible, as Sleepwalker is also going to be able to have a little bit of a better weapon, but he goes really early into that Monk. Okay, Sleepwalker immediately starting things out. Eagle likewise going for that transformation, as we see a semi-ultimate coming on through, dropping off half of that map. Sleepwalker is taking so much damage, but he's already found one grab. Has to actually drop the Monk from early, as the Venom Tip absolutely pummels the health bar. There's the Farrier trying to allow Sleepwalker any time to be able to regain health and keep Eagle pressured out, but the Kurumi ultimate is keeping Eagle healed up for so much more, and WBG are taking so much pressure. Eagle still in ult form is making it that unfortunately Sleepwalker is able to do absolutely nothing but stand on the sidelines as he watches his team members fall.
Yeah, absolutely huge here on the part of J-Team. The ult coming out from the Kurumi here, this is what we talk about with the Kurumi ult inside of these realms of Yang. It's just so hard to deal with that amount of healing in a closed space like this where you can't move. You're forced to take these fights and there's nothing you can do about it. Yes, you have pillars to escape from the grabs, but the threat of that Monk is there the entire time, and it buys J-Team as much space as they want, right? If you have to stand behind those pillars and try to fight behind the pillars only, it limits your options, whereas J-Team just has every option available to them because of how much healing comes through onto Eagle. And the hyper aggression early. I want to talk about how 101 TN comes in with the longsword from the side and immediately pummels 2 of those horizontal slashes onto the enemy monk while Eagle is able to lock him down with a grab to the chest to keep him staggered, so there's no risk of 101 TN getting grabbed. And as soon as he goes low, that team panics. WBG needs to find their out, and J team is just able to put pressure on. And as soon as WBG finds even a little bit of an opening with the Temi ult, the Kurumi ult comes out, and that's all she spoke. But WBG, speaking of which here, looking to pick up some of the eliminations here, is able to get a grab onto Kopi, is able to pick up the elimination, but JDG turns the favor back onto them with PP, and the third party coming in from JL and the fourth party from Team GD. It's absolutely just broken out here, and there's no place for WBG to go. JL's going to be coming in, GD also going to be coming in as a fight breaks out between these two third-party teams. Massive Viper ult looking to come in here from the likes of Kakashi, but unfortunately, they are going to be forced to use the Wu Chen ult out here to get the resurrection onto K. I'm not quite sure if the stun was able to come through from Kakashi before that happens, but they do buy themselves a full reset here and get out of that absolute cluster.
Well, Jing is actually able to find one, which does mean that WBG are going to be surviving, at least for now. This is a problem, unfortunately, for a lot of these teams who do lose those Gate of Yang fights, right? Because of that soul depletion, you need to immediately find those soul blooms. And we're seeing these teams that don't enter Gate of Yang fights wait around for someone to lose one, know that they're going to be in that really uncomfortable spot, that another fight is going to break out, and they're just going to be forced into that horrible corner where you have to dump all of your ultimates. Jing goes down, I think, before he's actually even able to use that rebirth charm. He was able to buy one, but I don't think he was actually able to get to a soul altar to use it. So as a result, WBG are entirely out of this, and there's the punishment. Using all of your ultimates after you've just lost a Gate of Yang fight to try and guarantee that you pick up the soul blooms as quickly as possible is an absolute invitation to every single team in the vicinity to come in for the third party, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. These teams definitely waiting around. It's a little high risk, high reward, right? Because the last thing you want to do is come in and have to take that fight with a team who's picked up the Vermilion Bird's Might, has that buff on them, and has nothing to lose. But if you're able to catch these teams out who are forced to take fights, you can find yourself in a really good situation, especially if you're the team like Team JL, who's able to come in for that huge third party and pick up eliminations off of both sides of the fight. And that's exactly what we saw happen there. You do have to be careful, though, again, because those buffs coming through, if you pick the wrong gate and end up with the team with the buff, you're going to find yourself in quite the opposite situation. But, you know, I got to talk about the strategy there from WBG. If you've noticed, there's a lot less of these sort of early games Bane's Breath coming through from these trio teams, and what it is they're opting to hold on to those Dark Tide coins until after the first Realm of Yang, because if they lose, they can have one of their teammates get eliminated and just buy them back and immediately get rid of that Yang depletion for one of their teammates with zero consequences whatsoever. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out for WBG because they aggressively take a fight super early there, and Jing's just not able to do anything with that rebirth charm because of how many people came into third party, fourth party that fight. But it's a really smart strategy on behalf of a lot of these teams, and our first day of trios, we saw it pay dividends for a couple of these teams, Moxie.
Yeah, well, now we're going to see whether or not some of these teams are going to gravitate and continue to push towards those gates, or whether or not the Temi comps are going to resign themselves to only countering and contesting those boxes. It's definitely something that we're going to hopefully see, as we've already seen that the Kurumi does just immediately and quite literally sidestep that Temi's importance with the ultimate being able to tether and just teleport to the other side of it to still keep your Transformers healed up to absolute full is such a boon in these Transformer compositions, which really do just rely on having that threat to be able to control the Gate of Yang spaces and keep those players behind the pillars so that they don't get grabbed out. GG is going to be one of those teams with that Temi, whether or not they're heading towards a box we're about to see, as J-Team is once again going to be looking to control these gates. J-Team have always been very aggressive in taking Gate of Yang fights. They know the importance of it, but so too do TE. And this is a speed run. J-Team, however, are able to actually get into the gate before TE. So TE, unfortunately, not quite fast enough to be able to react to it. J-Team will be able to win off of that Gate of Yang contest. Whether or not they can actually win the gate itself, we're about to see, as once again, it's going to be very early transformations coming on through. Eagle going for that Monk. The Temi ultimate making it a little bit harder for him to be able to find the rooms to be able to grab, but he has been able to walk his way out of it without taking too much damage. Godly immediately going for that Furia mech, trying to build up to the cannon to keep Eagle staggered out. Every single time one of those cannon shots connects onto the Monk, he's not actually able to either find a grab, or if a player is in his hand, be able to actually commit onto the slam. So as a result, Eagle has not been able to do anything with that ultimate except stall for space, as he goes extraordinarily low, gets pulled up into the air, is actually forced to use the bell from Godly, as he now goes for his ultimate, knowing that Eagle can't go for a transformation to counter this. But there's the Karumi ultimate, once again keeping everybody healed up. So even though Eagle lost the ultimate super early on, he's still alive, and they're still winning this fight.
There's so much we have to talk about in this particular fight. First of all, 101 TN here abusing Assassin's Lunge here to just be able to buy damage onto the Monk on repeat, because the Monk can't grab you if you're in those tap dodge frames, and then you follow it up with Assassin's Lunge for huge damage, and then you're just back into the tap dodge or the dagger dash, following it up with Assassin's Lunge again, and you get to keep track of the Monk even if he's walking away. And J-Team just calms out on top here. They play this fight so exceptionally well. Eagle coming in with the Soul Slash on the Katana, picking up an elimination, even though the rest of the Soul Slash canceled out by the other team's Monk with the bell, but still that one elimination buying them the 3v2 advantage there. And I also want to talk about the very beginning, how they actually get into this realm of Yang. I don't know if you saw this. ZK on Karumi throws his umbrella onto the realm. As soon as the realm pops, Team TE runs to try to take it. ZK teleports, knocks them all away, steps through, and immediately denies TE access to the realm, and his two teammates just follow right in for free. Great use of the Karumi umbrella coming out from J-Team.
Again, we can see the real value for Karumi in this composition, especially for being able to, like you said, control those gates. Apparently not just inside the gates, but also powering entrance to them, as TE, unfortunately, just forced to sit away. They know that they weren't able to find a gate fight. They were committed to taking the position against J-Team, so when they weren't able to get into that one, they weren't within distance to be able to try and find another one. And as a result, all of these teams that weren't able to find themselves a Morris Blessing or one of those gates just has to resign themselves to sitting in a corner and hoping that they're not going to get noticed by the teams that have won them and do have those buffs, especially because it's going to be Mystic Might. You want to be as far away from where a fight is going on as possible. As talking about a fight going on, we've got a fight heading into Celestra. Water Wheel is immediately going to be sprung, so everyone immediately moving away to be not caught into that one. As everyone goes into Canyon, Wind Wars coming on through from JL, making it a lot harder for JJH to be able to try and push on and hot swap into those weapons and keep this pressure up. As Godly looks for that opportunity, charges up the pulse sword, doesn't find the opening that he's looking for until now, connects onto the Viper into the Soul Slash, and it's immediately going to actually force that Wu Chen ultimate, as everybody from JL just has to try and back away and survive a little bit longer. But now that that one's been burnt out, it becomes a game of cat and mouse. Celestra does make it a little bit harder. JJH not able to really pin down JL's location until now. They're able to collapse onto the building that JL sit themselves into, and the zone is about to push this team out, even if they don't want to step through. As JJH go for that transformation, the Furia mech coming on through and just pelting JL inside this room. They're going to take zone tick damage in a matter of moments, and JJH can literally just keep playing this game of patience, knowing eventually JL have to come out.
Well, they can't be too patient here. JJH does have that Yang depletion because they lost to J-Team here. So they need to pick this up very bad. And JL's AS with a massive meter dump coming in. The Dragon's Roar Nunchucks absolutely blitzing through the members of Team JJH. A two-man Dragon's Roar quickly flips this fight on its head, and JJH here thought they had a massive advantage with the zone pushing, ready to lock Team JL down, and now they're down to a single member left alive, and Godly, even though he's got the monk transformation, he's got no hope of winning this fight. We're going to see immediately coming in, forced to use the bell, but the F3 coming through from the Yoda Hime here, just going to lock a Godly down into the back corner. He's so very low, coming through, trying to get pots off here, but all of it might be for naught as he's stuck in the zone here. No matter what he does, JL is going to be waiting on the outside with a massive advantage for him. Team GD coming in looking to capitalize on this, but JL, unbeknownst to them, still has all of their ultimates, so they're going to be forced to go ahead and use that Wu Chen ult just to back out of that fight after we see the Viper stun come through and lock down Kakaishi there. Nobody getting eliminated off of it, but huge for them. Now Godly, though, trapped here, forced to take a fight. That Yang depletion still ticking down on him. He's got to find the grabs. He's not able to find it, unfortunately. That's going to be it for JJH's Godly.
Yeah, GD coming in once again, making sure that they're able to secure that third party. J-Team are a little bit ahead of them, so they are going to be noticing and hearing those ultimates being invested. GD hot swapping onto that pistol just to keep a little bit more pressure so that they can get a little bit of time to be able to rest and repair. As J-Team are looking pretty set, to be honest. We saw just a little hint of it. It looks like they're running 2 legendary weapons already, as J-Team are going to be taking a fight at the moment to contest this next spawning of the Morris Blessing. TE once again right behind them in terms of that positioning. Both of these teams very, very familiar with how each other like to play, as they've both been under the same label. So they'll be very much aware of their playstyles. Eagle, however, is absolutely hand-gifted spawn. Box appears right next to the monk. He's going to be able to open it as everyone is just so occupied with the fight that's going on around them. EWG coming in and applying even more pressure so that T is forced to turn around. And once again, J-Team are absolutely gifted an opportunity.
Yeah, this is huge for the likes of J-Team here as we see them just pummel down on to EWG. EWG tries to come in to contest the box, but it's a little bit too late as they've already been able to open the box and take the armor out of the box here for themselves. Interesting to see the legendary armor going on to ZK. You do want some survivability on that Karumi, but you want that survivability so that Karumi can actively heal your Transformers here. And if those Transformers have that legendary armor, they have more HP, so they just generally have more survivability. But they're opting here to go ahead and give it to the Karumi, let the legendary weapon stay on the monk instead, hoping to keep the Karumi up so that they can just provide enough healing that they don't need the extra armor for the Transformers.
I wonder if we're going to see the armor swap as well come through when they actually want to use the ult. Because the Karumi does tend to be the one that everyone tries to pile onto in the neutral fight because they know if the Karumi comes down, so too is that monk when he goes for that transformation and he doesn't have that constant healing. GG going to be taking a little bit of damage for 3-3-0. Going to get blasted by Ventus sitting up on that high ground, as it now really does become a squabble for positions, especially if you're running those monk comps alliance, sitting well out of these fights, trying to make as little noise as possible so they can hold on to as many resources as possible and still have ultimates to come on through. It is just going to be the cannon phase as well. All of these monks trying to run things like the cannon, scatter shots on the bow so that you can generate that rage as quickly as possible and keep these ultimates online for as long as possible to be able to hold down these locations. High ground is going to be absolute key when we start to see this zone closing up because of how it looks like it's going to be. The terrain is going to make it a lot harder for these monks to freely be able to maneuver around when they're actually inside that transformation. So having a position that you want to hold before the transformation actually comes through is going to be absolutely crucial for all of these teams in late game.
Yeah, the high ground, like you said, going to be clutch coming in for the Transformers because you're just able to buy yourself so much space to maneuver. Not only do you have access to better lines of sight for those grabs, but like you said, you have the ability to back off and just when things turn sour, you don't want to be trapped on that low ground where you have no place to go if you're running these Transformer comps. And here we are, like you said, this is kind of the phase where we're going to see a lot of these teams trying to burn resources out as most all of these loot piles have been gone through, so these teams not really going to be able to get resources unless they pick up eliminations, and those eliminations happen to have resources still on hand. We're going to see here as well. That is Blood Reaper coming through here. But most importantly, we see that Wolves' Sorrow here picks up that legendary armor here for their monk. Wolves able to hold it together after some early eliminations. They do go down at a bad time where they're not able to contest those Realms of Yang like they would like to with this particular comp. So they were kind of forced to play the slow game into the late game, and using that Temi here, able to come in, secure that legendary armor. Absolutely huge here for Team Wolves as they find themselves with the armor advantage finally into these final circles. And this is where Team Wolves typically pops off, right? Coming into the end circle here, they play a much more traditional kind of Transformers comp in terms of pacing. They're looking to pop off in those final circles, and that's exactly what we see here. EWG on the backside here trying to find a little bit of space, but they're kind of ping-ponged between Alliance and Team Ventus over here. Those range shots just coming down from every direction. 330 over here for Team GG, one of the league's best monks. Just again on that cannon, looking to get that splash damage off, keep the rage high, and make these teams spend as many resources as possible. AOW really not in good positioning, and looks like they're going to be the first team to kind of turtle here as many of their team members go extremely low. We're gonna see Pink Tao will go ahead and pop the ult here, and GG's team can literally just come down here in the crack without giving up the high ground, because if they come to push over that high ground, Team GG just steps back up there. Multiple monks coming through, EWG as well as Ventus Pixel. EWG here actually opting to burn double ultimates off the back of this, trying to pressure Team TE's TXJ here with the transformation as well as the mecha. TXJ taking a lot of damage, but will find the slam onto Alliance's on. TXJ gonna pick up quite a bit here, gonna pick up that Soul Bloom essence and almost heal back to full immediately, as we do see what we call the Pacific Rim meta kind of unfolding here. It's just monks and mechs everywhere going head to head, the kaiju versus the big giant robots here. We're gonna see 330 now on top, looking to get some of those grabs himself as he waited for the other monks to go down, but he's forced to de-transform here. Go ahead and look for an opportunity to reset. The mech coming through here, and it's going to be Miskia here, the Temi, who picks it up to go in, trying to get some of that rage built up, maybe so he can get his ultimate back and buy the team a little bit of space. But 330 completely separated from the team here as many of these players pressure onto him. We're going to see Miskia coming in to try to cover 330 so he can find that reset he desperately wants. Going airborne here, looking to pick some cannon shots up onto players. Ventus' Pixel will pick up Don Quing with a cannon from down range here. Alliance is lucky, just holding on for dear life out here, using those scale rushes, just trying to be as little a target as possible as they're caught out in the middle. TE's TXJ going to pick up a member of EWG. That's going to be the second member that they pick up here. TE up to 11 eliminations, and EWG finds their 10th elimination of the game, but they do lose their Feria here, which means their monk's going to have far less cover going into these final circles. TXJ looking to find another elimination. He's got Yiran. He needs to get the slam. He can't quite get it. GG's 330 picks it out of his hand with a cannon. Huge for Team GG, able to deny TE yet another elimination.
GG, one of those teams that you always have to watch out for. Another team that you need to watch out for, however, is 17JL. They're still running with this Wuchen, which means that they do have that availability to be able to TP from the low ground onto the high ground without punishment potentially being picked out by these monks. Speaking about being picked out, it's an absolute free-for-all. J-Team is able to find a pick onto Benj, who goes for the slam, immediately picks up the kill, and just goes straight back to grabbing out other people. Miskia now falls to the monks' midst. He's trying to find that second player before the transformation drops, but he doesn't manage to find it in time. Pixel, now still in that monk, has been able to find J-Team's ZK, goes for the slam, but doesn't find the kill. He's still alive. That legendary armor will keep him intact, as it's going to be free. Oh, monking up and trying to grab these players out. 17JL's AS still alive on this Yodo with those nunchucks, looking for that reset moment as they are on the low ground, having to try and find their way out without going down to any of these monks. But a lot of the transformations have already worn out. Now we're going to see again a return to the cannon phase as all of these players try and build back into that transformation as quickly as they possibly can. Miskio with a musket takes another player down. 101 TN has fallen. 70GL immediately going to find another pick onto TE's TXJ. As Wolf's still in this, but Eagle is the next monk and the first monk who's able to actually get back onto that transformation. The semi-ultimate is there, meaning that they're not able to find the picks. 70GL actually using it to hide their position as Ventus's Pixel knows that he can't peek. This K goes down in the monk grab, but doesn't actually go down entirely. Drops that Yodo F3 to be able to hold themselves alive for as long as possible, but will go down once it burns out. Wolves picking that one up with a bow, and still Eagle on this high ground is controlling so much of the space, but he hasn't found the kills necessary. He has been able to push Pixel low, but the bell saves the monk for a little bit of time until Eagle is able to switch to the dagger and finally find that last hit. 330, however, still alive, still unbothered, only has one other player to be able to sustain himself. The semi-ultimate from Miski already invested when Eagle was the only monk on the board, so as a result, they don't have it to try and shield him from all of the range damage that's coming on through as Wolves, with a Hail Mary of a Fairy Ultimate, throws in the transformation, goes down before they're able to find the pick, as TE are going to be the last players standing, but whether or not they've done enough to be able to actually take MVP remains to be seen.
Oh, no, TE absolutely on top of this. They had the most eliminations. They come out on top with the first place finish as well. And I have to, I'm going to say it right now. Kurumi for Team TE, absolutely MVP. I don't care what the stats say. TXJ goes down in this final circle 3 separate occasions. But we see VVV come through with the resurrection 3 times and buys TXJ all the way to the final circle, is able to keep them into the game. And even though he's not able to get any eliminations and gets knocked down low where he's out of the circle in the end, that threat is able to buy their Yueshan enough space to just be able to pick up elimination after elimination there in the end. And I do believe it's 16 eliminations and a first place finish here for Team TE, who currently is sitting at the top of the order for these teams today who haven't had their second day yet. They were sitting in about 8th place after their first 3 eliminations in the game. They made top 8. After a game like this, they could easily be top 5. And those teams in top 5 right now, they're done. They've already played their 2 days. They don't get to contest Team TE continuing to creep up the ladder.
Yeah, TE really making that statement that the old guard still has that skill, still has that mechanical prowess, and even though we're seeing new heroes filter into the meta, that knowledge, that experience that they've had over things like positioning, like VVV, I talk about you with this all of the time. I feel like the best Viper in the world always seesaws between VVV and Kakaishi, and knowing as a Viper player like where you want to stand, where you want to position so that you go unnoticed for the most amount of time possible transfers really nicely into being able to play Kurumi, with no one really being able to spot your position out, going unnoticed when you're going for those tethers and looking for the resurrections, taking advantage of the absolute chaos that occurred when we saw that zone start to close up and all of those monk players went, oh, I have to ult, oh, I have to try and find those players, I have to grab them away from that team so that we can rip apart all of the other Transformer comps around us, because the Transformer comp is like a house of cards. If everyone is standing, it's extraordinarily strong. It's going to be hard to knock over. But you take out some of those base levels and suddenly that monk comes tumbling down.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I also want to talk about, well, let's talk about the scoreboard first here. Obviously, okay, so it's 17 eliminations. I was close. Thought it was 16, but it's 17 eliminations here in the end with the first place finish, which is a 32.2 game score. Ironically enough, it's J Team and Team GGG following up immediately behind, both of them with 12 eliminations, but a second and third place finish respectively for a 22.2 and a 20 game score for these two teams. I love how it's J Team versus J Team here today. Absolutely love that. I don't want to call Team TE J Team, but they are the original J Team that walked away the world champions here. So it's very interesting to see both of these teams who technically have a world championship for their rosters going head to head here and clearly showing why these are the two teams that have those world championship rosters, because they come out on top every time. Team TE also really impressed me in this particular game in terms of their decision making, which is something that a lot of these teams tend to struggle with. We see these teams come in, be hyper aggressive, pick up early eliminations, and then, like you said, kind of struggle with the fact in the mid game where if things don't go their way, they still try to keep that pressure on, and it ends up costing them big time, and they might go out early with a ton of eliminations, but they don't get that multiplier that they're looking for. Team TE obviously running the traditional Kurumi comp here, looking to go in and secure those gates of Yang, and they have an opportunity to take one, but J-Team takes it away from them. And instead of TE immediately turning and looking to go take another fight, we actually cut back to Team TE, and they're just vibing in the building, right? They're hanging out. They have a couple of eliminations under their belt already, so they're like, why are we going to make the decision to go out and risk things we don't need? This right here, huge here. I love this particular fight coming out from BWG here, as they were able to pick up these eliminations. JL had zero business pressuring into this fight while EWG still has the monk up. They had so much distance, they did not need to take that fight. Here we go, we've seen it right now, 101 TN abusing that assassin plunge. And look, Chu Lee really just trying to come in and keep him from doing it, and he does not care. He says, look, I'm gonna do this assassin plunge. There's nothing you can do about it right here. Oh my god, it's just really see this huge. Yeah, look at this Dragon Roar come out from AS, completely flips this fight on its head here in the favor of Team JL, as they pick up multiple eliminations off of Team JJH, and it puts Godly in a situation where he can't possibly Alliance's here to be multiple grabs, double grab into the re-grab for the elimination. GG's 330, that was so cheeky. He picked up the kill out of another Monk player's hand there with the cannon. Just classic 330. And then we see Wolves LSS here looking to pick up multiple eliminations. And like you said, quite the Hail Mary coming out from Team Wolves. They're able to pick up a couple of eliminations there, but he didn't really have the HP to survive the zone there. So he gets the double elimination, and then unfortunately Wolves does fall down. But 2 extra eliminations in the final circle as the last moments tick forward. That's huge for any team, regardless of where their current standing is. So you've got to give it to LXX there for being able to pick up those extra eliminations and kind of pad the score out there for Team Wolves. And I will say this, for Team Wolves, the name of the game is consistency, right? Team Wolves has been one of those teams where they're able to pop off, but they're not able to have that sort of consistency. If they can find that consistency this season, they could find themselves doing very well. But here we are, we're gonna take a look at the MVP here, and it's gonna be the Yueshan here for our team TE. Absolutely massive coming through for LYD. 5 eliminations, 9 assists, huge kill participation here for LYD, but I still gotta give it to VVV. Yes, LYD cleans up the eliminations in this final circle and is able to get them quite a bit of score and finish things off. But VVV, with the triple resurrection in the chaos that we saw coming through in those final circles, is absolutely insane.
I mean, talking about insane though, did you see that musket damage? 9k of the 25,000 that he did total, 9k of it was musket. And it really goes to show you how important being able to hit those range shots are. Like, you want to talk about really being able to take away some of those kills. Look no further than GG. Honestly, I think this team might have the most amount of kills that they've been able to quite literally snipe out from players, especially for monks. Right? Because just as when a player is held in your ally monk hands and you can swap over to things like the cannon, the musket, a flamer, and look to absolutely barbecue them, so too can other teams. And being able to have that sort of sense of knowing, okay, we have a safe position. If someone's already got looked at for that grab and they're looking to just hold that player in position, they're not going to be looking for a second punch. They're not going to be looking for a second grab. We can peek our heads above the parapet, fire a musket shot, pick up the kill, and then immediately duck back down. And that's why GG, even though they don't really make it as far as they want to in that final zone, they're still pretty far up the leaderboard because they really do have that sense of understanding how other teams position around them. The total opposite of a team that I want to talk about is AOW, because AOW moving into that second last zone were massively out of position and unfortunately sandwiched between 2 teams. And that can work for you if you're running a Wu Chen and you have the ultimate, you have the ability to be able to reposition or drop things like the wind walls on either side of you to deny that range pressure, but AOW were not. And the second that they got spotted out, everyone just turns, swaps to the ranged, and absolutely eviscerates that team before they can make a single break for cover.
Yeah, AOW there, unfortunately, that particular position that they ended up in the map, they were able to buy themselves space that they wanted, but that space had no cover and had no cover to go to. So as soon as they started taking some of those range shots there wasn't really anything AOW could do. They really, in that given situation, they either needed to pressure GG off of the rock that was above them or buy space on the other side of them so that they weren't sandwiched there. But it's like any other lobby. If you're in that bad positioning, the first team that goes low, it's blood in the water and the sharks are coming from you. And AOW, unfortunately, you know, sometimes you have to take the space that you're given, and you don't want to risk pressuring into other teams because you run that high risk of third parties. But when you have that many players left in a final circle like that, sometimes you have to take the risk just for a better positional, burn the abilities if you have to, and then try to hold the better ground to get the reset that you're looking for.
Yeah, 70GR actually is another team that I really quickly want to touch on in terms of those positions, because they saw, okay, a lot of these teams are running the Transformer comps, they're going to be looking to control the high ground. They find themselves a little cave, they're running that Wu Chen, so they can constantly just on cooldown have those Wu Chen walls. They even send one player out towards the cavern entrance to just act as a sort of guard dog to disinterest anyone from potentially trying to sniff on into that space or use those ranged weapons to pressure 17JL out. And it works out really well for them. They don't get grabbed out early when we see the absolute chaos that is every single Transformer comp ulting at almost the exact same time. And it allows them to survive a little bit longer. It doesn't mean that they come with the amount of kills that they're looking for. Unfortunately, they're not able to burst down with that Yodo all of those Transformers. And this is actually something that you and I were talking about, where we could potentially see Akos coming in and replacing Yodo in that composition of the Wu Chen, of the Viper, because he has just a little bit more pressure towards the Transformers. Yodo, in trying to trunk down a Monk and put herself into that position to potentially be grabbed out, also now has to deal with a second transformation of that Furia, and a lot of the time your entire ultimate has already gone into that Monk. If you're running up against something like Temi, or you have that Furia shielding that Monk, it can be a lot harder for the Yodo to find value. So even though they have survivability, they don't have the burst damage to come with a massive chunk of kills.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, as soon as we see Akos come into the meta, I do believe we're going to see Yodo fall out of favor in that particular comp, because like you said, she just doesn't have enough to answer double Transformer in that particular way, right? You know, Yueshan was a different story, right? Yueshan, while yes, he's transformed up, he doesn't really have a hard way to counteract Yodo. But if Yodo's turning all of her attention onto the Monk and Feria goes ahead and drops the mech, Feria can just sit there and chunk down the Yodo through the extra damage reduction that her ult gives her and not really care about it, because the Monk's going to live one way or the other. Not only that, like you said, Monk is able to just go ahead and grab Yodo out of that ultimate after that first slash comes through. And we see that happen a lot lately with Yoda Himes, because you do have to kind of stay stationary to throw those hits out if you want to get the Monk staggered into that loop. But if you can't stagger both of those Transformers, it's a little hopeless. And then also, like you said, with Akos coming in later, obviously not this season, but he will be here next season for sure. He actually is unaffected by Yoda Hime Ultimate while he's pumping out those big slashes. So it's just another reason Yodo's going to end up falling out of favor towards that particular comp. But right now, kind of the only fit they have for that comp to follow up with the Viper, right? You need to have a big ultimate so that if your Viper stuns half the lobby, you have somebody who's able to capitalize on it. Yoda Hime, the only hero really able to do that besides Transformers at the moment.
Well, it's going to be interesting. We didn't get a lot of Takeda, even though it was on Dusk. And I think a big part of that is because we're headed to Holoroth next. This is traditionally in solos where we start to see the Takedas really coming through. So I would strongly expect that it's going to carry over onto this map for the exact same reasons. A lot of really enclosed spaces taking you into some very close fights, which means not a lot of room to be able to try and tab dodge out of those Takeda arcs when it comes out from the ultimate. And if we do see the Takeda starting to pop up, it should be the Zip alongside it. Another hero that does like to be run on this map, but at the moment, it feels like everyone is still just wanting to run these monks. Karumi coming on through for J Team once again. Looks like TE, let's see, what are they running alongside? Yeah, they're going actually for the Furrier, Temi, and Monk. So no Karumi coming from them this time around. They're trying to save on those hero points.
Yeah, you know, again, there's kind of two schools of thought here, and I disagree with this kind of transferring between monk comps. Run the optimal monk comp, right? Obviously, if you want to go ahead and run Karumi, run Karumi. If you want to run Farrier, run Farrier. But if you're like Wolves right now, you know, they ran Farrier with the other Karumi last match. They're double dipping here, right? Without running the Farrier, they're going to save themselves a couple points, but it's really still going to cost them quite a heavy chunk of points. If you like a particular comp over another one, you should just run that 3 times and then have a stronger comp to run another 3 times, in my opinion, versus this kind of swapping heroes in and out and running a less optimal version of the same comp.
Yeah, speaking about optimal, let's have a look at where some of these teams are dropping. WBG immediately deciding to go straight for Salvation Podium to try and solve that puzzle and hopefully drop the red armor to be able to better buoy up their monk without having to worry about loot and also really be able to build into those circles. We are, however, seeing a couple of teams dropping towards Plume, so they might potentially look for the better loot and then push onto Salvation Podium. If WBG take too long, they could potentially get found out and taking a lot of really disadvantaged fights against those Ballista that do like to parallel that stage. TE, as this tradition, the winner of the last fight, are going to be the team that we're immediately following, and there it is. TE dropped a little bit further away from Salvation Podium, but immediately pushed back into that space, not really allowing WBG the freedom to send one of those players down to look for the glyphs, because they're going to know that they can then take that fight 3-2.
Well, not only that, WBG is down below, which means they've given up ballistic control as well, which means that TE, if they are able to get on those ballistas and take into that fight, are going to be able to do something. But WBG clearly now taking the fight straight to Team TE, as TE will lose LYD to a member of WBG, TXJ, on the monk down below. This is a very vulnerable position for TXJ to be in. They are able to find the grab, though. Looks like we will see the slam come through onto Jing. We need to see the follow through from VVV for the elimination to be picked up, though. TXJ needs to be very careful. LYD did die up top here, and it's WBG 2v2 here. Unfortunately, we are going to see Team TE go down here, and WBG will be able to pick Jing back up. TE really wanting to contest that early fight there onto WBG, but that ballistic control being taken away from them when LYD gets picked up, absolutely hurting them there. And of course, the early monk transformation, not as great as you would think, right? It looks like Team TE opting for that early game rage glyphs. Those glyphs, in my opinion, not super great. One, especially on Monk, because he doesn't have armor or any loot to back him up there. Sure, if you get an early purple armor, it's absolutely massive, but the odds of that happening in Immortal War, given the loot discrepancy in this particular mode, very, very low. JJH here, Chuli, trying to use this Bane's Breath to cover for the team here so he can get the resurrections, but we're going to see Team Ventus just sitting outside here with these repeating crossbows, more than happy to throw range shots in every single time JJH goes in. JJH needs to think of something else to do here, because as soon as his Bane's Breath goes up, that's going to be it for Team JJH here.
And it's an early Bane's as well, isn't it? So it's going to be going out almost now. And because he spent so long trying to get the resurrections on his teammates, he hasn't really had the time to be able to try to reposition. So Ventus are literally just able to cut his exit off because he's still isolated from those other two.
Yeah, this is one of those strategies, right? If you're going to throw the Bane's Breath to cover for the resurrections there, as soon as you realize that the position is not advantageous because of ranged weapons like that, he really didn't have an angle he could grab those resurrections without being ranged down. It's time to just go ahead and back off, right? Just cut your losses, reposition and get ready for the fight. And unfortunately, Julie just doesn't do that. He's so hyper focused on trying to get those resurrections through because they spent so much resources, right? An early Bane, all those Dark Tide coins to buy that early Bane, and then the position where he hyper committed to it, he felt like he had to, and unfortunately sometimes you just put those blinders on and it doesn't work out, and that's what we see happening. Team KZ here able to use that pillar to cover for the team. We're going to see the stomp come down and buy them a lot of space here. Faction going to go down. Ventus is WX98 very, very low though. A single shot to HP would be huge here, but he's able to armor up here before any of the members of KZ can come in on them and actually damage the HP directly. So we will see WX98 still able to buy space here. Oh, the huge shot coming through there from the Monk, but KZ's Gen going to, sorry, not Monk, from the mech there. Double Transformers, man. Oh my goodness, but what a huge shot coming in back from Jen. Jen forced to de-transform there, is able to find the space that they need for KZ, and KZ flips the fight back on its head. That was massive.
KZ honestly started out that fight extremely smartly as well. They're the ones who, when the fight starts against Ventus, are able to find a grab. Hazy's able to pick up the Monk from the enemy team, and they even drop the Temi ultimate, fully committing in, so they're able to find that pick onto the Monk, isolate that main carry damage, so that they can then push onto the other two remaining members. Yes, they've used two ultimates, but they've still got that Fifi mech. And as a result, when we see Ventus try and push back and buy themselves that space, that turnaround with a Temi ultimate of their own, the mech comes on out, and it's all of the threat, all of the cover that they need to push the remaining members of Ventus away. So even though there's pressure onto the remaining members, they're still able to find that pick onto the last Fifi and finally push Ventus out for good. Heading over towards City of Tang, we can have a look at GG, but they're not currently going to be going into a fight. Instead, we're heading over to WBG and AOW, who ships in the night past each other an absolute hair's breadth away from actually engaging in that one, as AOW honestly making the smart decision, not going in for that engagement just yet, wanting to have a little bit more of a feel around, check if there's other players in the vicinity so that there's no risk of third party, before only now coming in, claiming that high ground, making sure that Ping Tao has a lot more control on whether or not he wants to go for that ult and try and find a grab onto the members of WBG, who are about to be pushed away by the zone as well. Very early Temi F coming on through from Jinx by himself, a repositioned zone, but PP gets caught in the wisp left behind by AOW. Temi ultimate now coming on through to stop the members from walking in towards that mech, and as a result, WBG again walk backwards into a Temi wisp, and AOW absolutely dumpster one of the teams that heading into today was surely one of the favorites.
Yeah, this is absolutely insane from AOW here. That Temi Wisp bought them that fight, right? PB accidentally being caught out there and immediately capitalized on by the members of AOW just completely secures the fight. He doesn't even have to bend the ult there in the original to catch PP out. And then when he does drop the ult, he's able to get the reset on the Wisp, throws two out, is able to catch somebody else in a Wisp, and that whole fight is over. Temi, the absolute MVP there for AOW. Turning now to Team TE. GXJ coming in here. Look at all the Dark Tide coins they're able to get here. And of course, a full setup for a weapon always available here. I'm not quite sure which weapon they're able to get that setup for, but going to be huge for them. 38,000 of those Dark Tide coins here. And you gotta remember, Dark Tide coins even more important here in Immortal War, because you can also roll for random gear for boxes. So if Team TE is not able to secure themselves a Realm of Yang here, or if they get into a Realm of Yang and die, they maintain that 38,000 coins, can let their members just walk out into the zone, die, and then immediately buy them back with all their loot. But it looks like instead they're opting to just roll Soul Jades here.
I think it's smart. Look at where they're doing it as well. They're going to a Rift dealer that's going to be outside of zone. So even though they're rolling all of these soldiers and they're going to leave behind all of these soldiers, no one is actually going to come past and pick up the scraps that they leave behind. So they're going to make sure that not only are they set, no one else around them is, as we have a look at how some of these teams position as those Gate of Yangs do start to come online. AOW, it seemed, were alone towards the south to be able to take one of theirs. Wolves and KZ, the same cannot be said. They're really going to have to try and brawl it out. The Karumi Sava already coming through, so LXX is able to push aggressively forward, but not able to stop them from being able to walk into the realm. KZ a little bit faster. You're able to slide through and steal it out right underneath their nose.
Yeah, really unfortunate there because they were planning on using that Karumi Umbrella to push back the members of Team KZ, but they didn't get their player onto the point fast enough, and it's kind of the detriment to be putting it on the player, because if the player is forced to back up for any reason, you lose your opportunity to get into the gate, and that's exactly what we saw happen here. KZ here going quite low off of these mech shots. Hazy about to demonk, going to be forced to demonk. He does have the armor to buy him a little space, but Kakaishi going to be caught out here by Faijin, and Faijin now turning on to GD's K. K, the last remaining member here for Team G, going to be forced to DMAC, and that's all they wrote. KZ easily picks up the win here. TE finally finding that Realm of Yang fight that they wanted to look for here. EWG going to lose another one of their members here. Now it's just a 3v1 here on to EWG's Yiran, and Yiran really no place to go as VVV LYD continue to push in. He's trying to pick up at least an elimination here, but they're not going to allow that to happen. VVV will be saved out by the likes of LYD, and TE is going to go ahead and pick up that Vermilion Bird's Might and all that lovely loot here from the Realm of Yang.
Spear is such a mean weapon in Trios, right? With the amount of stagger that is attached to it, as well as the fact that you can light hit confirm 1-2, which is something that LYD with that spear just constantly pressures out those members with, pushing onto anyone isolated, pushing them away from the rest of the team, so no one's really able to help either their Monk or their Fifi, as we now see AOW pushing JL back. JL actually having to use both transformations to try and hop-foot it away. Feng going for a little bit of hopscotch at the moment as AS builds up enough energy to be able to try and push on with those cannons and keep AOW away. A grab from Feng is going to be attempted, but unfortunately that just leaves him a little bit too vulnerable. The repeating crossbow chunks through his health, and AOW have been able to pick up one kill. They've seen that AS has lost the mech, and now the chase begins. Shutong even using a mech of their own to be able to guarantee that they can stop AS from just disengaging and grappling away, as he's trying to lose them around the building, but he gets spotted out. AS trying to keep this disengagement in play, doesn't have that zip, so not going to have things like a bubble to stop those grapples from connecting onto him, as he does go into the canyon to try and lose them. He goes into the purple bush to get a little bit of a reset, and he actually manages to slip right away from AOW. They think he goes into the cavern instead.
Yeah, that was quite slick by JL's AS there. Into the bush, and as soon as he sees the players go inside, just dips away. Turning now to EWG, and Ventus going head-to-head. Unfortunately, Pixel here is just locked down by WX98, and huge damage coming through here from EWG. Euron's going to be gone here, though. Tutik, no ult as well. They need to play this very carefully. Fifi, no ult either. And J-Team showing up for the third party here on to EWG, and Team Ventus is more than happy to come in and pick up some of these scraps. There's multiple bodies laying around as well that they're able to just go ahead and pick through as much loot as they want. And look at this, leaving the essence left behind here. It could be a smart play from these players if they intend to go into that Realm of Yang in case potentially they lose the fight. They can just come back here and pick up that Soul Bloom if nobody has decided to come back through and pick it up while they take those fights. Team TE, though, looking to come in onto J-Team, and it's going to be the rematch here. J-Team versus old J-Team going head-to-head here. Look at this. They're doing some shopping. I don't even think they've seen J-Team yet.
Yeah. I mean, I swear, there's a gravitational pull between these two teams. There's a black hole in between TE and J-Team that's just slowly drawing them closer and closer together. As TE, it seems to have not actually spotted out J-Team. Might spot out Wolves in a matter of moments, or Wolves might not actually decide to commit into this. JL have actually still found themselves in a really rough spot. One Feng had to try and find a rebirth charm, and once again will unfortunately not be able to find their teammates coming back online. GG, by just waiting around that zone, picking out those stragglers, are able to find the pick, as it does seem like they're going to be putting themselves into a pretty good position heading in to try and contest some of these gates. The problem for them is that, wait, did they take... Did they take Dracostorm?
They didn't go into Realm of Yang. Unfortunately, they went and collected the lovely Morse Blessing there, and you kind of get what you get. From
that's
those
true.
Morse
That's
Blessings.
true. I was going to say that there's no way out of the free buffs that you can potentially choose from, you go for Dracostorm now that the damage reduction has been removed. Mystic Might and Vermilion have a lot more importance, but as you pointed out, if you go for a box and you open it up, you kind of just have to take what's given to you. Is TE still not running into a fight against J-Team just yet? That's probably going to change in a matter of moments, however, as there it is. We pan up and J-Team off in the distance, hopping their way towards the same position that TE surely have their eye on.
You know, we love to see this, though. You talk about the gravitational pull between these two teams, but this is exactly what we want, right? We're talking about the two top competing teams really here today, and we want to see these fights every match break out between them. We don't want to see J-Team or TE get eliminated by another team and never see these two teams go head-to-head. Watching these two teams fight is exactly what we want to see, and it's exactly what the fans want to see, because you're talking about two teams, each of them with a world championship title under their belt respectively for their rosters. And, you know, that's huge for them, right? And getting to watch two world championship teams go head to head is exactly the kind of content we want to see here. WBG happy to sit topside here at the moment. Unfortunately, WBG did get picked off a little earlier, so now they're just kind of chilling on kind of lackluster loot here. Really, Sleepwalker, the only one with any kind of purple gear to their name. And WBG sees the Realm of Yang come through, and they're just going to go ahead and back off as they see another team able to secure it, and they don't want to be here when that team comes out with that Mystic Might buff available to him. But it looks like it's going to be JJH going head-to-head here with KZ, and immediately God Lee jumps into the mech here, looking to get some damage through. Doesn't want to have to use the transformation yet. Does a ton of damage to Hazy here, but Hazy going to walk through into the Temio, looking to get a pot off here. Actually cancels the pot. Goes to the backside of the pillar here, but will be able to find one finally. Gets the heal off, and Hazy here now going to mech up, or sorry, not mech up, going to transform here into the Monk. Now that he sees the mech about to go down, he knows he's got a little bit of space, and we're going to see God Lee follow suit now. But Hazy off to a good start here, able to pinch a little bit of damage there and keep the Monk off. No grabs coming through just yet for either side, looking to pick up on to a member of KZ here, but God Lee not quite able to find the hands that he's used to. Fa Jin in the back here, and of course the mech does come through for the other side, KZ's Gen. There's no double grab opportunity available here for God Lee, and this is exactly what we talk about all the time. It kind of puts you at a disadvantage, and you lose most of that power. Unfortunately, God Lee finds actually zero gain from the Monk's transformation here for Team JJH, and KZ, of course, still has the mech to cover for the team here. So JJH in a bit of a pickle as we see KZ start to put that pressure on. Scale Rush coming in from Hazy here is able to connect onto Chu Li for some damage, and there it is. All the members of JJH will be picked up in that massive Dragon's Rush, followed up with the Greatsword, and KZ walks away here the winner of a Realm of Yang.
It's smart play coming out for them as well. Like, Jen does drop that pillar for that Furia mech, but doesn't actually go into it because they see that the Monk ult hasn't come out from the other side. They want to wait for when that Monk ult comes through so they can just keep that Monk staggered out. We see the grabs attempted, but the Furia is just able to distance themselves from the fight and keep that Monk contested so that the double grabs can't come through. J-Team, however, didn't actually go against their foe and opponent of TE to be able to push over into one of those gates of Yang potentially. They decided to chance onto one of the boxes instead, and as a result, they are able to pick up that buff, Mystic Might, so they're able to know whether or not Ventus are pushing towards them and chasing after, and they'll have that damage reduction too. So not only are they going to have a really good intel of who is behind them, they're also going to know which teams are going to be potentially winning those gates of Yang, and they're still going to have the damage reduction to be able to hold themselves aggressively into the fight if they run across one of the victors as opposed to one of the losers.
Can we talk about the three-man wisp that Ventus just landed there and followed up with those crazy range shots? I have zero idea why Ventus did not aggressively just push into that. They had that on lock. They shredded the armor off of all of J-Team. J-Team backs off, and they opt to go pick scraps from the box instead. I don't know what Ventus is thinking. You land a 3-man Wisp and then just ram the armor off of all 3 team members from J-Team. You take the fight.
Yeah,
the heck with the scraps. You're going to pick the better gear off of J-Team.
I feel like that, again, just comes back to teething issues, though. This is still a team that are trying to work out their synergies and whether or not they want to go super hyper-aggressive or whether or not they want to play more passively. And because you know that you're going into a team that had just opened Tomorrow's Blessing, just picked up a buff, if it all goes wrong, even because J-Team actually held on to their ultimates, even when those Wisps connected, you don't want to bite off more than you can chew and risk that synergy and lack of it being the thing that actually pushes you out of a fight that started off in your favor, especially since J-Team have that synergy. This is a team that know each other, know how they like to play. As another team that know how they like to play is TE. There's a reason that both of these teams are pushing towards the top of the leaderboard. They already do trust each other. They've already built up that chemistry even at the very start of this season, and that's really going to play out for them very well in the long run, as opposed to some of these teams where, like you saw from Ventus, they might get an opportunity handed to them in a silver platter, but they don't have the confidence in their chemistry yet to be able to actually take advantage of it.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's definitely a confidence thing there, because even though, you know they've picked up Mystic Might, you see the announcement, right? Even with 25% damage reduction, you've shredded the armor off of all of J-Team. You take that fight. But unfortunately, Ventus, like you said, the confidence not quite there to push in on, and knowing they have ults, even though they know they have a massive advantage there. Unfortunate to see it coming out from Team Ventus, but hopefully playing the safe game might pay off for them coming into the late game here, because we do still have 36 people still alive as Zone 3 collapses onto Zone 4. Team JJH here with that Yang depletion, forced to take a fight here, but unfortunately God Lee is monked up and being forced out of this fight by WBG, and Team GD just kind of waiting over here. That single player, if JJH could find that player, it would be huge for them, but they only have 46 seconds. They're going to be forced to take a very unfavorable fight into Team TE. No Monk's transformation available. We're going to see the silence come through from the fairy there onto the Monk and do quite a bit of damage as well. JJH might actually just go down to Yang depletion here. All of these teams more than happy to back off now that they see the mech, and JJH has to aggressively continue to push. They have no choice here. That Yang depletion is going to kill them all in 20 seconds. We're going to see here they're still chasing onto WBG, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to pick up an elimination in time. 12 seconds, 10 seconds. Now here onto JJH, they're still trying to push in. Alliance on the backside here, no place for Godly to go. Going to be forced to pop the bell. Doesn't really matter though, as the Yang depletion is going to come through. We're going to see Godly get picked up by WBG, and all of JJH is going to disappear here to the Yang depletion. It's unfortunate to see it happen, but this is why these teams have to be hyper aggressive if they lose those realms of Yang.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate as well, because JJHRD was actually able to find a pick onto GD's Kai at the beginning of that fight, but because there were just so many teams that were looking out, hyper vigilant of seeing whether or not a team that had lost that Yang fight and had to go again aggressive and dump all of those ultimates in, was around. However, there it is. That kill onto Kai has actually secured JJH to continue on in this fight. They've still got a Temi alive, so they do have an opportunity to try to be able to buy themselves back.
Yeah, absolutely massive for them to be able to pick up at least one, but it does leave JJH in quite the pickle as we turn now to Team TE, going immediately on to AOW here, looking to pick up Shutong, but not quite able to find the follow through. They do drop the pillar here, but nobody going to take the fairy mech. They need to be careful though as Team KZ comes through. That fairy mech still available. Team TE looking to pressure in. We see another pillar drop here, and I'm not quite sure if that was Team TE, but I do think it was VVV who dropped that there to buy their team the time they needed to walk outside of the Temiol. KZ more than happy to just take the space and the loot from the bodies here so that they can get a little bit of those necessary pots that they needed as they were running kind of low. Team Wolves unfortunately going to be picked off here by J-Team. Benchu going to go home here, and that's going to be it for Team Wolves. And Team Wolves with 0 eliminations under their belt, not finding themselves where they want to be this season. yet again, down in that 18th position, and this is their last day to put some points up on the board. Turning it now to J-Team. J-Team doing quite well. 4 eliminations are their belt, kind of slow rolling this particular game. They didn't find those realms of Yang that they quite wanted to with this particular comp. So they are taking that more slow-paced mid-game here that we talked about that Team TE did last game. And this is it. This all comes down to that decision-making for these teams and knowing how to play it well. J-Team playing on the outskirts of these fights, happy to pick up these kind of straggler eliminations where solo players get separated from the rest of their team, but not having it to commit a ton of resources to pick up a few eliminations here or there while being able to go into the late game with the gear that they need. Team TE picking up another elimination off the back of Team GG, I do believe. So GG down to 2 members left remaining alive. We are going to enter that kind of slow stream here where these teams going to start playing a little bit of footsie. We're going to see a lot of those cannon shots and musket shots coming through as they look to burn resources from other teams as well as build rage so that they have those ultimates for if they get pushed in on.
Yeah, TE having a little bit of a squirrel at the moment. VVV hiding up in that tree, like you said, trying to keep their position unknown. TE actually LYD in a tree opposite, so they really are wanting to keep this high ground, wanting to have all of this intel of the teams that are around them so they can ult track and see which team is vulnerable, where they can potentially hot swap onto a ranged weapon, pressure right a player, pick away a kill. It really is a very good position to be into. As Ventus try and prioritize being able to pick up that box, it does mean that they're going to be out on the off end of the zone. They are going to have to walk into a majority of the teams already set up onto the high ground. However, that box and all of the contents inside it is enough at the moment to be able to push other teams away from actually opting into that engagement. And as a result, because they have a little bit of cover to be able to hide behind in that shack, they're not getting pressured out as actively as AOW when we saw them previously in a very similar position on the offside of that zone and potentially sandwiched in between multiple teams. KZ not taking that opportunity. They've decided to go for the high ground and try and claim it away from everybody as quickly as possible, running things like that greatsword so you can connect on with those swings and ragdoll people either into the zone or off that cliff where they have to scale all the way back up and put them into that poke phase once again where you get so much control of the early neutral. But it's a position that's rapidly sought after by a lot of other teams. GG have a very similar mindset. Push everybody to the low ground so these cannons can connect onto as many players as possible and you retain this control, eating into those resources, completely pushing through the shields, through the rehelps as resources start to really dwindle.
Yeah, GG's 330 here, pressured onto by Temi Wisp there, forced to go ahead and use the F3 to buy themselves some space to get away from the Wisp as well as get a pot off, but it doesn't matter here as JDG's LSR picks up 330, going to go for a huge bounce here, followed up by the Wu Chen ult to get them out, but EWG waiting in the wings, Miskia looking to pick up a massive ult here, but Yiran into the transformation well as their Monk. 330 gets re-grabbed by LSR, there's no place to go, 330 immediately falls to LSR. Miskia topside here, just trying to keep hopes alive as LXM Wu Chen, nothing left in the tank there. He's burned through the F and he's burned through the ultimate as well. Miskia just holding on to that F, doesn't want to go down here. He's playing that Viper, the stun not really going to buy him a lot of space. Alliance going to pick up by Team Ventus here. WBG going to pick up J-Team's 101 at TN as well. WBG playing this very smart, sticking to the back lines here, just looking for those easy picks. They've got a lot of cover under that particular tent. They can take shelter from multiple sides, and it's very hard to push onto WBG right now, as we see the likes of JDG just sitting topside, trying to rain those shots down as they were able to pick up quite a few eliminations with the grabs there. Now need to be very careful as many of these teams looking to pressure onto them. Jin going to go there to the body of 101 TN, find themselves a little bit of rage off of that Soul Bloom essence, looking to come down here and find anybody. Will have Feria Pillar available to them again, as KZ going head to head with WBG, who's repositioned topside and taken that space away from JDG.
Yeah, not only do they have that space control, they also have that mech waiting in the wings if Sleepwalker gets pressured out by some of these other players. Temiot's coming through to stop the grabs from being able to connect onto those players in the low ground. Ventus's Pixel now going for transformation of their own, but he's on the low ground trying to find those grabs on the up, and as a result, WBG are able to use that cover to be able to pull themselves back, but still have an impact on all the goings on below them. Ultimate drops from Sleepwalker. This does mean that WBG are potentially vulnerable as KZ choose this opportunity to try to push on through, but there's the mech. PP is the one who actually gets into it as Hazy's not able to find the connection with that great sword to punt the players away from it, and as a result, PP going into that cannon is able to land the shots and push all of those players who'd gotten into position to try and take over that high ground right back to the low, right back to square one, as we're seeing the boosters come through. Jen now having to go into that cannon bomb on the mid ground is able to land a shot into JDG LSR, who is going to go down from the impact, but still WBG retaining this control of the high ground, retaining control of the fight overall, putting themselves in a great position. They just need the ultimates to come online as Hazy is able to parkour his way onto Cliffside, and WBG have to abandon ship.
Yeah, WBG really in a tight situation here. I want to talk about Team Ventus, though. Ventus here making that sort of comeback we were talking about where they played safe into the late game. WBG Jings will pick up the final elimination onto Team TE, sadly. So that's going to be it for Team TE here. But Ventus, you know, they had that huge opportunity onto J-Team earlier in the mid game with a 3-man Wisp. Did not take it. A little bit of those confidence issues, but no confidence issues here in the final circle where they continue to pick up elimination after elimination, and they've moved in to that 10 elimination range here in the final zone, which is absolutely huge for the likes of Team Ventus, who's been struggling for most of the day thus far. WBG's Jing topside here in the mech needs to be careful. Not quite taking zone tick. Will now is going to be forced to move here, but it's WBG, Sleepwalker, and Jing just holding on to this circle space here. Ventus WX98 coming in. Unfortunately, Sleepwalker will be picking up the elimination there. Ventus not able to find anything else. Sleepwalker just looking for one more grab, hoping to lock this down. WBG trying to find it. ZK will go down for J-Team. It's JJH versus WBG, but WBG will lock up the final elimination, and it looks like WBG is going to come out on top for our game number 2.
Yeah, top kills and last survivor will lock them up with MVP. Sleepwalker, arguably one of the best monks, if not the best monk in the world. It really is a tug of war between him, 330, and arguably Eagle and Pixel as well on their best days for that top spot for that particular hero. And for WBG, again, it just came back to that knowledge, that game sense, the macro play coming through with understanding, okay, we're a transformer composition. There's going to be one main high ground. If we take control of that early on, we can keep applying pressure onto all of those players below us. We can drop that pillar from Afaria to be able to just have, in case anyone tries to push in and punish us when our monk ult drops, cycle through those two ultimates, retain control, find those picks, keep everybody else from being able to scale up and push us out of that position for a long enough amount of time that they're able to cement their place on that perch. And as a result, WBG just have entire control of the lobby from the get-go.
Yeah, they did a really good job here in the final circle. They actually took a position onto the low ground while everybody was fighting for that high ground initially that bought them kind of defense from every side. That one particular tent really bought them cover from any direction they wanted, and they were able to just sit in the back and pick off stragglers as they were separated from their team. And as soon as AOW loses control of that high ground where they were forced to go ahead and pop the Feria mech immediately after the monk ult, WBG sees the opportunity to pressure into that, doesn't really care that KZ sitting to the side because KZ hasn't been able to pressure in and do anything about AOW. They decide to then go topside, pressure AOW out of there, and then, like you said, are able to stagger the ultimates, unlike AOW, who's forced to just pop them in repeat succession. And the staggering of those ultimates buy them the high ground for the rest of that match. And when it comes down to the final moments, both the mech and the monk are available for them at the same time, and they just buy so much space for themselves. It's hard for any team to compete. There's a couple solo players left alive really trying to get in there and stop WBG from making it, but both of course Sleepwalker and their transformer Fifi able to just like I said, to cover space for one another. Fifi goes down. The Transformer is forced to detransform inside the zone, but is able to just hold on long enough that he comes out on top there against JJH. The Karumi pops a desperate ult, but the zone tick not allowing that healing to kick in. And that's all she wrote. WBG just takes control after AOW gives up that advantageous position. 16 eliminations, a 30.6 game score. KZ, though, with 14 eliminations and that third place finish, still not sitting in a terrible position with a 23 game score. And Team Ventus, a team that we were worried about some of that synergy and that confidence, they definitely lack the confidence in the mid game, but coming into this final circle, they still showed us that they are some of the best players here in the league.
I mean, I would honestly say Sensi is probably up there with just the best players for that final zone. As long as he has a team to be able to support him and create that space for him, Ventus is most likely going to flourish. And honestly, that's why, even though I do feel like it was a confidence issue not going for that confrontation against J-Team, I'm okay with Ventus foregoing the opportunity of maybe finding a pick off J-Team to guarantee that all three of their players survive into that final zone to play off of the chaos. Because let's be honest, that's where the most of your kills are going to be able to come from. When no one is really looking at position, when no one is worried about how are we going to counter you, because they literally just don't have the time to turn around and figure out that you're standing there. Something that WBG, like you said, took massive advantage of. Sleepwalker coming in with 18k damage and Jing coming in with a whopping 21.7 on that Feria.
Oh yeah, we're gonna come into this fight here. This was really unfortunate for Team TE, right? They actually lose one of their members topside off of the ballista, and it buys ballista control for WBG so that the monk comes through. And even though the monk is able to get the grab off the player on the ballista, unfortunately they had already done so much damage to Team TE's monk player that it just didn't matter. They were able to come in and blitz them down very quickly, taking it back to this fight between AOW and JL. This a very good fight here. EWG actually holding out quite well here. Their Feria really covering for them until the third party comes through. Here's where JDG has control of this top side, but they get blitzed down and forced out in this particular moment. And this is where WBG is able to come up and just take control of the zone here. And you see, look at this, Jing just sitting here on the very edge of the zone, not taking zone tick damage, picking up eliminations and buying space. Sleepwalker then, of course, standing right here in the middle, able to just pump some damage out and keep people from being able to hold that space. He goes down, but PP here able to come in, and that Karumiel just not buying the final team here any kind of healing, really. It's a little bit of healing, but there's so much heal cut in that final zone. Unfortunately, Karumiel just doesn't buy you the space you're looking for. And no surprises here, Jing will be our MVP here with 21,000 damage, 6 eliminations, and 4 assists. Quite a high kill participation here coming in from Jing. And look at this, Universe Slash, Assault, Phoenix Blast, and Pridefall, and a 10k damage coming through from the longsword there. No surprises when you've got Phoenix Blast picking up quite a bit of damage there with the longsword on those long slashes.
Yeah, we did get to see it in replays as well. I'm sure you heard the intake of sadness as we got to see 330's poor Shakespearean tragedy once again. You have to feel for that Yodo. Uses the ultimate, or rather tries to retain control of the high ground. Has to get Wuchen TP'd out. They Wuchen TP from the high ground blindly onto the low into another team. Has to then use the Yodo ultimate to cover for that little faux pas. Uses the first slash, uses the second to try to reposition to get a better read and push onto the players below them. And because you've already expended the first slash, gets grabbed up again by the monk on the high ground. It really is unfortunate, and it really does just go to show that it feels like that sort of ye old faithful Transformer contest composition of that Yodo, of that Wuchen, of that Viper is just really lacking some fangs against these Feria and Monk combinations once again. And it really does show in the amount of teams that are not actually choosing to pick it. We've only really seen 3 teams gravitate towards those compositions in 2 whole games. Everyone else has been running the double Transformer, and it's been working out brilliantly for them.
Well, there's some kind of big issues with that comp running right now. It was the tried and true comp that allowed J-Team to buy that first sort of championship for themselves. But since then, it's seen so many tiny adjustments and nerfs that is just not able to stand up to that Transformers comp anymore. We've got a short video though before we come back, and then we're going to be locking in for our third game of the day, so make sure you guys stick around.
Welcome back, everybody, to NBPL 2023. It's the first week of regular season, and we're trying to figure out which teams from the trios are going to be sent towards the bi-weeklies. The top 14 rune are going to be able to make it through, so it's even harder than it was last year. Two other teams aren't going to be able to make the break into that leaderboard and be able to put themselves into earning some of those points for the entirety of that regular season. And J-Team, a team that we're always talking about, just ever so slightly off of that brink.
Yeah, J-Team already having much better performance today too, though, because if you look day two for the entire day, they only put 47 points together. They're 2 games deep and they already have 30 points. So playing a much more consistent day for themselves here today. WBG off the back of a very big game here as well, a 35-point day already from their first 2 games, looking to outpace their first day of the week as well, scoring quite well across the board in general. WBG is another one of those teams that I kind of talk about when I'm talking about consistency. Them and XCG, typically, even if they're not putting up big points, they're putting up consistent points onto the board. And of course, we have to look at Team TE here, a 41.8 point day here, looking to have a repeat performance, if not an even better day than they did on the first day. Doing quite well. And you know, it comes back to that this team knows their synergies well with each other. And even though we're into kind of a new meta and it's been a while since they played with each other, all of them have been playing here in the Pro League in some way, shape, or form on other teams. So it's kind of like riding a bicycle for that team in terms of synergy.
Speaking of synergy as well, 17JL not having as explosive a day 2 as they had previously. And I mean, it really does feel like it's just because this counter-transformer composition isn't having that same strength of power that it's had in previous seasons, right? 17JL were a team that in Worlds almost pushed J-Team to the brink of losing out on that #1 spot. And their major strength has always been that Yodo, Wuchen, and Viper composition. They ran it today in game #1. They were able to survive for a massive amount of time, but they didn't find the kills that they were looking for. So the points weren't really as big as they had been previously. So even though they started off the day pretty high up in the leaderboard, it's only because of that day 1 performance that they're currently in the top 14 at the moment. They're still yet to break 20 points today because that composition is just not finding the strength that it has previously.
Yeah, we were talking about this a little bit during the break here as well. Of course, the fact that Viper now she doesn't have anywhere near as many outs, and Faria's V3 really being what kind of puts the nail in the coffin for that particular team comp, because before, if you were able to dodge the Monk hands as Viper and get the stun off, there's nothing the Monk can do about the stun coming through. Yuesha not really able to cover that as well. Like, he can transform to get around that, but he's not able to cover such a big target, whereas Faria can just have the pillar dropped down on the ground, and as soon as the stun gets ready to come through, Faria can grab that, and it creates such a massive distance and a body block for the Monk as well, able to just completely cover him from any kind of recompense that the Viper ultimate's going to bring in with that stun. And then as soon as the stun's done, the Monk comes back in it, and you're fighting 2 Transformers instead of 1. And then of course Yodo now very easy to be able to be grabbed after that first slash coming through from the ultimate by a Monk player as well. The comp just doesn't have as much threat to the Transformers as it used to.
Yeah, as well as the fact that, like, to add salt to the wounds, Faria not only sort of disables Viper's ultimate, her F3 also copies Viper's own kit. The silence can be absolutely massive. The fact that you can use it at range as well means that the Faria a lot of the time is in far less danger. A lot of the time when we see that Viper composition come through, the loot funnel goes towards the Viper so that she has the most survivability when she does go into that ultimate form, right? Because she's going to get close, she's going to get into line of sight. If she wants to be able to land her Fs as well, she's got to get within melee range. The same cannot be said for Faria. So she really does get to distance herself and still have that impact, still have the ability. Yes, the silence is a lot shorter, 3 seconds compared to something like 8 seconds. Definitely has a major difference. But that silence can still be so detrimental into setting things up like the Wu Chen, who, if he doesn't have the ability to be able to drop that ultimate, isn't going to be able to get his team out of a really tough position. And because the Viper doesn't get that ultimate to be able to lock the stun onto those other players, a lot of the time the Wu Chen just doesn't get that same breathing space of a bubble that he got in previous compositions, previous series, when he had that time to be able to set up where he wanted to teleport and make sure that everyone was actually within range. Now it's very much, if you can get the ultimate online, you do it as quickly as possible so it doesn't get staggered out.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of rubbing salt in the wound, Faria also countering that Wu Chen just a little bit as well, because she can mech up, and you know, those wind walls buy you a lot of protection from range projectiles from that front-facing area, but Feria can just mech up, hop up in the air, go above the wind walls, and continue to pummel that artillery down behind it, right? The sort of Temi ult really being the only one that buys them a little bit of space until Feria walks through it. So Wu Chen also losing a little bit of his kit there to Feria. Feria really, you know, again, we talk about an Anakin situation. We expected Feria to be the counter to our monk comps, but as soon as the V3 became available and we all knew what it was, we kind of called that they were just going to use that mech as a second transformation for the monk, and that's often what we see happen. Very rarely do we see these transformer the Feria or the Temi jump in the mech to just cover the monk when the monk can just jump in the mech and cover himself.
Yeah, something else we were talking about in the break, another strength of Feria, because it feels like she does have many. Granted, she did get nerfed on live patch. This, however, is not live patch. this is old patch. This is zip buff patch. So Feria still has extreme amounts of strength in that mech, which is why we're seeing so many of these players gravitate towards her, is that pillar can just be down for so long, and it acts as such good deterrent. It's essentially mosquito spray, right? You drop it when you're on the high ground or in a space that you want to be able to control continuously, and teams around you see that pillar and don't want to go for the commitment. Whereas if they do go for the commitment, you can just hop into that mech and immediately push them back. And something that took maybe 30 seconds to set up from this team, because everyone has to be in position, immediately gets shredded, and you have to wait another 30 seconds for everything to be back online. Now, however, we are going to see a slight wrinkle in the compositions that will be coming out for some of these teams. EWG is going to be fielding the first Takeda of the day, and alongside it, Yuran is going to be picking up that zip. They're running as well take on that Temi. So this is full crowd control coming out from this team. A lot of counters to come out. They're running that Temi, so they are going to be able to potentially stop the monk grabs from coming through. But the true worry is the sheer amount of staggers that are there in the close quarter fights.
I kind of disagree with this pick from EWG. I feel like they're running this comp because they don't want to run the Viper comp for all the reasons we've been talking about here after coming back from the break. But the problem is, this is the midday map. This is quite possibly the worst map to be running Takeda into, because there are so few Fireflies in this particular version of the map compared to any other version of the map. So
I wonder if what they've done is they've sort of weighed the pros and cons of running Takeda in a day, so you're not going to get the Fireflies, against the strength that a lot of these teams have already burnt through that monk composition. So you're going to be better off dealing with things like the Yodo and the Viper and the Wu Chen, which just doesn't have the damage to be able to burst through the zip and the Takeda's survivability.
It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. Obviously, you can run glyphs to counteract Takeda's lack of ultimate, right? You can build that full rage up coming in off of Takeda, but it's still very interesting that they choose now to run it when there are still nighttime maps available. But I also 100% agree with running it over the Viper comp, given all the disparities that the Viper comp does run into right now. Sleepwalker getting picked up here immediately by J-Team's Eagle with that charged right click coming out there from the staff. Going to go ahead and pick up their first elimination here onto Sleepwalker. Jing trying to get away here. J-Team not going to let this elimination go, though. 3 players chasing onto Jing. Jing with no armor here.
No weapon either.
Oh, unfortunately, Jing might actually get away here. I may have misspoken. If you notice, 101 TN, no grapples here, but finally Eagle is able to close the gap, and he does have the grapples. No place for Jing to go. 101 TN wasn't able to get those grapple locks, but a single grapple comes through from Eagle, and that's all the time J-Team needs to be able to secure the kill there on to Jing. Ventus already picking up some early eliminations as well here, as we're going to see J-Team continue their dominant performance today. Team TE here, just north of Shadow James Jade Mine, literally on the edge of it here, able to pick up quite a few sets of armor already here. TE, unfortunately, only with that gray armor, looking to pick up something else, does find the blue armor. Team TE here, very easy to go ahead and start contesting some of these other teams now. They also have a purple katana here, which is massive here for them. Looks like they're going to be able to pick up this bounty as well. If they opt to do so, they will be able to go ahead and hunt another team down, but maybe they're afraid to, given their gear slots here. It doesn't look like they're going to take the bounty.
Well,
as
here's the thing,
picks
though.
up a bounty onto them.
KZ had actually been able to push into Shadow Jade Mines where the higher loot tier was before TE, and TE, seeing that some of that loot had already been stolen, decide to back off because they don't have the weaponry, like you pointed out, to be able to stand against it. They've only really got that one purple katana. They also don't have the ultimates to be able to try and contest early, and as a result, not only do they go away without picking up that bounty, they try and back off from that fight entirely, as KZ is most likely going to be chasing after them. But we move over to Celestra as AOW Pingtao comes in with the dagger uppercut to be able to lock down JJH's God Lee, immediately prompting that Yoda ultimate to come on through from AOW, trying to catch on to the remaining members of JJH. They're able to lock down Chu1 Yui, and it should just be cleanup from this team. Really good, clinical, using that dagger, isolating out those players, making sure that no one is really able to escape that crowd control, and immediately turning with that Yoda ultimate to catch on to those members that were attempting to disengage without a Wuchen ultimate.
You know what's funny is we talk about the Viper Yodahime ultimate here, and it used to be a mid to late game comp, right? You were looking to pick up the majority of your points in those sorts of final circles. It's now turned into an early game comp where you're able to engage on these transformer comps when they don't have their ultimates and utilize the abilities of that team to blitz through people, as we just watched AOW do to Team JJH. But unfortunately, it falls off into the mid to late game now. EWG here also blitzing through a team, and it's J team. Unfortunately, we are going to see the G transformation come through from Eagle. Very smart there. He has a little bit of armor left. He's able to use the bell to buy him a little bit of time, but unfortunately not enough time, as both him and ZK will fall to EWG. They do have those resurrections available, so they're going to go look for a new place to come in, but now J team going to be forced to find that loot all over again. Team Wolves here playing a hyper aggressive team, trying to go on to Team GD, but it's not really panning out in their favor. They are on that sort of Viper comp. LXX coming in with the Viper. This could be huge. Able to land the double stun here, but Sorrow and LXX forced to back off the sides here and fight this at a distance because of how low they are. And Team GD down to 2 members left alive. LXX, the only member of Team Wolves here, needing to win a 1v2, but Team JL comes in, and Wolves LXX going to be picked off by JL here. JL trying to come in now onto GDK, tried to get a resurrection, did get one off onto Kakaishi, but it's not going to be enough as JL immediately comes in. Kakaishi will find an ultimate, though. It's going to buy him a little bit more time to cover 4K, but JL, still all 3 members available here, is going to start blitzing through the health bar of GD's Kakaishi here. AS also able to pick up Dongqing. The slam comes through, quite a bit of damage there to the shields of Dongqing, and we are going to see Kakaishi lose this ultimate here any second. Steps into the no ult zone to cancel it for himself, but the third respawn comes back through as they try to take this fight here. We see one of the members of GD go to a near respawn and then push back into the fight. They are confident they can win this fight into Team GL here, risking quite a lot using that respawn and running this fight back, but they do pick up one Fang. But now Team Wolves coming back for the run back as well in gray armor, more than happy to take this fight, seeing all those ultimates burned from both sides here. Wolves looking to pick up some eliminations, does pick up Dongqing, looks like they're going to pick up K as well, and Team Wolves making a smart decision, watching this fight, sees all the ultimates burnt out, see both sides down a man, come in, pick up all 3 team members of Team GD, and Team Wolves will go to 5 eliminations.
Oh, what a roller coaster, because honestly, it looks so good for GD. They're able to get the kick to connect onto the enemy monk, so he isn't actually able to do damage to Kakaishi until we actually see Kakaishi's Karumi come through, able to drop that ultimate to be able to keep the monk healed up. Unfortunately, does get grabbed by putting themselves into a position to give that monk the leg up. However, they're able to survive long enough to, like usual, go into the anti-ult zone, not just to drop their own ultimate, but also to make sure that the Yui that was pursuing them was actually forced to drop their ultimate themselves. And it seems to be working for GD. They start turning it around onto JL. The problem is it takes too long. And like you saw, Wolves playing that hyper-aggressive style, waiting for their moment to strike, seeing the ultimates invested, knowing that even if they've got only a Yodo ultimate and grey weapons, they still have the damage necessary to burst through normal health bars, as opposed to trying to chunk through those transformers and wade through fights like you're stuck in jelly. moving over towards Shipwreck, it is going to be Alliance pushing up against Ventus's. And Ventus are in a decent position. Unfortunately for them, they don't have the full health of WX98 to be able to stand and take this fight. That's why they're trying to find that disengagement. Pixel and Sansi playing a little bit closer towards Alliance's players, having the bigger health bars, knowing that if they're the ones that get caught out, they have a much better chance of surviving and buying WX98 that chance to disengage and look for the reset. I was talking about reset, 17JL and GD once again find each other around the Soul Altar. AS getting a very early Karumi Tether, sees the ultimate from Kakashi, is able to find a grab onto One Feng and looks for the slam, but it's not a double grab. It is, however, into Phoenix Blast coming through from the other members of GD, catching out onto that one player as they get stagger locked into animation. And as a result, 17JL aren't actually able to push back onto this fight until now. Ultimate has dropped from GD's Kakashi. This should be when GD try to push back in before 17JL can get that opportunity to be able to go for ultimates of their own. Yui comes out trying to catch onto the Karumi, who's mid-tether and trying to find that resurrection. As K hounds ZU down, forces out that Karumi ultimate super late on as AS actually uses it to be able to push his position onwards and keep GD's Kakashi from being able to aggress in and follow off of these strikes and slashes that K has to open. But now Kakashi's able to even up that distance, goes for the feet to try and go into that tap dodge animation, but doesn't manage to time it, gets grabbed out of the mix, but still doesn't find the slam at the moment, as even with Kakashi being grabbed out, the numbers are just 2 against JL, and GD win out overall.
Yeah, AS getting a little greedy there. He had one in his hand. He really wanted the double grab, but if he was able to pop the slam there, he would have done damage and pushed the Yui back. But instead, opts for the double grab, doesn't find it, and gets eliminated for it. As we see Team TE going head-to-head against Team GG here inside the realm of Yang. Only the first state of Transformers here. Nobody else coming in with a follow-up transform. GG's LXM going to be forced to go ahead and pop that Karumi ultimate, but we're going to see the follow-up Karumi ultimate coming in from Team TE here as he looks to pick up the grab here onto Miskia. They do each find one grab, but the double grab coming through from Team GG might secure enough damage here for Team TE to be put on the back foot. TE, however, more than able to keep their calm and keep the pressure going. We're going to see both the Yueshon ults come through. Both teams holding these ults for a very long time here. Miskia trying to put in the pressure. LYD just playing cover off of this other Yueshon, saying, hey, I'm going to try to keep you from getting any mileage off of this whatsoever. I'll just play cover for my team here, and is able to pump a ton of damage onto Miskia as well. And it's working out great for Team TE because they focus on the other Yueshon. They're able to not only keep them from coming in onto the rest of Team TE, but punish them by putting a ton of damage on so that the rest of Team TE can finish off their teammates and follow up and pick up that elimination onto the Yueshon.
Yeah, smart team. Again, understanding. Like, normally as well, we would criticize for holding on to that Yui ultimate in a Gate of Yang fight where you're not going to get third-partied. But if the other team doesn't go for that Yui ultimate and you want to just use LYD to hound down Miskia to make sure that those slams don't connect onto those other two members who are vulnerable, who don't have those ultimates, Karumi ultimate already invested, Monk ultimate already invested, you absolutely need to hold the Yui ultimate to be able to do just that. Very smart decision making coming out from this team in a very niche situation. But having that understanding, knowing, okay, we need to turn around the ultimate economy, allows them to come out on top as, once again, teams that weren't able to push onto those gates, not wanting to reveal themselves. J-Team, so close to GD, but none the wiser. As GD just hanging on those roofs, they'll know. They get that third-party observation. They actually choose now to try and scale rush onto the members of J-Team, setting into place an opening of a lot of cannon fire, but it doesn't really connect onto the members of J-Team. And as a result, they don't actually push that engagement as hard as if Eagle's health bar had been ripped in half.
Yeah, absolutely. J-Team needs to be careful here as they still haven't been able to find that follow-up loot from their first elimination early on in the game. All of them rocking blues as we turn now to Team KZ going head-to-head with GG. 330 going to go ahead and monk up here as we see Hazy get caught out in the Hepta and then grabbed up by 330. A ton of repeating crossbow fire coming in. Hazy extremely low. Miskia trying to go and secure it, but actually gets stunned out of the follow-up, and Hazy will be able to find the ultimate ultimate here, but it's not going to be enough as he's so low. He's going to be forced to jump out of here, and KZ gets split up from the rest of their teammate here. Jen locked down. The slam not even needed as GG's just able to follow up with the ranged weapons and pick up those eliminations. Hazy is able to find a bit of a reset here inside of the mech and will get the transformation off that he's looking for. But the question is it going to be enough given that they are down a man here and quite low on resources? Miskia here in the Yueshun just going to come in and start pommeling onto Hazy, who's transformed, and Fajin, as Fajin tries to create some space here with those grapples to lock down for the grabs. We do see one grab through, two grabs come through onto GG. Miskia trying to cancel the grab out there, not quite able to find it. Some damage coming through. Unfortunately, Miskia will de-transform. The bell comes through. Fajin finds the elimination onto 330, and this fight might be flipped on its head. Hazy, unfortunately, going to back off, needs to find the reset. Fajin going quite low because of it, and now we're going to see the Krimiel come out, and GG going to stand here in the zone, but the Wisp comes through, and a ton of damage pouring onto LXM. The ultimate buying them the space to stay alive, though, and it looks like Team GG might be able to come back into this fight, but they need to be very careful as Hazley and Fajin building so much rage off of that Wisp. Those range shots doing a ton of damage to LXM, and they might find those ultimates much sooner than Team GG does.
Oh, early bell though from Hazy does leave them vulnerable to that charged up vertical from the longsword to connect and push them further outside of the zone. Without the bell, they don't have that iframe as GG immediately turn onto that monk, separate him away from Fajin, and that is going to be the follow-up. It took a little bit longer than GG were hoping for, and unfortunately it did actually cost them 3-3-0. They're not able to get back onto his body in time to be able to find the rescue. However, they will survive and continue in the series as J-Team are up to their regular antics of 2022, fighting once again inside the zone.
Yeah, J-Team finds themselves doing this quite a lot, but thankfully not laying onto that old strategy that did not serve them well during Season 2. Of course, that strategy kind of being where they sit on the edge of the zone and try to pick off stragglers that come through, leaving them not enough loot really to participate in the final circles and pop off. Now they're hyper aggressively playing inside the zone and will hunt teams inside of it. But it looks like this might be kind of a double-edged sword for them as EWG finds them trying to come in from the zone after J-Team was able to find a pick, and that's going to be it for Eagle. We're going to see 101TN transform here, looking to lock up Zhao Liu here into the zone on that Yueshun, but Zhao Liu able to find a little bit of an aerial here. Unfortunately, that grapple not finding its mark, but also 101TN not finding his mark with the slam, forced to go ahead and head towards the edge of the zone here as the zone tick continues to pummel damage down onto both of these teams. EWG, though, with the numbers advantage, will find themselves back into the zone here, and we're going to see Team TE going head-to-head with WBG inside the Realm of Yang here very shortly.
The problem as well is that Wolves have spotted that there are two teams running out from that zone, and they are collapsing in on the members of EWG, who are actually able to make it into the zone in time. The same cannot be said for J-Team. They will go down to the zone. As we see Wolves now coming in with the Viper ultimate, trying to connect onto these members. Temi ultimate comes on through, so that even if the stun connects, they're not able to push through the wall in time to be able to collapse onto those members, concussed out on the side of EWG. Wu-Chen Wall's going to be coming up, as well as that Yodo F ability to throw in to make sure no hotspot from the range, but this is the Takeda ultimate. It collapses onto LXX. There's no Viper ultimate to buy yourself stall potential, and it's absolute all hands on deck to collapse onto that Viper as Alliance now descend onto the players, pushing back onto Wolves, finding a little bit of time to be able to look through that body and allowing EWG an escape that they really needed.
Yeah, EWG there was in quite the precarious situation. And while that fight broke out, we watched Team TE absolutely obliterate Team WBG in the kill feed there. If you noticed, almost as soon as that fight breaks out in the Realm of Yang, you see Sleepwalker eliminated to a repeating crossbow. I'd be willing to bet that TXJ here on this repeating crossbow has got barbed bolts and venom tip for that crossbow, with how fast WBG Sleepwalker disappears inside that Realm of Yang.
Yeah, it's funny, right? That what should be the Transformer counter composition probably does less damage to a fully jaded up repeating crossbow. Like, oh, monks aren't terrified about Yodos anymore. No, what they truly fear is the legendary repeating crossbow, fully equipped with all of the soul jades to make sure that that monk just does not have a good day, especially in those Gate of Yangs. Especially if you're running that Karumi composition, right, where you don't really have that Temi to be able to just drop the ultimate and stop those repeating crossbow bolts from hammering into your monk's health bar. As we now move over to EWG, who were granted that escape by Alliance coming in for the third party to push back onto Wolves, who'd taken their opportunity. Once again, playing a little bit more hyper-aggressively, like they really had an idea of EWG's position, but they didn't take that little bit of a cooldown period to see whether or not other teams were nearby in the vicinity to punish the fact that when the Viper ultimate had come through, it didn't find that immediate fight closing out setup for the Yodo that Wolves were looking to set into place. Unfortunately, that semi-ultimate bought them a little bit of time as we do get to see the replay come through. Let's have a look at Sleepwalker's health. There's the repeating crossbow. There's the poison splash taken. There goes Sleepwalker's health bar.
Yeah, that Venom tip absolutely putting in work. You watched Sleepwalker literally go from full HP to half in just a few ticks coming out from that repeating crossbow. We see the repeating crossbow come through again, and the Venom tip going to do work to the health bar there as the poison picks him up while he's in full armor, and WBG's left with just Jing here into this fight. And no matter how hard he fights here, it's not going to be enough as he's fully locked down by the members of Team TE, and they pick up a set of legendary nunchucks for TXJ here, which is going to be huge for them coming into the late game. That damage on those monk slams going to be absolutely massive. Turning now to WBG, looking to pick up at least a single soul bloom here. The final member, or a member of Wolves, who's completely separated from the others. They will get a single soul bloom here. So WBG not completely eliminated. They do actually have 9k apiece as well. So they will be able to buy back their remaining members now that one of their members will not die to the Yang depletion. They can just get their teammates back in. Very smart plays coming out from WBG. Also very lucky that they were able to find a member of Team Wolves completely separated from the rest of the team.
Yeah, they were also able to find a bounty so that they were able to track poor Benchu's position before he goes down. You just see that red dot above his head. So even if he was able to try and disengage, you know that WBG are just going to relentlessly hunt that one player down. Unfortunately for them, they are actually taking themselves into a fight against Alliance and another team at the moment. So third party is going to be available. Tell Me Ultimate coming through very early on as we see Transformers coming out from Alliance trying to be hounded away as WBG Sleepwalker goes for a transformation of his own, is chased away by the Temi ultimate to try and find anyone who was hanging a little bit further down, pushing onto the members, perhaps hiding in and looking for that third-party opportunity, holding onto their ultimates a little bit longer. As Alliance's Zuan does still have that Yui ultimate, is covering so that Lucky can actually disengage and look for a reset, try and push back with some of that range. It is going to be dropping fairly quickly now, however, and you haven't really bought the space for Lin to be able to escape. This is the key player. Might have been able to get Bell back on cooldown, but it's still going to be extremely problematic as WBG Sleepwalker goes down. GG coming for a third party. This is the team that I told you to watch from. When it came to sniping out those players that are extremely low, they see Sleepwalker go super low. They know that the bell is gone, and they swap to the bow and land the shot.
Yeah, absolutely. GG here. This is what they're really known for, right? They're able to pick up those sort of scraggler eliminations off of other teams who aren't able to secure them quite as fast, and they pad their scoreline with it very well and then have an explosive final circle because they really do know how to play the final circle quite well. 330 being one of the best monk players in the league. If you can pad your scoreline heading into that final circle just by picking off those sort of easy eliminations that other teams aren't able to finish off, you put yourself in a situation where if you have an explosive final circle, you're not having to race so many of these other teams because you already have that padded scoreline and you're able to just maintain an easy, consistent lead. See, here's Team TE now getting pushed onto by EWG, who's coming down the cliff. But this really not a fight EWG wants to take. Team TE's in such a good situation here. EWG, though, more looking to secure this Morris Blessing as they immediately burn the Temi ult. And Zhao Liu able to pick up that legendary armor absolutely massive for them. Somebody able to grab the legendary cannon as well. And Zhao Liu, more than happy to back off here. EWG secures this. They burn the ultimate for it. They need to go into cooldown mode now, right? They need to burn those range shots off of their Temi. 2-tick needs to start landing some of those so he can build the rage back up so the full team can have ultimates available for this next stage coming in as Zone 4 gets ready to collapse onto Zone 5 and these teams get ready to be pushed together. That said, only 24 players left remaining alive right now, far less than we're used to seeing here in these final circles. Typically, we're in the 30 to 34 range heading into Zone 5. So quite a few teams have taken some huge hits in this particular game as the pace has been increased. And I think a lot of that being due to teams like Team Wolves, who pressured onto some of those fights where they thought they had the third party and then end up getting fourth party themselves.
Yeah, this is why you really do want to have something like Mystic Might around on you if you do want to go for that hyper aggressive play, because you get that constant tick, that constant knowledge of, okay, we're safe, we can burn our ultimates, we can hold ourselves in this fight for as long as it takes to actually finish it, as opposed to burning an ultimate, maybe seeing if you find a pick, not getting that pick, and then having to reposition because you, like you said, you don't know if you are about to get third or fourth or even fifth partied. And it really does sort of play again into, and I'm going to say it, and I'm sure you're probably going to disagree with me because at the start you said, I'm not sure about this composition. That Zip Takeda Temi, they're all surviving. They're all still going to be up and running. They all have that sort of separate survivability to their name as well. So even if they get staggered and isolated away from each other, they have the means to be able to buy time necessary. The Zip with her bubbles and obviously the ultimate, the Takeda with the stagger locks, and the Temi with the ultimate, and also the Wisp to be able to catch on to any players that actually try and chase after him. They have the means to be able to buy the time for the reposition for those other two members of the team to be able to catch up. The same cannot be said for some of these compositions where if you burn things like the Yui ultimate or even the Fifi mech, you're not going to be able to reposition in time to be able to save some of your teammates. And like we said, the Transformer composition is always at its weakest no matter what they're running into if we don't have all three players alive to actually support that monk.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I wouldn't even disagree with you, right? Given what we were talking about beforehand with how the Viper comp really just isn't as strong into the Transformer comp as it used to be, I still think the Takeda comp is a better pick than that, regardless of the map. I just think this isn't quite the map to bring it into with the lack of Fireflies on it. But if you still have to pick that or the Viper comp, you pick the Takeda comp, quite honestly. Yeah. And it's shown very well that that particular comp is serving them well in the moment. The question is going to be will they be able to survive and kind of put together the number of kills that they really need to in the final circle? They've done well in the early to mid game. They've got 8 eliminations under their belt right now. But the question is in that final circle versus so many Transformers, will they be able to catch those Transformer teams out who are lacking a member, or will they be the team that one of them gets grabbed up and the separation of the team does them in?
Yeah, I think it's really going to be imperative as well for them to have that prior positioning. Already you can see that they are looking for that position. They want to have this high ground control so that when the Transformer comps do come through, they have that ledge to be able to break line of sight away from. Jalili coming in with that longsword pressure with that Phoenix Blast, going to actually bait JDG into using that ultimate, forcing JDG into throwing in these ultimates, Karumi AoE as well, to be able to retain this positioning on the high ground. That's 2 ultimates burn, and unfortunately they don't really have the movement to be able to chase after the slightly more mobile players who can just grapple away, burn the ultimates out, and then turn back in knowing that they have far better control of the neutral and far better survivability with that Zip.
Yeah, absolutely. EWG here in a little bit of a pickle, though, with the way the zone's collapsing. They had that high ground here on the top side of the cliff, but now that they're being forced down, they're going to be forced into a much less favorable position here and into the middle of some of these Transformers comp with little to no cover. There's a lot of bamboo around here, but all of this bamboo, doesn't block anything, right? You walk up to it, you can just walk straight through it. And EWG actually going to get stunned out in the edge of the zone here. Thankfully, the Transformer comp on the other side actually buying them enough space that the other team forced to Wu Chen ult out, and almost immediately 330 turns around and finds the double grab onto EWG 2-tick. and Zhao Liu go down. And this is what I was talking about. If one of those members can get picked out here, all of a sudden the advantage that that particular Takeda comp brings into the final circle goes away. And that's exactly what we see happen here as GG's 330, again, one of the league's best monk, just finds the opportunity onto the double grab, then the re-grab, and EWG finds themselves one player left standing here in the final circle for game number 3.
I'm just gonna like sit and let that grab onto the monk that bells so that you wait the iframe and then you go for the grab once the bells evaporated. Just settle in the air for a moment, as Free-Free really is just a very impressive monk player. Alliance, impressively, have still been able to keep one of their players hidden in the purple bush. They have not been spotted out in the middle of all of the noise that is going on around them, as every single player now just doesn't want to get grabbed out by these monks. Ping Tao for AOW just trying to stay as aerial as possible, out of line of sight, using those bamboos, not to break line of sight for the punches, but to literally break line of sight so that he goes unnoticed. Stealth nat 20 as Frou has another monk transformation, is looking to just hostage situation these players. You either keep yourself in the zone or you walk into the monk, and he finds the double grab, but he doesn't find the slam. TXJ, with the last remaining blitz of his health bar, is able to connect that grab so that he doesn't actually find the double slam opportunity. But Frou has survived his ultimate. The same cannot be said for the other monk, and now we see a Viper ult come through from Ping Tao, who was able to keep himself alive by going aerial, doesn't manage to find the stun that they're looking for us. Unfortunately, they don't have any follow-up, no Yoda ultimate to burst through the members that actually get stunned out, and will very quickly go down as the ultimate drains through. GD trying to find control at the moment. Kakaishi just with that transformation, trying to find these grabs onto any player that's looking to hide around the sidelines, looking for that central belt push, as he is currently getting pushed onto by TE. It is a lot of damage coming through onto the legs. He's not really able to find the scoop ups as a result, as GG using that Phoenix Blast into Hector from Miskia, controlling a lot of this fight, pushing everyone away from contesting 3-3-0, and setting in place the monk to be able to try and find these grabs onto the receding backs of players as they try and push out from that longsword damage. Doesn't manage to find any grabs, however, so now has to try and survive until the ultimate is back online. Swaps over to the cannon, trying to build his rage as quickly as possible, but doesn't find the opening, as here comes TE, the UE ultimate from LYD, pushing him outside of the zone. The slam connects, the monk goes down, he's not able to tap dodge out of it, and as a result, TE, with all 3 members alive, now just look to corral these players either into the UE slams or walking into that zone tick, which is just absolutely brutal this late in the game, as LYD is able to dodge away from the follow slam of the Greatsword, doesn't get punted into the zone. His own strategy not going to be turned against him, as TE have done enough. They've bought themselves the time to be able to cycle back into a Transformer ultimate, back into a Karumi ultimate, and now they get to hold their ground as JJH scamper around their feet, trying not to be picked up.
Oh my goodness. We got to talk about the target selection coming out from LYD here. Knowing that 330 has lost that monk transformation, watched how long Team GG was able to just hold control of the zone because of 330, and utilizing the UA shuttle not to cover the rest of his team, but to go ahead and put the highest threat out of the lobby. Miskia here with that UA shuttle, unfortunately, just being kept into the zone as all 3 members of Team TE blitz them down. TE going to be walking away yet again. 2 games here. Going to be walking away our MVPs today. And I mean, this was textbook coming out from Team TE. They lose TXJ, but TXJ, when he's in the monk, is able to bop 330, keeps 330 from getting the double slam onto the remaining members of Team TE, keeps the rest of Team TE alive. VVV very easily able to just tether onto TXJ and get him back into the game with a quick resurrection. And then LYD with his target selection immediately puts 330 out of the game, and TE takes control of the final zone like it's no problem as soon as 330 is gone. And man, it's just these guys need to write a textbook on how to play a final circle in NARAKA with this monk comp, because they are insane. You gotta remember, they're not opting to run Feria like all these other comps are. They're running the strictly traditional Transformer comp with Yuashan and Karumi, and still buying massive amounts of points for their team.
Well, it should be remembered as well, like, they are traditionalists in the sense of they've been around the NARAKA and the pro scene for a very, very long time. They were the first world champions, and so it definitely makes sense that they would stick to the strengths of this is a composition that we already know inside and out. Why would we bring outside factors in when we are this confident that we're going to be able to counter whatever comes our way? They're already used to being able to deal with the Viper and the Wu-Chan and the Yodo. Now all they have to do is make sure that they stagger their ultimates around being able to once again set TXJ up into motion so that he doesn't have to worry about those barriers. That's the only thing that they have to be concerned about. And a lot of it, again, comes down to that Kurumi. This Kurumi has been absolutely instrumental in allowing that monk to just sit there and stand and retain that position, because a lot of the time, right, when we see this composition come through, we talk about ultimate pacing. The Kurumi should wait for the ultimate until that monk health starts dropping below 50%. But what we're seeing at the moment, because they understand how much damage you can be bursted down when you go for that initial transformation as a monk from the repeating crossbow or from enemy furriers around you, the Kurumi ultimate comes out almost immediately, and it means that TXJ doesn't have to spend time looking for reposition when he gets contested. Instead, he's constantly being healed up in the ultimate, and he can look to use aggression as his best form of defense.
You know, something else I really want to talk about with this particular comp for Team TE as well, TXJ is not known as one of the better monk players in the league. Yes, if you're here, you're able to pilot monk, you can be a very good monk, but you're not on the level of, say, Eagle or 330 or Sleepwalker. And that works great for Team TE because it's actually LYD who seems to be carrying this team, right? The threat of the monk buys LYD so much space to put in work. And like we said, he has the best target acquisition here. Yeah. He's able to identify threats in the lobby and immediately push on them with the space that TXJ monking up naturally creates. And TE here, again, 17 elimination lobby, a 32.2 game score for these guys. Team GG and GD with 10 eliminations each coming in at a 19 and a 15.5 game score respectively. Unfortunately, J Team, who's trying to catch up to Team TE, the two titans going at it, the two versions of J Team, not able to really do too much. They pick up 6 eliminations and then they get caught out in the zone, and unfortunately they actually die to the zone in like zone 3, which is not something you particularly see unless a team is running Vermilions and just looking to get that reposition and get that information on the rest of the map. But J Team forced into the zone as Wolves and EWG just prevent them from doing anything. And yeah, look at this. Again, this is what I'm talking about. TXJ, good monk, not one of the best monks in the league, but the threat that the space from him monking up and VVV covering him creates for LYD to do what LYD does best. Absolutely insane. 34,000 damage for their UA shot.
That's ridiculous. And something else as well, like LYD, whenever we see him in his transformations, it doesn't really feel like he's being pressured. And again, that goes back to just the synergy that's there for this team, right? Because TXJ is always going for this monk, is very quickly being put into a Kurumi ultimate as well. It means that so much goes on to dealing with the monk that LYD gets a free pass.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's exactly what I'm talking about, is TXJ and VVV are just creating space for LYD to do what LYD does, right? And even when TXJ isn't, again, one of the best monks in the league, he's not picking up double grabs back to back like, say, GG's 330. He knows how to utilize that ult to cover his team. He was able to pick up the slam against GG's 330, which kept him from getting the double slam and eliminating Team TE. And even though he dies to that, VVV, once again, able to cover the weakness in TXJ's monk, get him back into the game, and Uashan, LYD, immediately picking up the threat. 330 is the threat, picks him out, finds him towards the edge of the zone, puts him into the zone, and completely denies him access back in, and says, if you want back in, you have to go through me, is able to pick up that elimination, and then all of a sudden, Team GG completely loses control of the circle. Team TE picks it up here. Take a look at VVV here. Look at this, 27,000 healing. That's a lot of healing for a Kurumi.
That's insane. And again, like it really does go to show how much pressure these monks come under when you're not running something like that Temmie, and you don't have the ultimate to just be able to cover and smoke screen your monk away from. And it really goes to show like this is the team that runs a very gamble heavy composition, but it's a composition that works out perfectly because of the trust that they have in each other.
Yeah, absolutely. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to come back for game 4 very shortly. But first, we're going to throw things over to Jaeger for another interview.
Hey guys, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm here standing with VVV and let him say hello to our audience. Hello， 欢迎小伟，先和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 T1 的小伟。
好的，再次欢迎小伟来到赛后采访。So first, because we are standing here and look at the scoreboard together, and we know that you got the MVP, so I would like to know how you're feeling. 那我们刚才其实也是刚刚站在这边一起看屏幕，突然看到小伟拿下了本场的 MVP 啊，所以首先我们就想问一下，现在看到这个 MVP 什么心情呢？
是证明那个战神也不是只有数值位才能上。
哦，是的，是的。Yeah, so VVV said he think not only the attacked position can get the MVP, also our third position, like I'm using the Kurumi, I also can get MVP. I'm very excited. Okay, let's move on to the next part. Answer for treasure. Okay, so 那我们接下来就要到一个问答环节了。我先来给大家介绍一下我们这场游戏的规则。So you guys can see a question on the screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot, and the lucky guy today will be whispered. Okay, so let's look at today's question is, how many teams will be qualified to the B Weekly Final? 那我们今天的题目啊，就是有多少队是有资格进入我们这个周决的呢 ？A 选项是7个队伍 ，B 选项14个队伍 ，C 选项16个队伍 ，D 选项21个队伍。这道题对小伟来说就特别的简单了，是不是？那我们先不要公布一下答案，一会儿我们就准备进入这个抽奖，给大家送出这个礼物，好不好？好，那你准备好了没有？好。Okay, I think our player is prepared, and let's start counting.
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, so pay attention to your mailbox. Let's find out the correct answer. 那我们来公布一下正确答案吧。
B.
B 14支战队 So the correct answer is B. Okay. And because we are going to have the B Weekly Final, and we know to the new season, a lot of teams just change their teammate. I would like to know, so for your teams, do you have any challengers in the B Weekly Final for like these teams who just changed their teammate? 那因为到了新的赛季，其实3排很多队伍都换了这个队友啊，特别想问一下，对于第一个周决来说，对 T1 有没有对哪个新换了战队的新换了这个队员的队伍啊，会感到压力特别大？有没有？
没有吧？我觉得就以前的老队伍可能给我们的压力还是比较足的，就新的还行吧。
反而是老队伍的压力会更大一些，是吧 ？Okay, so VVV said because for the B Week Final, I think we are very confident, and I'm not very take care of these new teams. Actually, I think the pressure will still from these old teams who didn't change the teammate. Okay, so we still have 3 other games, and I would like to say good luck to teams TE and also good luck to the B Weekly Final. 那接下来因为还有3场比赛，就先祝你们3场比赛好运，也希望在周决当中可以拿到你们想要的成绩。好的，谢谢小伟接受我们今天采访。Thank you, VVV, for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Trying to find an opening. Fighter overholds.
Playing extremely aggressively.
But Wang Lang uses F3 to get out.
Ooh.
Wait a minute.
Here we have it. The one shot. And there it is.
Trying to get some heals up. He's going to get D-Max here soon, though. Alei has built up enough charge. He goes for the Goomba stop. Triple charge, gets 2 staggers.
Turrets down.
LNB damage coming out. Oh, but 225 gets D-Meg first.
Oh my god. And another one.
Have an advantage over Dagger is that when you're chasing this, what Spider is doing is exactly what I do. What's something I would do in season 1? Looking for these scale rushes, delaying.
Mike coming in, putting a lot of pressure on the Fung. Fung with the Goomba stomp. Mike just getting taken down so unbelievably low. Manages to get his ult down, but doesn't opt to get inside of it. Since he's inside a building, he wouldn't be able to get out again. Under Flame Bridge!
The exit, Mike can't get out, and he gets stomped in the corner. No. 225 with a triple bomb dodge ends up yoiking the flower. Wang Lang.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. As we take a look here at our current scores, 3 games deep of our 6 games for trios today. Taking a look at our bottom teams here. Unfortunately, Ventus not really able to find the momentum they're hoping for today with a 26.2, close to their score for day 1. They do still have 3 games left here today, so maybe they can make something happen. Team Wolves, unfortunately, falling drastically behind their day 1 performance, and they needed to come in today doing even better than they did in day 1. And Alliance falling even further behind than that in their performance here in day 2. J Team able to put together a 38.8 scoreline thus far, but not quite able to get their hands on the scoreline that they desperately need to catch up to Team TE. JJH also struggling today in the face of Team TE. WBG keeping with the theme of consistency, though, with a total of 40.3 points for their first 3 games today. EWG, another team that's done very well for themselves today, but have struggled to make it to those end game circles that they desperately want. And Team JL with only 18.7, definitely riding on their performance from their first day here in the NBPL. Team TE, though, has already surpassed their day one performance here with only 3 games under their belt as they quickly take the second place position here from the likes of Team KLA, and they still have 3 games left to play today. They can easily put 40 points on the board if they walk away with another MVP, Moxie.
I'm really interested though to see what composition TE is going to lean onto next, because like that is the thing that we have in trios, right? We have those hero point rules. So at some point TE is going to have to step away from the traditional transformer composition of the Monk, of the Kurumi, of that Yui, because they have continued to run it without any deviation and field something else. And I think that's when we're really going to see this team tested. We've seen what their strength is. Now we get to see whether or not they can adapt that same strength and synergy to a different composition entirely. Because something that you and I were talking about in between the break is the fact that a lot of these players are old guard. They're very used and rehearsed to how these heroes play, how these heroes click together in terms of that composition. What is going to happen when all of those years of experience on those heroes has to be transferred over to other heroes? I don't think they're going to suffer. I don't think they're going to struggle. VVV, I'm still going to say it right now, is one of the best Vipers. And I think if anyone can make that Viper Yoda Wu-Chang composition still work, VVV is the one Viper that I can trust to put that back on the table.
You know, honestly, there's also still an option on the table for them to run this Transformer comp again, because they can run the Transformer comp one more time, be low on hero points, but play into that Viper comp and then follow it up with a Takeda comp on to the sort of Dusk map where they have access to more of those Fireflies without utilizing any hero points whatsoever. So it's going to be interesting to see if they go that route or not. But like you said, I think if anybody can pilot that sort of Viper comp and make it work, it is going to be VVV, right? We're talking about one of the best Vipers in the league. They're able to come in and make huge impactful stuns happen with Viper. That said, of course, that comp still kind of falling heavily out of favor here, but it's going to be interesting to see which decision they do make and whether they end up running the Transformers comp one more time and taking the risk by running 2 different comps for their final games.
I think it's interesting as well when you look at how that Viper composition sort of initiated into fights last season in comparison to this season, because what we haven't really got to see from those Viper ultimates is the drop down of depth. No one's found high ground, charged up the ultimate, and then dropped down slap bang into the middle of a team fight. And I think a huge part of it is because of the amount of monks that we have in this lobby. Obviously, Yodo is susceptible to being grabbed, but so too is Viper in that charge up state. And as a result, in these really monk-heavy compositions, a lot of these Viper players don't get that same room to breathe to set those ultimates into position. And as a result, they're not finding that same level of stage, the same amount of stuns connecting onto these players to be able to snowball into that Yodo coming through with the burst damage to be able to control the fight after.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, one of the big things as well with Viper right now is just there's not enough follow-up from that particular team comp anymore to really cover the stun, right? Because there's so many options with Feria to be able to drop those pillars and just kind of counteract anything that comes through, including a Yodo ultimate. So you can drop in, get that huge sort of tactical nuke we always talk about and stun half the lobby, but you're only able to follow it up realistically onto 1 kill. And given with Feria pillar being a thing now, you're more likely to give other teams more eliminations than you can pick up off of your own Viper ultimate. It struggles for that comp because of that. Really, they need to find a new hero to sort of slot in to that sort of composition to make something happen.
Not this season.
Oh, okay. Well, they can't this season, but they should probably start to maybe experiment with something else. It's just kind of hard to do during the bi-weekly. You need to get that relevant data and see how these particular comps are working out for you before you make that sort of decision to kind of jump ship. Though at this point, a lot of these teams kind of trying to favor away from these Viper comps because it's clearly not working out the way they've expected it to in the early wink because of Feria coming into these Transformers comp. That said, still great to see classic Transformer comp coming through, because Kurumi buys you so much protection and into those Realm of Yangs, which are hyper important for these teams to go ahead and kind of pad their score lines, get the gear that Transformer comp really needs. It works extremely well for them to be able to pick up eliminations, get through the mid game with a ton of eliminations, and then go to late game and still be a hyper aggressive late game comp too.
Yeah, and some of these teams have sort of entered into symbiotic relationships with these Gate of Yangs. They don't go for the fights. Instead, they like wait around and mill to see who loses, where they're going to soul alter, and who is going to be in that really desperate position that they hard commit into a fight. And we have the teams that immediately try and pounce on those players, and then we have the teams that try and distance themselves a little bit and look to come in for those third parties. Teams like JE, like 17JL, like GD, and not really, unfortunately, Wolves. Wolves are very much suffering from that early point of aggression. However, now that we've burnt through a couple of our hero points, some of these teams still going to be committing to the monk compositions. Some of these teams still going to be committing to the monk, but trying to put him in with a Takeda and a Zip. So you still have that survivability, that cover and support, very similar to a Kurumi coming out from that Zip. And then you have that cover of the Takeda ultimate, very similar to something like the Yui, just pushing away, constantly threatening. Very similar to how we saw TE and LYD finding so much success in that last match in that final zone.
Yeah, absolutely. And no surprise here, TE going to be running Takeda comp here into this particular Dawn map for Morris Isle. A lot of these Takeda comps coming through as well. JL, I don't know how I feel about this. We saw another team run this particular comp earlier in the week where you're still running the monk and using some of those transformers. JL fortunately still has a lot of those hero points left coming in here, so they can afford to do this. But the Takeda and Monk not really synergizing with each other very well. They want to kind of run at these opposite speeds, so it's hard for them to cover for one another, especially going into those sort of hectic final circles where if your team's not in sync, it spells absolute disaster for you.
I'm going to be interested as well to see if these Takedas hold their ultimates to try and stagger when that Furia V3 comes through. So that even when the pillar goes down, they're still not actually able to get into the mech in time because the Takeda throws them back and allows the other two teammates to immediately converge. Talking about immediately converging, we are going to have a very, very fast fight kicking off. Shamajay is going to have a little bit of action, but it's definitely not the same sort of fight that's going to be going down in the northwestern part of this map, as it is going to be TE once again, the winners that we start to follow off with, before immediately swapping over to gravitate towards that big old dust up. WBG once again finding themselves in a very early aggressive fight against Ventus, but also EWG. GD as well going to be able to come up in the kill feed, but Ventus is Sansi trying to lock down these members. At the moment, coming in with the spear, going to be pushed back by a really good bell to come on through from WBG, but they're still able to, with that staff, push PP up into the air, catching them out in the charged up right click, but PP is able to turn it around on them, still hasn't gone down. The Zip ultimate doing so much to guarantee that he's able to survive. Again, however, the staff finds its prey, pushing someone up into the air, controlling them, not allowing them to go back to the rest of the team, so no position to peel for, and the Zip gets focused down.
Yeah, turning now to Team TE and Team KZ. KZ had a nice lockdown there on TE for a minute with the Dragon's Rush into the Nej's Might, but able to come back in. TE locks that player down, immediately deletes them, and picks up a second elimination. TE going at 2-0 here, not even losing a single member there to Team KZ. Alliance now going in onto JJH. Lin picking up that elimination, but needs to be careful here as the rest of JDG shows up, and Alliance finds himself in a bad third party. Going to use the Wu Chen ult to get both of his teammates out, trying to get the potential double resurrection here, but we're going to see JDG immediately push in onto JJH here, and that is going to be it for JJH as they get sent back to the Soul Altar. They're going to need to go ahead and use those resurrections early here in game number 4. Now Alliance pushing in. Go ahead.
Alliance, now that they had those 2 resurrections to come through, pushing back onto JDG, the Viper actually is able to connect onto the members, and we're so early on in the game that the armor isn't good enough for JDG to be able to sustain through the follow-up damage coming through from Alliance. Purple Dagger onto Lin's side allows them to be able to absolutely mince their health bars, and Alliance with some really good smart play from Lin in the long term, able to just back on out, get the resurrections, see the third party come through, wait for their opportunity, and strike when the iron's hot.
Yeah, a huge Wu-Chen ult there for Team Alliance, being able to go ahead and get those free resurrections off without having to use their early respawn, so they have those resources to continue to push on and play aggressive. And this is what we kind of talked about during the last game here, is that this Viper comp that used to be a mid to late game comp, now an early to mid game comp, where they want to sort of take these fights where it's much harder for these Transformer comps to get those staggering ults off and pad their score line before going into the late game to pick up as much multiplier as humanly possible. So Alliance being able to pick up 5 eliminations there and still have that resource of that early game resurrection available to them is going to allow them to continue to play with that aggression while still having a safety net and utilize this comp in a different way. I love to see the kind of shift in understanding coming from these players, because you take a comp that is typically that mid to late game comp, and many of these players might want to just continue to play that sort of pacing, and Alliances realize, no, this is now an early game comp. We need to utilize as much of this early to mid game as we can to put points on the board.
Oh, Ventus, maybe realizing they're in a little bit of a tough spot, do manage to drop that Bane's Breath, however, and should be able to turn it on to J-Team as a result. 101 Tian gets caught away. The Zip might be able to survive for a little bit of time to be able to buy a potential reposition. ZK is definitely looking to try and take advantage of the fact that everyone was so occupied trying to hunt that Zip down, but Pixel is still able to figure out where exactly they're grappling to. Doesn't manage to actually find the grapple cancel, however, and the chase has now begun. ZK dropping down, trying to break away from line of sight as quickly as possible as Ventus decide that they're going to be able to try and pursue a little bit longer, but have actually lost sight of where that one player could be, and as a result will have to give up the chase eventually. ZK, off of that Zip survivability for his team, will be able to survive and potentially look to be able to regroup with the rest of his players. As GD and Alliance once again find themselves at a loggerheads. Ultimate from the Viper comes on through. GD's Kakashi going for that scare rush to be able to try and escape out of it as quickly as possible. And Alliance, seeing that the Viper ultimate wasn't the entrance into the fight that they were looking for, use the Wu-Chen TP, disengage, and now try and punish the fact that GD have already used Kakashi's ultimate. They are not going to be able to have it to try and stagger lock and isolate these members of Alliance if Alliance turn back into the fight.
Yeah, absolutely not. Turning now to Team JDG. Looks like AOW giving pursuit here. The ultimate's available for them. AOW, though, unfortunately, has much better armor than JDG here. So JDG really needs to just find their exit from this fight, find some gear, and start looking towards some of those realms of Yang so that they can pick up the extra gear that they really need for the comp that they're running here. While AOW doesn't have any of that disadvantage, so they can pressure this fight as much as they want. Team TE on the other side of the map here, though, with some huge upgrades for themselves, 2 purple weapons as well as 2 sets of purple armor for them already. Alliance going to be finding themselves now onto the backside of Team GD down here in Shipwreck. The fog creating quite a bit of space is going to allow AOW to come in for the potential third party, but Alliance and GD actually going to split in either direction, and AOW finds themselves in a position where if they push onto either one, they will now be the team that's going to be third party. So they're going to back off and look for the reset as well. GD, though, has created enough space that Alliance might not be able to push in onto this if AOW can pick up these eliminations early enough, and they are going to go ahead and pressure into this fight and drop a Bane's Breath to stop the potential third party as well. Smart plays coming in from Alliance, who picks up the elimination onto GD's Kakashi, looking to find another elimination here. Unfortunately, AOW doesn't seem to be able to find it as GD pushes towards Team Alliance, and it looks to give some free eliminations here just to Team Alliance. Don Quing trying to risk running through the Bane's Breath here, and Alliance opting to try to take the fight, but all of their members going to take huge hits from the Bane's Breath, and AOW picks up a free elimination off the back of it, slides in, finds the elimination onto Alliance's Zon as well. GD here playing this so smart. They go into Alliance, they bait Alliance into the Bane's Breath and get these two teams to fight each other. Now, at least one member of Team GD will be able to survive and get away from this fight and keep their hopes alive here in game number 4, as we see JDG getting ready to push in onto Team Wolves just above them here in Shipwreck.
Oh, Viper Ultimate comes through and actually cancels Yahui's Yoda Ultimate early, allowing Sorrow to be able to hit back in with an ultimate of their own. But a third party comes on through from KZ, punishing the fact that both the Viper setup and the Yoda finisher has now been invested. And Wolves have no choice but to use that Wuchen TP to be able to not just carry the can away, but to get the full reposition. It's down below though, and KZ has spotted out where they've run to. Windwell's come through, and it does mean, however, that it's all of Wolves just trying to run away from this Viper Ultimate connecting. Doesn't manage to actually find a connection because of the terrain, but KZ still with a advantage in terms of this fight. Was on the back foot, still looking for that recovery respite, not wanting to run too far into Shipwreck in case Alliance are still hanging around.
Yeah, Hazy here really trying to pressure onto Ben Chu, who's been separated from the rest of Team Wolves. Sorrow, unfortunately, goes down as well, as these two members of KZ keep the pressure on to Ben. Ben, unfortunately, going to fall victim to the Dragon's Rush into the Nezha's Might. Now, Team Wolves down to a single member. We're also going to see this Realms of Yang start to come through, and it's going to be EWG versus WBG here in our first Realm of Yang fight, and it's two Transformers comes. We're going to see both Tutik and Sleepwalker immediately monk up here. We're going to see those repeating crossbows start to come through here onto Sleepwalker. Sleepwalker going to need to walk into the Temiol here to buy themselves some space. Tutik also on the receiving end of some poison splash, but it doesn't matter as they're able to pick up WBG's Jing, and Jing going to immediately be deleted. PP going to get slammed here as well from Tutik. WBG finds themselves in quite the pickle. That repeating crossbow just punching through Sleepwalker's HP here as Tutik continues to pressure forward. Sleepwalker able to find a grab, not able to get the slam though as the ult G transform comes through, and it's going to be EWG. He walks out on top.
Now, EWG being able to find that win against WBG and pick themselves up the choice of buffs as well as the loot, which arguably is going to be more important in the long run of this match. Setting up that Transformer Compass, Tutik is going to have already got his hands on a legendary staff. GG deciding that they're actually going to be able to just pick up a Morris Blessing. They don't go for that Gate of Yang. They're going to be able to pick themselves up a Morris Blessing as well as a Flamer, which is really honestly great synergy for this composition, right? The Monk grabs you up, holds you in position, the Flamer comes out, and that Fire Tick does all of the work. Speaking about work, Shipwreck is definitely seeing a lot of it today. GD and JDG going toe-to-toe. GD going to be able to push them away and buy themselves the time to be able to get that resurrection on 2K, that Wuchen TP coming on out very early on, as GD now using that Takeda ultimate, trying to hunt down where those members scurried off to, might actually run right past AOW instead. And it's an ambush. Oh no, K gave that position away, and AOW, seeing that they're in a far better position, look to isolate K away from the rest of his team. GD are just gonna have to sacrifice this one player so the other two can survive. The parry even coming through to seal poor K's fate.
Yeah, K played this very well though. As soon as they realized they were isolated, turn tail and start running the opposite direction of the team. No communication needed whatsoever. He knew what happened. He knew he made a mistake, and he wasn't going to put that fate on the rest of the team because of his mistake going wide and separating from the team. Smart plays coming out from GD. Very unfortunate that K does go down, but he's able to be bought back into the game. So much better situation for Team GD to be in than all three of them dying here. As we see EWG here trying to pressure in onto this fight with Team TE and JL. The Temi ult coming through though, so EWG just biding their time, waiting for an optimal moment to go ahead and throw this Monk ult in. Two members of TE separated from the rest of their team as EWG continues to give pressure here. And we see GD is able to buy their member back almost immediately here. Team TE holding on to their own, able to regroup here, but JL also still in this fight. AS and Fang going very, very low. EWG looking to turn their attention onto the members of JL. AS goes extremely low. We're going to see the Zip ult come through, and we're going to see Monk ult for Monk ult here, and it looks like Team TE is going to be able to completely back away from this fight, buy themselves a reset as EWG and JL go head to head. JL trying to throw hands on to TE, giving away their position to EWG, not wanting to give up the fight here, but Team TE really just looking to buy a reset. Fang in hot pursuit, but leaves Jinyu to their own devices, and EWG will be able to pick up the elimination here, and Team TE just trying to keep things moving. It almost as if JL continuing to grief them though, so TXJ going to be forced to turn on to that member of Team JL. Now TE able to pick up a member of EWG as well. It's a 3v2, but Team EWG with much better armor right now, much better HP, absolutely getting blitzed through though by Team TE. As soon as I said that, the armor disappears from the members of EWG, and TE able to get that separation, get that reset, and even though EWG thought they had the full capability of winning that fight, they burnt too many resources, and Team TE flips the script and takes the win.
The good news, however, is that EWG did have Phoenix. So they will have Vermilion up. They will be able to continue on this lobby as well as with all of their loot, which is why they heavy committed into chasing after the team of TE, knowing that if they went down, they would still be able to use it as a reposition. Soul Altar comes through, and immediately it is going to be followed up by a transformation. WBG immediately off of the bat of the transformation finds a grab onto one, is looking for the double, might have to just go for the slam, but Alliance are hounding this Tian. Already his health is about to go below 50%. As WBG Sleepwalker not able to find the opportunity. Jing actually taking a lot of damage. Sleepwalker just trying to provide suppressing fire with those grabs to keep Alliance from actually pushing into that side room and picking up a play. He's able to find one, but he goes down before he can actually connect the grab. Lucky comes in with the save, and Alliance see WBG off.
That was a huge play from Alliance's Lucky there. Into the dagger, forced to jump to avoid the grab. Hop swaps into the cannon and is able to pick up the elimination before the follow-up slam comes through onto their teammate. Lucky playing it very well. Alliance having a good game here finally in game number 4. AOW blitzing through the members of KZ, but KZ forced to use the Wu channel, and unfortunately the positioning of the Wu channel actually just puts them back behind the members of AOW and into the zone. There's not really any place for KZ to go except back through the same team that they just tried to avoid there. Quite the misplay coming out from KZ's Hazley, and it's going to cost them dearly, as we are going to see all of their members go down. Jen left alive here trying to fight this out. Ping Tao is down, but Zhu Weng and Shu Tong here able to just keep them off of the zone. Unfortunately, Jen gonna go down to the zone here. He's gonna TP out, but the question is was he able to TP out of the zone? If not, that zone tick may do them in, but it looks like he was able to get out of the zone there. Finally able to find a much better TP for his team.
Oh, attempted Dragon Slayer, not gonna go great as LSR gets parried immediately and has to swap towards that dagger, just using that charge up right click to go into a purple to buy themselves potentially a little bit of time to be able to look for that dash, but they're hounded down by JJH, and with that one kill picked up, they're immediately gonna dash back, ring that bell, get a better idea of the teams pushing on through into Celestra as we get to have a look at this gate fight going down between GG and EWG. Tutik and Miski are both gonna be in that mech form already, as LXM is absolutely hounded by the members of EWG trying to get this isolation. Tutik trying to cover fire as Miski is actually pushed behind that pillar, loses the mech before Tutik, and as a result this allows so much more control of the fight to go through for EWG as Miski goes extremely low, uses that phantom step to be able to tap dodge into a parry, is able to pick up the parry but isn't able to pick up the kill, and EWG see themselves a winner of a Realm of Yang, pick up the potentially, I mean, most likely Mystic Might, but more importantly, legendary chucks for the team to be able to have to really make that transformation comp have a lot of hurt. behind its fists as GD are not slowing down anytime soon. They found AOW Takeda ultimate coming through from Kakaishi, but he's uppercutted away from being able to follow up, and it allows the Wu-Chen TP to come through, and the Takeda ultimate does not find the value that GD were looking for. Beautiful play coming through from AOW.
Yeah, AOW being very, very smart today. Those Wu-Chen ults absolutely coming in clutch for the team here. Ping Tao looking to find an out back into this fight here with GD, but not wanting to hyper commit given their use of ultimates here. Just waiting to get this sort of Viper ult back online here. Gonna come do a little bit of shopping here, get some things that they desperately need for themselves. You're gonna see those pots ticking up here as Ping Tao was running pretty low. Gonna spend quite a bit of their money there to get some pots back in for the team. Gonna do a little bit of Soul Jade searching there. Not quite the legendary Soul Jades they were looking for, but probably something a little useful for the team here as we see ZK looking to push in here on to JDG, but it's EWG who's able to pick up the elimination on to JDG here. And now J Team gonna back off, not wanting to full commit into the fight with EWG. Alliance here once again going head to head with Team GG. Very low here, but LXM able to pick up the elimination onto Lucky. Juan though putting LXM into the corner. LXM not quite pinned down the way Juan wants it, but they're going to be forced to go ahead and use that Wu-Chen TP to get out of here as LXM doesn't find themselves just getting locked down in the corner the way they wanted to and takes control of the fight. The Wu-Chen ult comes through and Team GG is on the hunt, looking to find maybe a couple more Darktide coins here so they can buy 330 back potentially.
Yeah, Miskia actually doing a very good job. LXM goes into that side room to pull attention away from Miskia's pillar so that he can actually get into the mech and provide covering fire when the Wu-Chen wind walls fall down. And LXM in that small room has baited the Wu-Chen into taking so much damage from those cannon shots when they come through, as well as the stagger lock. It forces that teleport reposition and allows GG that time and safety to be able to look for the disengagement when the mech is gone. They, however, are about to run in towards AOW, as well as Alliance still hunting them down. Bounce Shell coming on through. The cannons absolutely herding GG away from Alliance and closer towards AOW, as we see the Wisps come out from Miskia, not trying to pick up a play, but just trying to buy themselves a little bit of safety so the projectiles can finally stop hurting that helper and allow them to look for the reset. As now the Wisp comes out, Lucky gets absolutely blitzed down with the swap onto the Flamer, but the wind wall is there. Miskia with that pillar is able to get into the mech and can now try and hound down these members of Alliance, as Alliance are having to just push themselves into line of fire so that Lin gets that opportunity to look for the reset, but LXM doesn't allow it until now. He goes a little bit too aggressively after Lin, and he's actually able to get caught up into the uppercut combo, and Lin takes so much damage, but he's able to push in with a Ness as Miskia using that Wisp to be able to dodge above it, can now turn back onto Lin, finds the parry, goes for the dual blades, and it's gonna be Miskia clutching it out for GG, allowing this team to survive and potentially even getting the revive onto LXM. What a play from the Temi.
Yeah, absolutely huge coming in here from Team GG. Able to pick LXM up back here as well. There's some legendary loot down there available to them, and they have the Darktide coins now to be able to bring back GG's 330, and 330 being the end circle strategy that this team is really going for. This is huge for Team GG. They were absolutely pinched between two teams here, knowing that if they can get some damage off on one of these teams, potentially AOW and JL would collide with each other. They pressure in, they burn the ultimates, they use that Wisp and the Flamer there to buy them the damage that they wanted. AOW doesn't quite commit like they wanted to onto JL though. They realize they've spent, you know, double ultimates here to lock down the members of JL. Know they have to commit and make something happen, and it's exactly what we see happen as the rest of Team JL just decides to back out. Unfortunately, we do see Miskia go down here, and things are about to get very, very bad for Team GG, as Miskia was the one who had the 14,000 Darktide coins, or sorry, 18,000 Darktide coins, which would have been enough to buy both teammates back, but unfortunately their Feria doesn't have the money to do that. So now, instead of being able to get all three of their members back, they are down to a single player left alive and no money in sight for them to buy their players back.
Yeah, you're gonna have to try and drive by a Morrison when we're running a lobby that has so many of these Temis, so many of these monks. That's no easy feat. TXJ, with that opening of the Morris, has immediately been able to buy themselves that legendary armor, as well as potentially pick up that Swamp to be able to hammer that damage into these monks from afar. A lot of threat that the Swarm can output, no one really wanting to challenge that. As we see Alex, I'm just hiding in a bush. As TE not actually going to run directly past, they see GD. Kakaishi's head just popping up a little bit as TXJ using those wisps, seeing that there's a team close around them, doesn't want to potentially get sniped out by ranged, as oh no, LXM's been found.
Yeah, absolutely. TE coming in here. By the way, I want to talk about TE's comp here and why I like this so much, right? If you notice here, they put the legendary armor onto the Temi. Temi, we typically think of as a support hero, not the engage, because of how often we see him put into these transformer comps. But into this particular comp, running Temi over the Matari and allowing him to be your engage, because he's able to use those wisps, he's able to drop that ultimate and re-pick up the wisps every time he walks through it, is able to find setup for the team so that Takeda can follow through with the ultimate and make things happen, while Zip becomes the more traditional support for the team, and it does not have to worry too much about that survivability and armor, because Zip does have that ult to fall back onto if they get caught out and low.
Yeah, as well as the fact that you get that stagger as well. So even if you're able to push that Zip down, a lot of the time that gets turned against you. And if you're running into something like a Temi, he's immediately going to capitalize on the fact that you're already locked in that stagger animation of having to stand up from the ground, throw a wisp away, and you're going to be locked in once again. As AOW look to try and control how this zone plays out by running that ballista and making it even harder for these teams to take control of the high ground. AOW have had a very smart game of how they've played that positioning, how they've cycled their ultimates, even running a composition which isn't naturally favored in the atmosphere of this current meta, still finding a lot of value, a couple of kills as well as survivability of all three of their players. They're sitting on 14 kills currently because they understood they had far more value playing aggressive in the early games and then playing more passive and defensive as we head towards that final zone. It's going to be a pretty good zone for them as well, given the way that a lot of these teams are going to be pushed towards that ballista. And already you can see J-Team just trying to swap towards things like the cannon, pressure AOW out so they don't just get to sit on the back of this Morris Blessing and keep not just ballista control, but Morris Blessing control too, because no one wants to walk towards that box when you're already going to have to dump the Temi ultimate to get past the ballista and not to control the Blessing.
Yeah, absolutely. As you take a look here, AOW, like you said, in a very commanding position on the backside here. Also, I want to talk about how the fact that AOW here, even though, like you said, playing a less than favorable comp here for themselves, have been able to secure those positionals and use their position to constantly pick up third parties. And the threat of that Viper ult coming in on a third party is much greater than just in a direct one-to-one fight, right? Because it forces the teams to back off, and if one of your members get caught out, you do not have the ultimates because you're being third partied to buy yourself back in to cover for that member. You almost have to give that member up just to keep your team in the game.
Yeah,
we're gonna see here now. Yeah,
Team
GD
smart from them, but like you said, it should maybe not be the greatest position for AOW in a couple of moments because that ballista is about to be pushed out of zone.
Yeah, absolutely. EWG here also not in the greatest of position. They've got cover, but they are able to be pinched on both sides. The zone pushing in from the backside as well. GD just above them as well. And you can see these cannons able to get into that little zone that they're in and pump out huge explosive damage. You're going to see they already took the reposition under the hut here just because it's going to buy them some more space. There's the zone going to push out Team GD as well. EWG kind of out in the open here, but they do have options. GD, on the other hand, is going to be forced to buy what little space they can here in this corner and hope nobody pressures them as they're all still running that blue armor and blue weapons. So GD not in the best of positions in terms of position or in terms of gear coming into these final circles, because we are zone 6 and in 1 minute and 8 seconds we're going to see zone 7 collapse onto Team TE. Though finding themselves still holding on to that little space down below. And the way that's angled, it's going to be very hard for those cannons to get in and get splash damage onto all 3 members of Team TE there. They can happily hold that space while they wait for the zone to collapse to give them a more favorable position to push onto some of these other teams.
I tell you what, 17JL is a little bit jealous at the moment because that was a position that they had when we headed all the way over to another final zone in Shadow Jade earlier today. Is AOW looking to keep control of the high ground. The last time they were in the same position, they did get forced out and sandwiched between 2 teams, and that is my worry at the moment. They have high ground at the moment, but that does make them a much larger target. You can already see that JL are looking to try and pressure, taking a lot of damage because they're putting themselves into a position to be pressured back in return. As it is going to be some of these teams just deciding, okay, we don't have a great position right now. We're going to hold up. We're going to wait for when zone pushes everyone out of position and hope that someone's going to be in a worse spot, have a worse rotation than us, and everyone's going to turn to deal with them, allowing us to get a much safer position. EWG actually decide to take initiative. They're immediately going to try to grapple, and as the zone starts to close on through, they get away. No one turns to try to deal with them. Instead, it's GD. J team at the moment still in this cave, taking a little bit of range fire, but nowhere near the amount of barrage that's coming out from the likes of 17JL and JL, who are currently sitting up on this high ground. ZU having a little bit of a truce at the moment with 2-tick. No one really bothering either of the monks as they just wait to see whether or not they can find a grab until now. ZU goes in for the punt to try and push the other monk off of the high ground before the transformation drops down, forcing them to try and grapple into the Temi ultimate as EWG decide now is the time to drop that Fifi mech. AOW look to make a move, but there it is. They weren't able to reposition themselves into a spot that was unoccupied. The Wushin TP drops them right into the middle of J-Team. And as a result, they immediately go down. J-Team with the 3 players are able to focus down the members of AOW who collapse onto them and still retain control of this little side room, which very quickly becomes desirable as the Takeda ultimate is attempted to push J-Team in towards that zone. Wisp to hold 101 TN in place. Oh, so much pressure coming through from the longsword and cannon. Just keep them in that small room and stop them from poking out and stealing some of these kills.
Yeah, Team TE here really trying to create that pressure onto these teams so that they can buy themselves out of this low ground, which is extremely unfavorable for them. LYD gonna get a grab here and do a ton of damage, but unfortunately takes a ton of damage themselves. Gonna use the ult to push Rain into the zone, able to pick up that heal off of the body there. Absolutely massive for the likes of him, because he's not gonna find any time to get a reset here. Unfortunately, TXJ is gonna get picked up by J-Team's 101 TN. EWG losing one of their members as well, and now we're gonna see LYD picked up, and that's gonna be it for Team TE here. J-Team opening themselves up to being able to take control of this final circle. They have the low ground here, and the high ground not going to be favorable for many of these teams. So J-Team holding on for dear life, and it looks like it's going to be a sure vertical climb here for the final zone as the circle closes directly onto this wall. J-Team needs to get themselves topside here as they are now finally forced off of that favorable low ground into Team JH coming up here, or sorry, Team JL here. JL will lose one Fang. We are going to see ZU go ahead and monk up here. Nobody can stand in the final circle here as it collapses onto these buildings. Eagle from J-Team finds a little bit of a gap to stand in there, hoping that the HP is going to be enough to buy him to the end, but it's not quite enough as it's GD's Don Quing who comes out on top.
The zipping doesn't always have to come with the kills. She just has to sustain and out-sustain everybody around her. What a final zone it was. It became super close, as some of these teams already were coming into that final zone with a lot of kills. However, TE, once again, a third time today, will be able to pick up another MVP off of some really smart play. Once again, using things like LYD's ultimate to push those players into taking so much zone tick damage. And remember, if you're pushed into that zone, the only direction that you can go is forward. So you have to tap dodge into the damage that follows up from the player that originally pushed you out of position. It's honestly a really smart way of playing, whether you're running that Yui, whether you're running that Takeda, just taking full advantage of the knockback.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, you're taking advantage of the panic as well, too, right? Because this last zone, the tick hurts a lot. And these players are going to immediately want to tap dodge to try to create the distance to get back in the zone before they take another tick. And if you just immediately tap dodge, their opponent can hold and wait for you to walk straight into their damage. Whereas you don't buy yourself those sort of iframes, right? Because the opponent knows what you're going to do. They know the timing of it. Whereas if you're in a normal fight, you're not on the edge of the zone, you can hold that tap dodge. You can play the waiting game. You can be patient because you're not afraid of taking that huge zone tick. When you're sitting there on the edge of the zone, you're panicked. You don't want to take the extra damage. You want to just immediately go ahead and tap dodge forward. You give the free read to your opponent, and we see it happen time and time again, where in the Pro League, that little amount of panic is more than enough for these players to pick up huge eliminations, and that's what we see happen with Team TE. Not only does he get the elimination from that ult knocking the player into the zone, he's also able to get that Soul Bloom and basically get himself a free reset that he otherwise would not have been able to get himself, because of how chaotic that final circle was. Lets him get back in the fight, pump out more damage for the team. The team's able to pick up at least one more elimination because of that, and Team TE finds himself yet again the MVP team here. Like you said, for the third time today, TE very, very close to being able to take that first spot away. They have 2 games left to play here today, and we questioned whether, you know, coming off of that comfort comp, that sort of transformer comp that they know so well, whether they were going to be able to perform just as well. And clearly opting to go into the Takeda comp over the Viper comp that we talked about today, and the fact that Takeda comp is actually now even more viable realistically than the Viper comp because of the changes that Feria brings. They were able to capitalize just as strongly as if they had been playing that Transformers comp.
And essentially, I mean, they were playing a miniaturized version of it, right? They're still doing the exact same thing. Looking towards that final zone, looking to control, trying to identify the biggest threat. For them, it was J-Team. There's a reason that they tried to turn on to J-Team, because J-Team was trying to do the same thing that they were, controlling that final zone, using the fact that the circle is against so many of those players' backs, and that you're just trying to stagger them into it. In fact, we even see when J-Team are able to usurp that position after kicking TE out, they are able to turn around and do it to other players who remained on that low ground. However, Rune, with a 20.6 game score, surely we might actually get to see TE not just put themselves into first position, but break the record of points set by a team heading into a bi-weekly final, which, if my memory serves, was FPX all the way back in Season 2, where they were coming with something like over 144.
Well, we already have a team that's sitting much higher, or well, close to that. They're like 110, something like that. They're coming in. TE here is going to put in quite a number of points. And one of the big things to keep in mind as well is if they break the record here, they're doing so with 6 less kills available to them, because there's 2 teams less, right? It's 14 teams, it's not 16 teams, and realistically those 2 teams equal a total of 6 kills because of the early game resurrection available to teams, right? So if they break the record for total points into a bi-weekly, they are going to do it in a fashion and against all odds, given that there's less kills available in the lobby.
Well, speaking about less odds maybe in their favor, AOW, for a composition that we've been ragging on. We've been saying, look, it's not as strong as it used to be. It's not the go-to of just contesting those monk compositions. AOW came in with over 14 kills on that composition, and I really do think that it just returns to how smart this team is playing it. Like you said, they've identified that sort of dynamic shift of pacing, but they've also identified when they're most vulnerable, especially for Wukong. I was seeing some really great Yoda ultimates. The standout one was where he actually used the ultimate to be able to put himself into a room, and the cracks between the wooden boards allow the Yoda slashes to still connect onto the players in front of him, but don't actually allow any damage to be returned onto the Yoda. He then saves one teleport slash to be able to get out of that room, so he's not punished when the Yoda ultimate ends. It's that really smart heads-up play that allows AOW to adapt around the normal weaknesses of this composition that we've talked and aired about for so much today.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Again, it really comes down to, like you said, the identification of the fact that, okay, hey, this is now an early to mid game comp. It's no longer a mid game to late game comp, because Yodo's not bringing anything to this final circles against these sort of, you know, Transformers Pacific Rim comps. She's able to get grabbed out. Our kits just aren't doing what they used to do. And if you notice, they picked up 9 eliminations very, very early into this game. And then every fight that they picked after that, heading into the mid to late game, were third parties where they watched these teams dump multiple ults, and they were just able to follow it up with a Viper ult or using that Yodo ult to go ahead and secure somebody who was low. And instead of trying to pressure and take the advantageous fight to the rest of the team, they were more than happy to take the 1 or 2 stragglers who they caught out, pick up those eliminations, and then reset back to a strong position, rebuild those ultimates, and look for the next third party.
Yeah, that composition has very much adapted, and I think a lot of teams that do play it in that scavenger style are definitely going to benefit in the long run. And it does mean that they're going to have a little bit more to be able to pick from in terms of hero points as well. Because if you can still make that Yodo composition work, you don't have to try and Frankenstein in something like a Z-Ping or a Takeda or even a Feria, which allows you to be able to lean on that double transformer composition that we're seeing being pushed into this meta so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, there's still a lot of time for this meta to shake up and shift as well. It's still the first bi-weekly. And, you know, I'm willing to bet we might see Ferias start to fall a little out of favor on these Transformer comps, especially when you look at the performance of teams like Team TE, who are running the more traditional Transformers comp and finding more and more value out of it, specifically because of how aggressive they are pushing those Realms of Yang. And when they don't find the Realms of Yang, they back off and play more passively and kind of play for a consistency style game. And that's something we've been talking about for a while that we've wanted to see come out of these teams, is the ability to readjust your playstyle on the fly based on the given surroundings, right? Based on the fact, okay, hey, we're playing a very confident team that wants to take Realms of Yang. Oh crap, we didn't get the Realm of Yang. Now it's time to go ahead and back off because we're not that strong mid-game team. We're not running Temi. We're not able to go secure the Free Morris Blessing, and we don't want to fight these teams with buffs. Let's slow down. The comp didn't do what we wanted it to do. Now it's time to play for consistency so that when we can find those Realms of Yang in later games, we can have those big pop-off moments, and this game's not going to be such a detriment that pop-off doesn't count for something.
Yeah, I think like what we're seeing honestly is just a very high reward structure for teams that are able to identify in the moment whether it's worth, even if you've committed into a fight, sticking around or separating yourself and giving yourself a little bit more distance. Because trios, the biggest problem, no matter what meta that we are in, is always going to be third parties. That's why everyone is just so desperate to get into those gates of Yang, because it stops, it prevents any percentage, 0% chance that you're going to get third partied in those fights. So as a result, not only do you know that if you throw in ultimates, you're going to get them back, because hey, if you win, you get your ultimate back. If you lose, you get your ultimate back. It still allows you to build into being in that position when no one, if you're running a buff, wants to push onto you. So not only do you stop a third party in the Gate of Yang fight, when the buff is up, you also prevent or at least lessen the likelihood of being third partied when that is up and running. So you have a little bit more breathing room, not just to hunt for kills, but also to shore up your resources for the final zone.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, another thing to keep in mind too is we're seeing a lot less what I call hero syndrome this season, where these teams are willing to throw players to the wolves, knowing that they can just immediately buy them back into the game and not have to risk kind of taking these 2v3 fights where they're trying to get the resurrection off without burning quote unquote resources and then end up losing the entire team and going out early. We saw it last game with Team GD, right? K finds themselves kind of pushed into a bad situation where they reveal the entire team to AOW, who's kind of sitting and waiting in the wings, and almost immediately, as soon as K recognizes that situation, he doesn't even let his team have the option of having hero syndrome. He immediately about faces 180 and runs the other direction and buys as much time for the remaining members of GD as humanly possible. And while AOW hunts him down, GD's already pushing in position to get to a shop so that they can just buy K immediately back into the game. And that's exactly what we see happen. A lot of these teams are losing that sort of hero syndrome, and it's kind of a pit a lot of players, especially casual players, fall into, where it's like, oh man, my teammate's down, I gotta go back in for him. You really don't have to, with as many ways as NARAKA has to get your teammate back into the game. You know, you can sneak in onto a Morse Blessing. If you've got the money, you can just go to a shop and buy them right back. 9K in Immortal War is not that much money to be buying one of your teammates back, given how much money you get for getting eliminations and how easy it is to stack those Dark Tide coins and wait for situations exactly like that. If you're not just going and immediately burning all of your money on the box, typically you should be in a situation where you can buy at least one of your teammates back.
Yeah, especially, you know, if you do a couple of bounties, a couple of cash hunts, then you're 100% going to have the money and the resources. And like you said, we saw it from GD. To a certain extent, we also saw it from GG. Unfortunately for GG, it didn't work out so well because they ran into AOW. But hey, the intent was there. But speaking about something else that's there, we can see the compositions that are coming through. It is going to be Holoroth. It is going to be cloudy. So unfortunately, not a lot of Fireflies for these Takeda compositions to be able to play off of. And as a result, GG are the only ones who are going to be running that Takeda up there for Miskia. No surprises. Actually, here's one surprise. TE. They're going away from the traditional Transformers comp. They're fielding the Freya. They're going for that Pacific Rim combination, and so too are a lot of teams around them. I thought maybe we would see a bigger impact from these teams upon seeing that TE were finding a lot of value with that traditional composition, but only a couple of teams seem to gravitate. A lot of players still sticking with that Pacific Rim style.
Well, for TE, they haven't used the Temi or the Feria yet. So this actually allows them to buy that 4th Transformer comp without burning the extra points from running the same traditional comp back again. And with less Ferias in the lobby because of how many teams ran it early, they buy themselves a little bit more of a strong position going in the final circle, being able to cover their monk that way. And I actually really agree with the Temi pick as well, because now you're buying space from the range shots for the team, as well as being able to buy that second transformation where he can heal up inside of the mech, or just pummel a ton of damage back in and get that ultimate ready and back up for himself as well. I think this is going to serve Team TE very well, because they know the ins and outs of these Transformer comps so well that it doesn't really matter if they swap too much off of it, as long as TXJ and LYD are still able to buy the space that they're looking for. And we're going to see Team TE coming back in here. Now, this did not work out for Team TE last time they showed up here, right? They came in, they tried to take ballistic control, and they actually died early to it, but it looks like they're going to be uncontested going in looking for that box. If they're able to get red armor early here, it could be massive for Team TE heading into the rest of this game.
Yeah, we're heading over towards Matab, however, as this is a contested spot. EWG going to be matching wits at the moment with 17JL, taking a lot of damage as they're able to turn in with things like the Greatsword, Scale Rushes on those nunchucks, isolating out the members of 17JL, not allowing them to be able to group up. And as though they did lose Zhao Lui, they are able to get the rescue in time before the body burns on out, and can now look to be able to pick apart that better position of Matab, looking for some of the loot either above them in that little secret room or below them in the caverns, as Wolves now turn up against JDG, investing a very early Bane's Breath coming out from JDG. This isn't something that we typically tend to see, as, like you pointed out, a lot of these teams have gravitated away from early Bane's Breath and instead saving Dark Tide coins in case things go a little awry and they need to buy one of those players back. But the Bane's Breath doesn't find anything except chasing Wolves off of that fight. GD trying to use those whiffs. Donkwing looking to try and escape for as long as possible. Not going to be able to buy themselves anytime until now. Hits the stone form and then immediately turns back in onto those members. Manages actually to use that right-click tap dodge into dodging out of the wisp that was attempting to follow him, as JDG lock him down and finally find the pick. But my goodness, Donkwing, what a play. How he was able to survive so long 1 versus 2 shows exactly how strong a player he really is.
Yeah, Don Queen did a really good job there. He actually goes for the blue clank into Godly, who lets that meter dump rip. Unfortunately, he gets staggered just a little too much beforehand, so he's not able to get the blue out in time to actually get the clash. So as he lets the blue rip, it's just into the gold focus of that meter dump, and he does finally go down to the nunchucks there. But he played that fight extremely well. We're turning now to Team TE, who looks like they weren't able to secure the armor they were hoping to get out of that early box, but were able to put their hands onto a legendary spear here as they try to turn things back around. Interestingly enough, that spear not on the monk, but on their Fairy Ashe instead. VV really trying to come in and lock some players down, gets the damage off onto One Fang. We're going to see the mech come through, but TXJ is going to take the mechs here from VVV, which makes sense as VVV wants to hold on to that legendary spear and pump out as much damage as they can while buying TXJ a transformation here to build up rage to get their own monk ult available. J Team coming in for the third party though, and we're going to see the likes of Team TE back out. They picked up a couple of kills here, but they've spent too many ultimates to deal with the third party. Going to make the smart decision to back off and let J Team have the scraps.
Yeah, J Team seeing that disengaging member from JL, not really trying to being able to figure out where he is until just now Scale Rush off of the ceiling will be able to connect onto ZU, and he finally goes down. But by making that smart decision and allowing J Team to be able to push through, not only did TE manage to make sure that the entire squad of JL was wiped, they're also guaranteeing that J Team spent so long hunting that one player down. They've immediately been able to reposition and have enough distance and time so that J-Team can't immediately turn and try and track where that team is, allowing them not just to be able to go, okay, well, that's one full squad wipe at least for a little bit. That's all 3 Rubers going to be used for that team, but also the time to be able to reset those ultimates so that J-Team can't look to punish the fact that they'd already used them, as now we've moved over towards Imperial. AOW going to be going up against Ventus. Bane's Breath coming through from AOW, making it extremely hard for these other monks to be able to try and pressure Ping Tao out. They can't get in close to try and punt him and stop him with those staggers from being able to pick up some of these players. Instead, they just have to disengage. And as a result, AOW can just pick apart these members one by one, all while the threat of that monk hangs in the sidelines. And it's really smart play once again from this team that backs him a full squad.
Yeah, AOW really coming much more alive here in day 2 for themselves. Finding that sort of pacing, finding those third parties that they really want here, having the patience to not just push on to absolutely everything, and really knowing the comp that they're playing and the pacing for that comp very, very well. Again, they were hyper aggressive in the early game while they were playing that Viper comp, and then slowed things down significantly and only looked for those third parties. It's serving them very well, and now they're running a slower pace into the early game here while on the Transformers comp, still looking for those third parties to capitalize on, and will probably pick up pace the further the game goes on, given the comp that they're playing. Alliance here onto JJH. Chu Lee locked down there in the Temio, but the pillar comes in, able to buy them some space, but they can't push too hyper aggressive because of where that Temio ult is. They weren't able to follow up on those nunchuck hits, and because of that, Alliance is easily able to go ahead and reposition, pick up the elimination onto them. And it's sad to see it happen there for Team JJH. We see GD pick up a bounty onto Team TE. And it's AOW once again here, going head-to-head with WBG, locking down some of these players. Jing very, very low. Ping Tao waiting until the Yoda's almost done ulting to go ahead and pop their ultimate, but we will see the Wu Chen ult come in and buy some space for WBG. They are going to be able to get up at least one pot here. Shu Tong trying to get a little bit of damage pummeled down on them, hoping to cancel some of those pots out there, but not able to find exactly what they were looking for. Ping Tao still in the ult. Shu Tong also in ult here as well, and the Temi ult committed as well. AOW can't really afford to turn back in to this WBG fight. WBG spent at least 2 of their ultimates. Looks like they spent their Viper ultimate as well. So it's no ults going against no ults here. AOW wanting to play it safe though, because they are playing that Transformers comp, and when you have no ultimates available, you feel like your safety net is gone.
Yeah, Windwells do come up ahead, however, so AOW might see that as an opportunity in case someone else is being pressured on those flank angles, as we do have a look at where this map is going to be heading. Gates of Yang going to be coming online. Wolves look like they're going to be able to slide in and grab one for absolute free. The same cannot be said for a couple of these other teams, however. Hazy is about to go into a big old dust-up towards that western part of the map as EWG and GG still at it. Cannon fires coming on through from Tulik. Miskia exchanging a couple of shots there with a bow. As it's every single team now looking for control of the space, looking to be able to slide into that Gate of Yang. Kurumi Umbrella already used from Zhao Liu, so they're not going to be able to have that to stagger lock these players when the Gate of Yang starts to push on through. As it does seem like GG now are going to be trying to put a little bit more pressure as that gate spawns in, and it attracts the attention of other teams waiting in the wings. TE now coming and looking to chance their way. Another Kurumi Umbrella coming in through. All of these players hoping to be able to capitalize when that Gate of Yang comes through and use that stagger lock as TXJ tries to push on through and is actually able to make it before anybody else in the vicinity getting hit by that long-shot horizontal might actually have pushed him closer to being able to slide into that gate and allowing him to take into this fight against KZ. VVV waiting for that scale rush to come on through. Legendary Spear goes vertical looking to connect and actually forces KZ into dropping that semi-ultimate very early on. Hazy now going to use this opportunity to be able to transform up as we see the Furia mech come out from TE, pressuring out that monk composition, not allowing Hazy the opportunity to look for those grabs. He's already found one, but he hasn't found the slam until just now. TXJ unfortunately not able to cancel it out in time with the cannon burst and has to go aerial in that mech so that he doesn't get grabbed out as Hazy's found another player. Doesn't find the double slam, but once again, the cannon fire does not come through to stagger the monk in time to stop the slam. And as a result, TE are losing players rapidly. Pretty soon, it's just going to be one Farrier against a whole trio. And it is going to be KZ just making sure that they're able to come through on top.
Yeah, KZ actually going to win this fight here. TXJ does have the monk form. There's not a whole lot he can do here. These guys are just going to stand behind the pillar. The most he can get is a single grab here. Look at this. Fajin using the umbrella to block the grab as well. He's able to get Gen here, but there's no way he's able to grab another play out here. The most TXJ can really hope for here is to time this out so that both teams are forced to take that Yang depletion. But he's taking so much damage here from the range shots. He's going to pop the bell, looks to try to go for the pillar to get up the scale rush, not able to find it as Fajin is waiting in the wings behind him to go ahead and lock him down in that hit stun, and the follow-up there is enough. KZ easily takes this realm of Yang. Heading in now, though, we are zone 2 going to collapse on to zone 3 in the next minute and 30 seconds here. WBG giving chase to AOW here, and it's going to be KZ and Wolves who each walk away with a Vermilion Bird's might here from those realms of Yang. Absolutely huge for Team Wolves here. Wolves has been trying to secure themselves a realm of Yang all day and haven't been able to find it. They've been constantly pushed off those realms of Yang, able to find one here, and now with the buff need to push out and look for some eliminations to kind of suit their hyper-aggressive playstyle in the early to mid game here. They have the safety net. They need to do something with it.
Yeah, whenever we've seen Wolves be the most successful, especially on the map of Holoroth, it's one they've had from. Because they're allowed to really just key into that hyper-aggression without having to worry about potentially being third-partied or over-investing or even overstaying their welcome in some of these fights. The problem for them is that these teams, they understand that pace and they understand, okay, if we didn't actually be able to put ourselves into the Gate of Yangs to pick ourselves up the buffs, or worse, if we lost the Gate of Yang fight, we go into hiding now. We roll the dice and hope that we're able to critical success check that stealth as Wolves and KZ, both teams with Vermilion, both teams haven't been able to track down anyone. But speaking of, Wolves have actually been able to find their way into a fight against JJH. JJH now having to throw in a couple of those ultimates as Wolves look to get aggressive. The Temi ultimate to try and stop Wolves from being able to push back onto them and open them up to take a little bit more damage in that poke phase. Cannon fire coming on through from JJH. Connects onto Sora, does stop the grapple from being able to connect, but now JJH's backs are against the wall and they don't have the opportunity to be able to try and scale rush up it. Sora goes for that transformation as well, making it even harder for JJH to be able to find a safe disengagement as JDG actually come in for the third party. And that's what we were talking about. Wolves, again, going for that hyper-aggressive play, put a little bit too much focus on the team around them. They're not punished for it. They do still have that Vermilion Birds. They will still be able to respawn, but they don't find the opening. They don't find the kills that we were looking to use as a safety net as we headed towards the final parts of this map.
Yeah, we're going to see Sorrow actually get picked up here. The other two remaining member of Wolves, not quite sure where they are at the moment. Looks like one of them also gets eliminated, and the other opting to just go ahead and back out with the rest of the team. Or I say that until JDG gets their hands onto LXX, and that will be all of Wolves. Unfortunately, like you said, they find no ground here. They're able to pick up that Vermilion Birds might end up pressure, but they pressure too heavily, not quite paying attention to the other teams around them. They don't even pick up a single elimination there. They aren't hyper punished for it because they do have that Vermilion Birds might, but it's very unfortunate that they don't even pick up a single elimination off the back of it here. Team GD absolutely blitzing through Zhao Hui here. Double Dragon's Rush into Nej's Might onto Zhao Hui. Absolutely deletes him from this game. JJH out here being chased down by the other two members of Team GD now, trying to get on to Chuli. Chuli really, honestly, no place to go here. Gonna use that Soul Slash and just drop the pillar to go ahead and cancel out the Soul Slash so that GD easily picks up the elimination. Says, look, I'm not even going to try to deal with this. I'll spend 30% ult to just go ahead and guarantee the kill and get us back into the zone so I don't have to deal with this anymore. And GD playing very, very well here with 6 eliminations under their belt and getting more aggressive as time goes on. We are zone 2 being collapsed onto right now, getting ready to head into zone 3. So we're going to see potentially another Realm of Yang fight getting ready to come through here as GD looks for their next target here. K almost with the ultimate back available to him. 84% ult charge already under his belt.
Yep, that's the ultimate that they need as well. If they want to truly be able to challenge into these gate fights, they might have the Monk ultimate, but it's the Fourier ultimate that they need to be able to cover. There's the Gate of Yang fights, and we can have a look at where exactly they're spawning. GD did run past JDG a little bit earlier, but JDG already with control of that space. GD now going to have to walk into a team that is already set up. Neither of these teams, however, want to part with ultimates, but this is actually a silver lining for K. The good news is that he's able to find that snipe to push a little bit faster towards that mech being up. The bad news is that because they had already given up that position and allowed the other team a little bit of a head start on where the Gate of Yang would be positioned, GD aren't able to make it in time. So now it is going to be a fight of EWG versus JDG rather than GD. TUIC already falling extraordinarily low, gets absolutely blitzed down. Both Monks going to be able to hold that position for a little bit longer, but JDG with that focus are able to dispatch very quickly the team and take themselves to be able to take that Gate of Yang fight, pick up that Mystic Might, and now try and turn on to the members of most likely GD, but maybe JJHRD as well, because they're still sticking around pretty close too. TE, on the other hand, not actually going into the Gate of Yang fight, but still wanting to take an engagement against AOW on Frozen Lake. Don't see the full 3 members of the team, however, so don't want to go for the full engage.
Is it me? Or, yeah, no, EWG went into that Realm of Yang with a single player left available to them. It was just the Monk player. So it was a 1v3 there. EWG may be hoping to get a free Realm of Yang there. Unfortunately, it doesn't happen. They do get to stay in the game, though, because they do have 4 minutes of Yang depletion. But it's going to be very hard for that single player from EWG to find a resurrection onto one of their teammates or to find that Soul Bloom essence that they're really looking for. As we turn here, we see everybody running in, and it's EWG. Yeah, most of their members actually getting caught out by the likes of Alliance TE and AOW waiting in the wings, which is why a single member goes into the Realm of Yang. It's super unfortunate when that happens, right? We've actually seen teams bait portals before where they were able to come in, they let one member go through, use the Kurumi umbrella to knock back the other 2 members, fight those 2 members in a 3v2 and eliminate them, and it leaves that solo member inside a Realm of Yang. And it's not a place you want to be here in the Pro League, because winning those clean 1v3 fights when you know the enemy team has maximum HP and has all 3 of their ultimates is nigh impossible. I don't think we've ever seen an EWG 2-tick here. He is caught out. He needs to find even a single Soul Bloom here, but he's forced to run away while in the Monk transformation, is able to find one grab. If he can find another here, he might be able to make something happen. Unfortunately, it's not going to happen. He's going to be forced to take the slam. 2-tick knows he's going to go down here, accepts his fate, goes out fighting, and that's going to be it for EWG.
Talking about bait plays, GG camping out a Soul Altar, knowing that players who had lost those gate fights would be looking for the closest ones so they can try and get very quickly back into those matches so that you don't run down that 4-minute timer without potentially running into a fight, are able to find the lone member of that Monk and take him very quickly down. As we get to see Yiran now under pressure from Miskia, the Takeda ultimate going to be coming through, but the parry is better from Yiran, able to push onto Miskia, is able though to tap dodge back to be able to distance himself, so no kill confirmation, as Yiran does not want to fully commit. The hot swap from the musket shot from Miskia allows even more time to come through. The call has been made, reinforcements are needed, and Yiran is very quickly dispatched under the full scrutiny of the GG's trio.
That's got to be it for EWG, right? I thought when 2-tick got picked out, he was the last remaining member of the team because we hadn't seen the resurrection come through, but it looks like they had enough money. They were able to buy back Yiran. Then Yiran immediately buys back 2-tick after he gets eliminated, and then both of them just get picked back up. Realistically, all they did was feed like 3 more kills there to Team GG. I don't know if that was the call, honestly.
It is rather unfortunate, but like again, GG just playing very smart, playing that position. It's very much a sort of cheese trap. Those Gate of Yang fights, very inviting. You want to try and take them, but if you don't actually want to take the fight itself, instead you want to try and force yourself onto those players that look for that opening, you really can isolate out a lot of players and guarantee that you put themselves into a position where they have to res a teammate, and then you're able to catch them as they come up with that Soul Ultra and they have absolutely no loot to their name. So 1 bait kill becomes 2 and sometimes even 3. As AOW not going to actually be baited into taking the engagement, going to be retreating a little bit further away, still playing around this anti-ultimate field as well to make it even harder for these teams to try and engage on this composition, because you're the Monk in control of being able to stop other Monks from sitting in that ultimate. And that positioning is absolutely crucial for AOW to survive, as those Gate of Yang fight buffs will be running out. All of the teams that were playing passively and defensively in the hopes that they weren't spotted out are now going to be emerging from the woodwork and looking to position themselves into final zones.
Yeah, absolutely. And AOW has proven today that they're a team that's just not going to be baited into bad decision making. Literally all of the points that they've managed to scrap together for themselves today have been off directly their decision making, their ability to third party, their ability to understand the comp that they're playing and the place it has in the new meta, right? Decision making has been the name of the game for AOW, so it's no surprise to see a bait coming out and AOW just completely ignoring it like it doesn't even exist. Team GG over here in a little bit of a pickle, trading blows with Team TE. TE does have that oh my goodness, they have the bounty onto Team GG. So GG knows that they can't really hide here, but TE not wanting to fully commit because they know there's so many other teams waiting around. There's Wolves, KZ, all just kind of sitting on this backside here, and Team TE just taking those range shots, waiting for somebody else to commit, looking to try to make those similar third parties that we've seen AOW making, but TE knows they're sitting in an extremely strong position right now. They're ahead overall in the standings by almost 60 points. They have 10 eliminations under their belt yet again this game. They just want to walk it into late game. Even if they don't have a crazy massive game here, just a consistency game is huge for them right now.
That is a mean spawning of the Morris Blessing, and that's why we immediately see the semi-ultimate being dumped. Sit too long in that snowstorm and your ultimate rage bar is going to be sapped away, and you can already see that GD's position is known to other teams in this area, but it feels like they're using this snowstorm to actually threaten other teams away from engaging. Monk comps do not want to go into snowstorms because they don't want to have to use that ultimate form too early, where the other team can just bait the ultimate out and then back away. Wolves, however, because they want to try and get a read and potentially control this tower, want to actually push onto GD as the snowstorm evaporates and those ultimates are able to come back online. As you see GD still having these members alive, they knew that Wolves would potentially try and push onto them, but they have to worry about TE because TE are going to be eyeing that high ground too. They want to put themselves into that prime position where they're out of reach of those fights without having to dump a Temi ultimate in too soon and potentially getting punished by third parties that want to look in once the ult is up.
Yeah, absolutely. Wolves, they're also trying to position towards the box because they are down a member. They want to get that free resurrection while it's still available for their team, but unfortunately completely pressured off by the likes of Team GD and TE there. So Wolves going to have to kind of retreat with their tail between their legs here as LXX also getting picked off by Team JJH. Wolves really not in a great position, unfortunately. Like, again, they risked it all to try to push in onto the box, didn't even manage to touch the box, get chased off, and there's so many teams left up here that there's no good place for Wolves to go, and they find another one of their members, LXX, just being caught out here by the likes of Team JJH. Wolves down to a single member left remaining alive here, and it's very unfortunate, but it's a classic story here for Wolves. They played a little too close to the sun, a little too aggressive too early on. They even pick up the Vermilion Bird's Might and then don't pick up a single elimination off the back of it. And this has kind of been the same problem Wolves has been running into time and time again. They either play hyper aggressive early and then can't make it to mid game because they get eliminated, get the resurrections, and then don't have the gear to do anything into the late game, or they just play so hyper aggressive that they get a lot of kills, but they go out in the mid game and then they don't get that multiplier that they desperately need to gain any sort of point advantage over some of these other teams. JJH sitting up top here with the mech available to him. Team GG not in the best of situations. Miskia going extremely low. The potential for them to be pushed on by another team extremely high, especially as they run into Alliance and many of these other teams. GG in the worst possible positioning of any team on the map here. 330 trying to find a sort of positioning that's going to be good for him to buy Miskia some spaces using those cannons. Nobody wanting to overcommit here actually buys Miskia the space that he needs to get a reset. LXM looking for that same reset now as Alliance is able to come over here and secure this other Moore's Blessing. That gold armor going on to Lin. Alliance sitting not in the greatest of positions, but with 2 eliminations under their belt and running a monk comp, potentially have a strong finish coming into the final circle.
LXM gets spotted out a little bit further ahead of the other members of GG and has to immediately book it away from that box. As we see GG very quickly just closing ranks so that if Alliance did try and push on that lone member, they would be able to retaliate with numbers rather than one just being stagger locked in place by 3 and very quickly turning into a stepping stones of a fight. TE still with a horse in this race, using that tree, getting again information of the players' positions around them before dropping back down to the low ground. They're taking a lot of damage, however, in the cannon poke phase, as all of these players don't really have a lot of cover to be able to hide behind. Some of those trees make it a lot harder to be able to try and figure out where the players around you are, especially if they grapple around the backs of them and look to drop down. 330 actually gets caught in a Temi-Wisp, but is able to use the horizontal movement and make it away before any retaliation can come onto him. As we see Alliance currently trying to control that high ground using the Temi ultimate as well as the monk to keep this position in place as GD once again look to challenge. Swan going extremely low has to use the boosters on that mech to be able to make it away from the fight. As Alliance now, because they put so many eggs in the basket of the high ground, when they are forced to drop down, find themselves in a horrible position in the middle. Somehow Lin is entirely unnoticed by everybody around him because everyone is just so occupied dealing with the members on the fringes of the zone that he's actually allowed a full reset. Alliance in a horrible position are able now to try to hold and push onto the flanks, catching out some of these members caught up in that fight against GG and TE and potentially coming with the third party.
Yeah, the third party's coming through extremely strong here in these final circles, and AOW being one of those teams that's been able to capitalize on it. But GG here, somehow able to survive so many of those. They found themselves in an extremely terrible position as Zone 5 was collapsing onto Zone 6. They were able to find the reset, and they're not in the greatest of overall positions now, but still able to hold on here, looking to pick up some eliminations. GG's Kakaishi here getting jumped on by Yueshan, but still in a fairly decent position, able to get most of a reset. Dong Qing gonna buy their team even more space as Kakaishi comes topside here with the cannon, looking to do as much damage as he can, holding on to that ultimate as long as he can, waiting for Dong Qing to go ahead and drop the mech here. Doesn't want to use the ult too early, wants to stagger those ults as much as possible. We see GG's 330. It's time for him to finally go ahead and monk up here, and if things not looking great for some of these other teams, Alliance able to find themselves mostly eliminated here off the back of TE pushing in. TE VVV gonna be forced to demech here, and now we're gonna see Miskia get picked up by a huge longsword slash coming in from Team KZ, and GG finds themselves once again in an inopportune situation. 330 trying to find these grabs, but forced to go topside here and try to do a little bit of parkour before he can do anything, and he's not gonna find it. Kakaishi finds a huge greatsword slam onto Faijin from Team KZ. JDG picks up TE's VVV, and JD looking to take control of this final circle. 330 able to find a slam onto somebody. K picks up JDG's LSR, and again GD really taking control here. The Wisp coming through and catching out Kakaishi, though he dies to the zone as the Wisp holds him in place. K caught out in the Wisp as well, is going to get grabbed here by JJH's Godly as well as Don Quing. It's going to be a double slam, and GD, who looked to take control of this final circle, get eliminated off the back of Godly's double grab. KZ holding on for dear life, gets slammed down by JDG. JJH now the only full team left remaining here, looking to secure themselves a victory in game number 5.
10 kills for JDG, 11 kills for JJH. It's all going to come down to which of these teams are the last standing. Dragon's Roar comes out from Godly and secures the kill onto Alliance's Lucky, and that should secure the MVP status coming through for this team. JJH walk away, finally an MVP of a series.
I'm dumbfounded. It looked like it was all coming up. Team GD, and then a lone Wisp locks down Kakaishi. And nobody even focuses Kakaishi when he gets caught out by the Wisp. The Wisp just holds him in the zone long enough that the Tick's able to pick up the elimination. K goes in for the resurrection, and then almost as if fate, another Wisp slows up, grabs K, locks him up. It allows JJH to get the grab onto K. They find the follow-up grab onto Don Quing, and the ensuing double grab slam is enough to completely eliminate JD, and then JJH has found their footing into the final zone and starts picking up elimination after elimination. Man, those Temi Wisps putting in so much work today.
I mean, those revive attempts were honestly just cursed, because I don't know if you saw, but GG actually used 330's Monk ult to try to cover a revive on their teammate. The revive goes through literally at the moment that 330's Monk form drops, allowing the player who literally just got up to be immediately grabbed out by GD's Kakaishi on that high ground, and meaning that unfortunately for GG, they didn't get their third player back into the mix, and once again they were isolated out. They just lost their Monk ult as well, trying to cover for that revive so that they didn't have to worry about their Kurumi being out of position. And like you said, that should only have fed more into the advantage that GD had, but it's those Temi Wisps. And to be honest, Rune, target focus wasn't really there for a lot of the fight for a lot of those teams. The fact that Alliance literally got away with murder is honestly kind of tilting. They had that high ground, they get pushed away from GD. I'm literally looking at Lin with 25%, sub 25% on his health bar, sitting in the middle in the middle, not on a sideline, in the middle. And everybody is just so occupied, GG and TE, both looking at the fight in front of them, that Alliance get a full reset. And if they'd had ultimates, could actually probably have punished both of those two teams by pushing them further away from the center and back into the zone. It's only down to target focus coming through from GD finally that punishes Alliance and doesn't allow them to regain and reclaw any position in that final zone.
Yeah, I mean, quite the hectic final zone. And like you said, not great target acquisitions coming out of these teams, allowing Alliance to kind of hold that position and take the full reset there. But I mean, man, I really, the MVP has got to be a Temmie, man. Those whiffs today have been insane. We watched J-Team get picked up, all three of them in a single Temmie wisp earlier today, and see their shield shredded. And if it hadn't been for that Temmie wisp that catches out Kakaishi here, Team GD easily would have been our MVPs. But it comes down to JJH in the end. They're able to get that double grab, immediately eliminate the threat that is GD, and immediately take control of the final circle from everybody else with a 25.8 game score, 13 eliminations. GD with 12, going out a little earlier with a 17.8, and JDG with 10, a 17.5. But I want to talk about Team TE. Even though they go out relatively early, 11 eliminations, 13.7 game score, in 4th place, TE has not had a bad game today. They literally have either been towards that top 6 range or they have been 1st place.
Yeah. It's like, honestly, this is probably the lowest scoring game of the day, as we get to see how some of those stats panned out. No surprises, the Furrier is the one doing the majority of the damage, given just how quickly you do burn through those monks when you're in that mech. But I mean, Alex, rather Legion has to be the MVP, right? Those whips coming through, taking advantage again of the fact that it's a very hectic final zone. So a lot of players are very much focused on fighting rather than where those wisps are going to be coming from. And just as we saw a lot of players getting away with their positions, so too did a lot of players unfortunately position themselves into those Temmie abilities.
Yeah, taking a look here at AOW here. And I want to give a shout out to Team AOW here today, because one of the things that they have struggled so much with in the past has just been pure consistency. And they might not be at the overall top of the leaderboard in terms of points here today, but they have consistently played well. They have positioned well. They've picked up eliminations. They've put up points on the board every single game. They haven't had those sort of 2 or 3 0-point games like we're used to seeing out of AOW. It has been all about consistency here today. And I have to say, if AOW is able to learn that level of consistency and then have the kind of 1 or 2 pop-off games that they're used to having later in the season, this week, even if they don't go in and win the bi-weekly final, will have been a huge victory for them, because being able to learn that consistency is something that so many teams in the league have struggled with.
Yeah, you want to shout out AOW, I want to shout out JJH's T1 Yui. He's going to be taking the MVP away from Legion. But honestly, like, there were some of these fights, even outside of using the ultimate, we got to see it in the replay, he's able to find the counter onto the Takeda. And then he's even able to use the dropping of the mech pillar to further stagger out his enemy so he can continue to land those hits. He wins that fight. The only reason that he goes down that early is because Alliance come in for the 3rd party, which is such a shame, because he does so much to try to clutch it out for his team and be able to buy themselves that time to be able to get the revive. But then the 3rd party comes through and he's very quickly washed away because he's used so many resources and already is very, very low to that fight that unfortunately took a little bit of time.
Yeah, it's something we don't talk about enough either, is the use of the pillar, right? Not only does it buy you kind of a safe space where your team can kind of hang around and anybody who gets low can jump into it, but you're also effectively able to use that pillar to knock people back in dire situations and then set up space that you otherwise didn't have before. We actually saw it, not this game, but the game before, where a team was hiding back in that tunnel. I do believe it was EWG, and they dropped the pillar in front to block cannon shots that are coming through. The pillar has so much utility, and that's why we see in the live patch, not the current patch that we're playing on, the fact that they immediately have to nerf it and go, okay, 30% is not enough, it's got to be 50%. But ladies and gentlemen, speaking of 50%, we're going to take a short 50% break here before we come back and lock in for game number 6.
There is no point to this, Viper. You've spent too long fighting mortals and have forgotten much. But I am no mortal. Your antics will amuse me for a moment. But it is time to accept your fate, sweet daughter.
You're not my mother. You're a monster!
How ungrateful. To be my child is an honor, for I allow you to serve me in death as in life. Now kneel.
Viper?
And who is this pest?
Justina Gu, Winter's Grace. Not bad for a princess. Let's finish this!
Welcome back, everybody, to the NBPL 2023 regular season. And you know what? We're starting to wind down for the day, Rune. We've got one game left, but what we're not winding down on is the excitement. Because, I mean, we're getting to see some of these teams. The top 14 obviously go into the first bi-weekly finals. And honestly, it's the leaderboard at the top that we need to talk about. Right, Ventus unfortunately not doing too hot. Wolves as well, suffering from a couple of problems that we saw rear its head the last year. Other teams, AOW, really impressing, really having some great smart decision-making coming through. WBG unfortunately not having as brilliant a second half as they started off with in the day. Same goes for Alliance and JL. But it's the top 7 that we have to talk about. More specifically, the top 5. I mean, let's be honest, actually, the top 1, because I'm guessing that TE has already been able to leapfrog their way from second spot into first with the points that they've already been able to put on the board. No, okay. XCG still standing strong.
Yeah, it's very, very close, though. It's literally 5 points. TE hasn't had less than 5 points today. There's no way they go into this last match and don't pick up the points needed to go ahead and climb into that first place position. And TE very, very strong coming in. And this is a team, again, we talked about this, you know, you and me got together before the spring split started here, and we talked about the teams we wanted to keep our eye on, and Team TE was one of those teams that we heavily favored to do some exciting things here. And of course, no surprises, they come in, they absolutely deliver on those expectations as they come in and have played a very, very dominant day. Their first day was also very dominant. You know, 77.6 points is nothing to really scoff at in the face of all these other teams. And even when they aren't having their best games, they're still having very good games. You're talking about a team that not only plays consistently, but plays consistently towards the top, right? Because we have a lot of teams who have been able to come in and have pop-off games and then play kind of like consistency games. We'll put, 7 to 10 points on the board, and those teams typically do very well. They're towards the top 10 every single week. But a team like this, who's always top 6, and then they took 3 MVPs today. They're 100 points in a single day up on the board. This is a very, very strong team. And, I went back and I checked the stat lines earlier just to see where we were, because we talked about earlier how close they could potentially come to kind of taking that top points in a bi-weekly away from another team, and how much harder it is given that there's 2 less teams in every one of these bi-weeklies. That stat line I was able to find going back was the most points put up on the board in a single day was 244. If they even come close to 200, which they're very close to, I would call that a success, given that there's 6 points less available every single game. If they come close to 200, that's massive for this first bi-weekly split here.
I mean, it's definitely a statement too, right? But something else I'm sure there's going to be a statement is that a lot of these teams have been trying to play smart with compositions, and heading into this last match of the day, we're really going to get to see these teams that have been smart, have been forward thinking about which heroes to take and which heroes they want to leave to still be able to have points to put into. Those are the teams that are going to be able to put comprehensive compositions together and find a lot of success. And we've seen it from teams like AOW. We've seen it as well from teams like TE. They are thinking not just about the match that they're going into, but how that's going to impact what they play the match afterwards. This is a team that very much does rely on momentum. And since they were able to pick it up very early and find that confidence, find that level of aggression, they've been able to keep it running all throughout the day.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, we saw them change up, like you said, their Transformer comp coming into this game, knowing that it was going to cost them more points, but they're able to come in and lock down 2 heroes they haven't used all day to go with that monk. And it is a more favorable version of the comp for most of these teams, and it didn't really slow them down at all. They tend to favor that more traditional comp, but they show why they're pro players here, right? They can swap onto any hero and make it work regardless of the comp. So they change that comp up, save themselves some points, and I still think they have some points available for themselves coming in to our 6th and final game of the day. So it's going to be interesting to see which comp they actually run for the final game here today, and how well it serves them. I think TE, there's no doubt that they're going to walk away, first place here. It's just whether it's a consistency game or they have another pop-off game and walk away with 4 MVPs. It has been quite the hot minute since we've seen a 3-peat, much less a 4-peat here in the Nbpl. I think we've only had one day where a trios team was able to walk away with 4 MVPs. So this would be the second time we've ever seen it happen here in the Nbpl.
I was going to say trios, yes, solos, no. Good old Spider coming along and being like, okay, I'm going to have 3 MVPs, and then, I'm going to do 1 better, and I'm going to put together 4. Oh, what a player Spider is. But he doesn't flex between trios. He solely keeps the attention on the solos, even though I feel like Spider, honestly, at like some of his best days, might be able to 1v3 lobbies. We've seen FPX do it. We've seen VVV all the way back in season 2 be able to solo 1 versus 3 entire teams. And I think for a lot of these teams, like, you really do get to see the clutch power coming on for, like, a lot of the time we talk about, oh, so-and-so is the carry because they're playing, like, that massive chunk of damage deal. Like, the Monk is obviously going to be the one that you look towards in terms of the Transformer compositions, the Yodo in terms of the Viper and the Wu Chen. But honestly, some of these players who play a quote-unquote more supporting role are starting to be able to step it up, like you've seen in terms of Temi players. Sometimes they have more damage than things like the Monk because, like you said yourself, they're taking more forward aggressive positions to be able to play off of those wisps, as we've seen different pacings and different shifts of how those positions tend to play out.
I want you to take a look at TE. Look here at how relaxed they look. They are just having the time of their life coming in here, right? LYD just chilling, VVV in the middle, just like, yeah, we're having a good time. This is kind of what I expected to see come out here from TE. This was a very similar comp to what they ran when they ran the Takeda comp on the previous one. They're just swapping out for Matari here because they only have the 3 hero points left. So they don't want to get themselves in a situation where they're actually going to lose points for running a hero here. And we are on Morris Isle Knight. This is the map where I expected to see more Takeda comps come through. Even though we're only seeing 4 of them, I think this is an extremely smart decision on behalf of TE and J Team because this is the map where you really want to utilize that Takeda. You have access to so many Fireflies, and I'm not going to be surprised to see TE or J Team, because the J Team originally was the team that kind of pioneered this comp coming into Worlds last year and the end of season 2, where they kind of bring Takeda in on the map where you have access to those resources to keep his ultimate always up. Won't be surprised at all if you see these 2 teams spawn where they know there's going to be Fireflies. And speaking of spawns, we're going to take a look here at these teams coming through. We're going to see EWG and TE dropping in here to Celestra, and this is going to be very interesting because TE has a lot of positions they can push out from Celestra and into Fireflies. So they're looking to take that early engagement without the Fireflies. They have that level of confidence they can just push in and take whatever they want. We're see J Team spawning up towards the side of Sunwing, and the thing is there are Fireflies between where they are and Sunwing, so they can take this little fight here and either push up into the temple, or they can push down into Sunwing where that's that gold loot zone and pick themselves up lots of loot.
Well, JDG and Alliance have actually already found themselves a fight. Alliance going extremely low. The Wuchen Blades from Kopi just trying to come through and provide a little bit more pressure, but he just doesn't get the opportunity to be able to use them. The Golden Focus already used up as a very early Yoda ultimate comes through from Lucky running those Rage Glyphs, is able to connect onto those players. That's when the Yoda ultimate is going to have the most amount of impact, when it's early in the game and you haven't been able to find the armor to be able to pad and sustain through the damage that the Yoda pushes out. KZ now turning into this fight, trying to push back into that third party. The Temi ultimate entirely locking down the members of Alliance and allowing them to be able to clear off one, as Lucky has to try and look for that disengagement, goes into Celestra, losing KZ's line of sight, so they're not going to be able to aggressively push in after him, knowing that Celestra was a hotly contested area, especially from the get-go, and they just don't have the loot to be able to try and contest it, as GG and GD now go toe-to-toe over towards Eventide. 3-3-0, charging up those nunchucks just to give him a little bit more space as he drops down into Gorge. Already lost all of his armor and half of his health, not able to find any sustainability from the can, but is actually able to bait into his Yuashan as GD drop in a Bane's Breath, trying to control GG's movement now that the ultimate is there for the Yui and the space is created. Even Karumi ultimate now turning this fight against GD. Kakashi just not able to find that pick onto 3-3-0. Really good peel coming through from the members of GG, using that Yuashan ultimate before the Monk to be able to cover for 3-3-0 and keep him alive long enough for the ultimate to build up, but he goes for the reset, the re-health in the middle of a Bane's Breath, and now he has to rely on GG to be able to still cover those 2 members of GD in Gorge, which they're able to find, thankfully, before the Bane's Breath punishes them.
Yeah, really well played there by Team GG. 330 almost goes out to the Bane's Breath, though. KZ, once again, finding themselves in another engagement here, using that Temi ult to just try to lock down these members of EWG. 2-Tick trying to use the Yodel ult to get themselves out of it, but unfortunately, they are down a member. Fajin going to mech up here, and EWG going to use that Wuchen ult to get to safety, and it looks like KZ not quite sure which direction EWG has gone. EWG with much worse gear going to be forced to completely back out of that fight and find themselves some much needed gear heading into this zone 1. Now looking at Team JDG giving chase to the members of Team GD, who just narrowly escaped and were able to come out on top of Team GD here. GG absolutely looking to lock some players down. 330 able to find a grab here. Can he find the second grab? No, he doesn't find the second grab. No, he does! Into the double slam coming through, and JDG going to be forced to immediately use the Wuchen ult to get out. 330 looking for the members of Team JDG, seeing if he can get some of those long grabs off, but doesn't look like he's going to be able to find him. And unfortunately, in the kill feed, we see J Team completely eliminated here from the 6th and final game before they even find any sort of footing here in game number 6. GG's 330 locked down here in that staff. from JDG's LSR. 2 ults committed from Team GG. Miski are really going to have to try to cover here for Team GG, but JDG's LSR coming in with the Viper ult could clutch this out for the members of JDG. Looks like they're able to almost get one stun off, but they're going to lose Zhao Hui. So JDG actually going to be forced back off of this fight, and they're going to lose 2 members here. LSR, the last remaining member, gets the Viper ult off onto 1, but it doesn't matter as nobody's there to follow it up, and GG able to pick up 5 eliminations.
Yeah, JDG are able to use that Wuchen TP to be able to reposition. Rivero had to drop the ultimate form very, very quickly, and that was when JDG thought that they would be able to turn back into that fight and come in secure with that Viper ultimate, at least 1 pick onto GG. But again, we see that Yui ultimate come through and cover the entire member, so even 330 doesn't go down. And as a result, once the Viper ultimate is taken off the table as a threat, that comp just absolutely falls apart as there was no follow-up damage. The Yoda ultimate had already been burned in the fight prior when the ultimate from 330 had come through. As we now head over and have a look at KZ, who once again are trying to isolate out some of these players. Hazy holding on to this transformation, doesn't use it just yet. Their main initiation and engagement in these fights has been lock down one player, herd them away from their squad, and then keep them in position with a Temi ultimate. It doesn't feel like they have a Temi ultimate right now, or rather they don't want to use it, knowing how close some of these other teams are. They want to hold on to it to stop any third party to come through, and they are still able to find the pick. It was 1 versus 3, so they understood they didn't have to throw ultimates in, they could just overwhelm with numbers and stagger rate alone. And as a result, they do have even more reserves if other teams try and turn into them. Teams like Wolves were very close behind them in the vicinity. Benchu throwing out that Wisp, not going to be able to pick up members of KZ. And now that it's out of Terror and out of threat, KZ can start to look to push in. Sorrow, however, going to be able to push back into the members of Wolves, showing up as that third party member, and meaning that KZ don't really find the opportunity that they were looking for to overwhelm a member of Wolves when they were split away from the pack.
Yeah, you know, KZ playing this very smart here. Like you said, holding on to those ultimates, looking to isolate players and kind of pick up scraps. AOW getting ready to push it onto them here. But because they haven't hyper committed to a fight, they do have those ultimates available. And, you know, when you're Temi into Temi, you have to be very careful, because if KZ had gone in and burned the Temi ult to try to lock down Team Wolves there, of course, Wolves could have just popped their Temi ult in return, and both teams would have had free reign to go around, and it would have been a waste of an ult from Team KZ. KZ now being pushed on by AOW, though, needs to start burning some of those ultimates. We're going to see Hazy do exactly that, as Wukong here trying to make something happen with the Yoda ultimate. Ping Tao coming in with the Viper ult. This could be absolutely massive. They're able to split Hazley away from the team, lock him down. The Temi ult going to come in trying to save him from those cannon shots from Ping Tao, but it's not going to be enough, as we do see Hazy picked up by AOW here, and now it's a 2v2. Shu Tong trying to make something happen here. No, sorry, a 3v2. I misspoke. Shu Tong trying to get in. We will see that Dagger come in, that massive Soul Jade putting in work, and now it's just Fa Jin, and it looks like KZ, their strategy to hold ultimates kind of backfiring a little bit there. They waited too long to burn the Temi ult there, didn't buy themselves enough space. Their monk was already gone, realistically, by the time we see the Temi ult come through. They don't get any mileage out of the Temi ult. As soon as they get separated, they've burnt too many ultimates for not enough gas, and we see them go down.
It felt as well like they used that monk ult knowing that Wukong's Yoda ultimate was about to drop out and that they would then become grabbable. But Wukong is actually able to do something really nice, which is he uses that last teleport again to break line of sight from the monk, drop out of the ultimate, and then come back in to nip at the monk's feet. And we get stuck in the animation of the monk not being able to find the grabs in time with the tap dodges that come through from the players in melee. They throw in the Temi ultimate, but because AOW have already closed up the distance, it doesn't dissuade the Dagger from being able to finally dispatch the monk. And all it does is unfortunately lock the monk into that duel with 2 members of AOW that he very quickly loses. When the Temi ultimate drops out, so too are the members of KZ still separated. Alliance will be able to separate themselves themselves from the fight against Wolves with a Wu Chen TP to be able to get a revive. But our focus is immediately going to turn to the gates of Yang as WBG immediately going toe-to-toe with GD. Both Kakaishi and Sleepwalker looking for a transformation. However, Sleepwalker's already found a grab, but Kakaishi moves forward, keeping the monk punted, so he's not actually able to find the slam onto the player. And as a result, we actually see the Temi ultimate come through. Sleepwalker charging up the Dragon Slayers, not able to connect it onto Kakaishi as K has gone for that mech and continues to push pressure onto these members of WBG so they can't actually hound Kakaishi's health bar down, therefore creating so much space for this monk to be able to work with that he's able to get almost all of his ultimate off. And it's only now as we see the Yui come through from WBG, punishing the fact that despite Kakaishi getting that much room, he wasn't able to find any pick other than one. Sleepwalker now, however, going to go down. Jing, surely without that ultimate to be able to hide behind, also going to follow suit. And it's going to be some really smart team play coming through from GD that secures themselves this fight.
Yeah, absolutely smart coming in from GD to be able to lock down this. They're going to get that Vermilion Bird's Might that they desperately want here. We're also going to see Team TE pick up one as well. EWG looking to pick up a Draco Storm here. Obviously not the optimal buff, but when you're going after the Moore's Blessings, you take what you can get. It's kind of interesting. We haven't seen a lot from TE this particular game, but we do see the fact that they will win out their fight inside the realm of Yang here. So they do pick up some eliminations and they pick up that Vermilion Bird's Might. Ventus here coming in heavy on to J Team. And this is, again, we see J Team get eliminated completely early here. They have one elimination and go out, and it's very unfortunate for J Team given how well they've performed today for them to go out so early in the sixth and final game. We're now turning our attention to Team Wolves, who's had a much different kind of game here for themselves as they come in and lock down yet another elimination. Turning back here, GG's 330 going extremely low. WBG just standing in the ultimate here, and we see why Kurumi so strong here for these Transformers Con. 330 is going to go down, and I do believe that is going to be it for Team GG as well. WBG will pick up those, oh my goodness, the soul blooms that they desperately need to get rid of that Yang depletion. We're going to turn now our attention to Team TE, giving chase to Team JDG here. Of course, they have that Vermilion's Bird Might. They're more than happy to chase a straggler down, because even if they run into another team here, they want this bounty off of their target, and they do not care if they find themselves in a bad position because they have their get out of jail free card. And JDG's LSR just wants nothing to do with this. He's trying to create space. He's trying to move around. He can't really hide. He just has to stay on the move because of that bounty target coming through. Here he is. LSR locked down. We're going to see those spears getting put in to use, but LSR able to use his grapples and stay airborne. Really wants to keep this fight off the ground where he can just be locked down due to the numbers advantage. And it's up to the members of Team TE to really find a way to lock him down. LSR just trying to keep separate from Kopi here because he does have another team member left alive, and he wants to get TE as far away as humanly possible. I don't think he really thinks he's capable of surviving this, but if he can... I spoke way too soon. Kopi sitting out of range where we can see him. There's 100-meter range on that.
Yep. Is able to find the teleport, and because as well, like the Viper is able to bait TE so far away, by the time they're actually able to make it to where the Viper was teleported to, their bounty's gonna be gone. Really smart play, really good baiting as well coming through from the Viper to guarantee that you're able to survive, because not only were you able to keep yourself alive, you baited TE into using the majority of their Vermilion Bird's Might to push and chase after you. So that's going to mean that this lobby is immediately going to be able to speed up once again, because there's still 29 players left. TE and GD both really not able to take advantage of the buffs that they were able to find, because once again, everyone just goes to ground. When you see a team that doesn't have a buff, that's when you look for the engagement, as Sorrow with a bounty on his head has no choice but to hold himself in this fight. Wolves once again, unfortunately, going to be falling short of these lobbies and not having a brilliant day. It really does feel like some of those issues that we've seen Wolves struggle with in the past are once again rearing their head because of this new meta, just throwing off that pacing a little bit more and making it harder for this team to be able to predict when they want to pull that aggression or when they want to play more defensively. TE, now without Vermilion Bird's Might, going to be checking all of the bushes, making sure that no one with just one player remaining on their trios is sitting around in a bush and waiting it out to play for survivability or rebirth charms. As KZ now going to be pushing on forward, not really getting to see a team within their sights, but just playing a little bit more aggressive, following after the bounty as well coming through from TE onto JDG, so this team can continue that aggression.
Yeah, you know, unfortunately for Team Wolves here, it's that mid-game aggression that continues to cost them. They're able to put up a ton of initial eliminations here with 8 eliminations on the board, but that mid-game aggression continues to find them falling into unfavorable fights or third parties, and because of that, they once again are eliminated here in the mid game, even though they have enough points that they could have carried into late game and put up quite a substantial score just by having better placement here. It's unfortunate to see Wolves suffering from the same problems we've consistently seen time and time again from this team. It's like they almost don't learn. Like you said, the pacing just coming through and making those problems even worse for themselves. Alliance here going head to head with the members of JJH, but Alliance going to lose 2 of their members instantaneously. JJH here having burnt at least one of their ultimates, not going to be able to go in and take this Realm of Yang. And unfortunately here, oh no, I misspoke. I just couldn't see one of the members of JL. I thought for a second JL was forced to take this and lose one of their members, but they are not. It will be JL against the full roster of WBG and the full roster of JL, as we see a grab come through here from Sleepwalker, a huge slam onto AS. Takeda really trying to throw that ult to keep the slam from coming through, but it not quite happening. Sleepwalker being forced to come in by the team a little bit of space here. Another grab onto AS, looks for the slam, might be able to get it off in time, gets a double grab but can't get the slam, gets greedy. Sleepwalker could have gotten the extra slam there on to AS from JL, but instead tries to get the double grab, doesn't have enough time left remaining on the ultimate, and this could cost them fairly heavily here, as JL's AS very low but still alive here in this game, does finally go down. Sleepwalker caught out entirely here though to the remaining members of WBG. ZU able to get a little bit of separation here. Sleepwalker finally able to move away. Fang locked down in merciless havoc, and that's going to be it. WBG is able to pick up the fight, almost cost themselves there with a greedy attempt for the double grab, but they're able to turn things back around onto JL and win that Realm of Yang. Now AOW locked down here by the members of KZ. No place to go. You've got a Feria on you. You've got Jen chasing you. That's going to be it. AOW sent back to the lobby here in game number 6.
Yeah, WBG picking up Mystic Might. Ventus likewise picking up the exact same buff. Alliance seeing that KZ are ahead of them, just pushing in with a little bit of cannon pressure before swapping and pushing back under the slope to make it harder for those ranged pressures to push them towards taking an unfortunate angle. As Ventus are behind them. Ventus have Mystic Might, so they have full awareness of the fight that they're heading into, which is why we're seeing that Viper ult come through. Temi ultimate to try to be able to counter it, as now we see Ventus pushing in with that Takeda ultimate, catching on to those members of that caught into that Temi ultimate. Wisps keeping everybody locked down in position as KZ come in for the third party, didn't need Mystic Might to see what Ventus were up to and decide to hold and then push now that the ultimates have been burned from both of these teams. Wooch and TP comes through from Alliance. The same is not there for Ventus, however, and KZ now have to decide how they want to take this. Ventus backing on off, Sanzi not wanting to take the engagement and allowing KZ a little bit more control, as unfortunately for Alliance, Ventus most likely headed their way once again. But fun thing, Alliance actually decided not to TP behind KZ. Instead, they TP'd in front of them.
You know, I've got a question for you, Moxie. Where has this KZ been all day? They, like, honestly, they're playing their absolute minds out in this particular game with their positioning, their ability to stay on target, their target acquisition, who they're targeting out in these fights. And then, of course, again, that positioning just coming in huge for them, able to find advantageous fight after advantageous fight. If they're capable of this, why have we not seen it all day coming in from KZ? Unfortunately, we turn now our attention to JL going head-to-head here with the members of JJH. And JJH on a little bit of a back foot. Godly completely caught out here by the members of JL. But JL needs to be careful about continuing to pressure on this fight because TE waiting in the wings up above. They see the bow shots and decide automatically we need to go ahead and back out of this, but they have to be careful because they have that Yang depletion. They need to pick up eliminations where they can. TE coming in onto JL now. JL not quite creating the space that they needed to get away from this third party, and it's going to be ZU who's now the person caught out and completely locked down, returning the favor for team JJH. TE comes in and locks down with the members of JL the same way Godly was locked down. KZ, man, really having quite a good game for themselves. 8 eliminations under their belt. They just went and picked up some much more needed supplies there from the shop and some soul jades for themselves. Purple armor across the board. It looks like purple weapons as well, which is great for this Transformers comp moving into this mid to late game stage as they are looking to now just survive, get to that late game, and secure as many eliminations as possible in those final circles.
Yeah, you asked me a little bit earlier where this KZ was before Rune. I think, like, honestly, a lot of it is just confidence and also feeling out the pacing of the new meta, right? They're making these really just snap decisions of finding a player, hurting them away, dropping the Temi ultimate to find the confirmation of the kill, and then disengaging. Like, they're not over-committing, they're not over-aggressing, they're not dropping all of their ultimates into one fight. So even when the Temi ultimate has burnt through, they haven't been able to secure the pick. They have 2 other ultimates to be able to cover their backs, especially things like that Monk ult. Like, the second you throw it into a fight, teams tend to back out because it's the game plan, right? It's how you deal with a Monk comp if you're not running something like a Viper. You go in, you trigger the Monk into ulting up, and then you disengage so that the Monk has to drop it, and you don't give them the opportunity to swap into the cannons to be able to build that rage up faster. KZ just with a little adjustment on the pacing and throwing some of these players out of position. Once again, they've identified someone out of position, but do they actually commit to this fight? No, because TE show up as a full 3-player stack, and KZ, even though they had a very small, slim window of opportunity, immediately see that it's not going to go their way. If they try and push in, they could potentially get third-partied, back off so that they can keep a better eye of the Morris Blessing.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you notice, it's Fajin in the front line here for the members of KZ looking to use that ultimate, but doesn't burn it, even though they think they have a member of TE caught out, because they're trying to secure this Morris Blessing, and they're desperately going to need that ult if they want to secure it. Fajin taking a moment to repair here, looking to come in, and they all 3 need to hyper commit to pushing onto this, but unfortunately Fajin can't really use the ult here to try to secure the Morris Blessing for the team, because you see here Team Aventus also has a Temi. If he drops that ult and the other Temi pushes forward in, they can just drop their ultimate and keep them from being able to use it to hide themselves and secure the box. KZ able to create just enough pressure though that they're able to get the box for themselves. If you see, they're actually running into these range shots, picking up what they want from the box, and now they're getting out of dodge, and they still haven't committed that Temi ultimate, playing very smart into another team that has a Temi ultimate capable of canceling yours out. KZ knows they want to hold on to this, especially as the third party potential shows up, as WBG also looking to get some gear out of that box shows up looking for the third party. But KZ playing very, very smart with your positionals here, able to just back out, generate space, and hold on to all 3 of their ultimates without having to overcommit to anything.
I mean, not only that, the one ultimate that they used to actually bait that potential third party from JL, it's the Monk ult. You go up and that immediately invites that congestion of range and repeating crossbows, which actually forced Ventus to back away so that KZ comes in, picks up the legendary armor, and legs it. Ventus now are stuck in a really tough spot. They have to push onto JL, but if they overcommit, immediately KZ is going to be able to push back onto them. So too are WBG, who are just waiting up there, pushing so much damage, so much Procus Fire onto Ventus, trying to bait out that Temi ultimate so they can finally hard commit. And here comes KZ. They've been able to look for that reset. They're trying to push Ventus into WBG so they can find a kill without Ventus turning onto them, because they're going to have to look for the disengagement and allow KZ that opportunity to look through. That, however, not part of the plan. Brilliant bell coverage, though, coming through from Hazy once she's out of that wisp to be able to survive and make sure that Ventus aren't actually able to move off of an opportunity that should have been that one the monk got grabbed up.
Yeah, absolutely. Those wisps putting in so much work today from these Temis. We've seen Temis in these comps time and time again in season 1 and season 2 as the meta has evolved and the teams have adapted, but I don't think we've quite seen the Temis as clean as we've seen them this season here in the spring split. These players who have been playing Temi, clearly not just sitting on their laurels and going, okay, I can play Temi, have been putting in the practice over the last 2 months during the off season to make the most of Temi on these comps, and him, instead of him just sort of being a cover for the teams, they're sucking out every ounce of advantage they can get from these Temi players.
Oh, look at this engagement from KZ. Ventus, remember, were forced to be stuck in that horrible position, and as a result, they're the ones vulnerable that everyone is turning onto. Pixel goes down, having to run into TE, trying to escape. KZ, WBG immediately turns on and attempting to escape Sanzi. And KZ, yes, they don't find the pick, but they've still eliminated competition. Now they just pull back. They don't want to make themselves a target. Once again, we see Fansen just move forward a little bit more aggressively than the others with the cannons, making sure that no one tries to pressure out the other two members of KZ when they're looking for that reset moment, as they still haven't hard committed into these fights. They still haven't committed ultimates. So as a result, even though, yes, they're a little bit closer towards the edge of the zone and they don't have all of the cover that they're looking for, no one actually has the confidence to be able to challenge them. And KZ decided they're going to move to the central belt first before anyone can try and turn on them, taking advantage of the fact that everyone else is going to be so occupied trying to keep a little corner of the zone safe for them that no one even looks as they just run out in the open and just go straight onto a box.
KZ here playing this very, very well. I want you to take a look at this though, Moxie. There's only 9 players left remaining. It's 3 full teams, WBG, KZ, and TE going head to head. TE trying to create pressure onto WBG here. WBG just going to back out of the space, don't want to give it. And of course, while this pseudo fight is going on, KZ more than happy to take the box. Yes, they don't have quite that advantageous of a position because they're on this high ground out in the open with only that one rock for cover, but because TE and WBG are fighting over the advantageous position, they're able to secure that Moore's Blessing and have not 1 but 2 sets of legendary armor for themselves here. 2 flamers and a legendary dagger on to Jen as well. They really setting themselves up for success here. TE just getting blitzed down with all of these range shots, and you know, KZ patiently waiting, still holding their ultimates, doesn't want to commit anything here. TE pushing on to WBG. WBG going to be forced to pop this monk ultimate, and if TE can keep themselves away from WBG here, this could actually spell disaster for WBG as they've committed so much to this fight. Yeah, KZ wants to come in for that potential third party. Now, Jing using those fire arrows to their advantage to just continue to pump out damage. Unfortunately, does finally get caught by the members of KZ here. Jing going extremely low off the slam here. No shields left available to the name, and TE still fully stacked. All their ultimates available. They're just waiting for the hard commitment between WBG and KZ to happen so that they can come in off of the third party. Jing about to go down. We're going to see yet another ultimate locked in here by WBG with the Kurumi ult coming through. KZ has burnt at least 1 of their ultimates, if not 2 as well, and TE is going to find themselves in a very opportune position here very soon as WBG and KZ continue to go head to head here. There's the Temi ult. This is the moment TE is waiting for that Temi ult to go ahead and get burnt so they can push in without fear of having one of their members separated into this third party, and TE TE still sitting down below, waiting for more of those resources than that Temiult to go completely away. WBG now turned on to TE, might buy the opening that KZ needs to take control of this fight, as Sleepwalker is able to find their ultimate again, goes for the slam onto LYD, but can't quite follow through as he gets stunned out from up above, and Sleepwalker not able to find the commitment he wants from either of these teams here, so he's not able to land those grabs. Sleepwalker typically able to find all the double grabs he wants here, but these two teams playing very, very well. We're going to see a member of of TE go very low. TXJ just getting blitzed down here, needs to back out, but once again, it's KZ going head-to-head with WBG, and TE looking for that third party, but TXJ needing to get a heal off here. The Flamer coming through, putting in absolute work onto Hazy. Hazy going extremely low, and we're going to see those double Flamers putting in work. There it is. Hazy goes down, and it's about to completely open up here as TE needs the full commit to this fight onto WBG and KZ. LYD able to find an elimination onto Jing. Now it's a 3v2v2 scenario here. Sleepwalker able to find the ultimate yet again, looking to lock onto anybody. PP able to get it together, but not for long enough. It's TXJ able to find the elimination. They find another elimination onto PP. That's going to be it. TE is able to come out on top yet again with their 4th victory of the day.
They don't rise to the bait. KZ is just doing everything they can in that final zone to mash those two teams into going at it. But TE, they decide, okay, no, we know that you're trying to force us into WBG. We know that you swap towards those cannons and you're literally trying to make us grapple into WBG, expend ultimates, and then you come in for the third party. They don't rise to it. Instead, they identify that, yeah, they might take a little bit of range damage if they just hole up in that little side room as the zone starts to close on through. But what they do is they save ultimates and they guarantee that they have control of that low ground. So WBG decided they want to take control of high ground so that Sleepwalker has that ledge to be able to land and continue to apply pressure on those players below. So your other two teammates can swap to things like the cannons and just keep you bunched against that cliff face, because either you try and grapple up and you grapple into a monk that's ready to grab you and snatch you out of the air, or you hold that position and you go down to the cannon fire. That's WBG's plan. The problem is WBG's plan puts them prime center focus for KZ to try and turn onto. And TE, they just wait. They wait for that first Temi ultimate to come through from KZ. They know that it's removed. They know that KZ has been operating and initiating all of these fights off of those Temi ultimates. And they wait, and they wait, and they wait, and then they push back. And it's that patience, that ability to understand the win condition for the other teams around them, and not just to get caught up in the moment and think we're going to push onto WBG and then we're going to push back onto KZ. They wait, they hold off, and it means that they were able to secure that fourth. Right, we've seen it like twice in Nbpl history. We've never seen it in trios. KZ make absolute history, stomping into first position. We questioned, oh, maybe it's going to be a regular game, or is it going to be a pop-off game? Nah, it's going to be a pop-off game.
Yeah, look, TE comes in and they play very, very well. They know they're a late game comp with the way that they're playing. They come in, they're looking to lock down the final zone. When they realize and identify that there's 3 teams left, they know the 2 teams who initiate that are the teams that are going to lose. There's no question about that whatsoever. KZ tries to bait that fight out. They try to stagger their ultimates and buy themselves space. WBG looks more than happy to continue to try to commit onto those fights, but every time, if you notice, they're just kind of tiptoeing their way into the fight. They're trying to initiate TE's response to the third party, back off, let those 2 teams go head to head while they get a reset and then are able to come in for a third party. But unfortunately, TE's not falling for any of it. They just continue to let WBG and KZ commit ultimate and commit resources into one another. And anytime WBG tries to tease TE into the fight or tries to tease TE into a fight with them, TE, like you said, happy to take the range damage and just back off. Even when TXJ goes extremely low, WBG tries to turn that fight on to Team TE, but KZ recognizes an opportunity when WBG turns their back and goes in. With that, TXJ, instead of going in and committing to the fight immediately, finds the opportunity to take a reset, and as soon as one member from either WBG or KZ are eliminated, TE sees that this is the opportunity, this is the moment. They don't have the Temi ult, Sleepwalker might have ult, but we can pressure this fight. These two teams are now committed to do or die as soon as one of the other members die, and TE is able to slide in, take that victory condition away from both teams, get the clean third party, and because of it, they pick up multiple eliminations, a first place finish, and they pick up their first place finish of the day. Absolutely massive for Team TE. I still have to give a round of applause to Team KZ here. KZ played this game out of their absolute minds, the way they were able to position, the way they were able to use that Temi ult to lock teams down. The thing is, the only thing is that into this, final fight, every team recognized that the win condition was that third party. And also TE being able to recognize, okay, hey, that the win condition for KZ here is that Temi ultimate is what essentially wins them the game, even though KZ is playing so smart. At some point, they are going to be forced to pop that Temi ultimate. TE knows that and is unwilling to burn a single resource until that happens. They just have to play the game out, wait for that resource to be burnt, and then they know that the third party they're looking for is going to come to them. Again, I really have to give it to Team KZ. They played their minds off here, but TE just had the overall better decision making and plays here. They come out in that first place. Ventus has 12 eliminations under the belt, but they go out too early. TE with a 22.6 game score, Ventus with a 20-point game score, and WBG with that second place finish, 10 eliminations under their belt, is going to walk away with a 19-point game score.
I mean, I'm just hoping that we're going to see that KZ more often, right? Because we did see that sort of turnaround. They had the synergy, they had the understanding of this Temi ultimate is super important, but we can have a look at the stats of how exactly TE were able to pull off a 4th MVP. And it is off of a back of just that sustainability with that Zip, knowing and understanding if you don't hard commit into some of those fights, yeah, you're going to take a little bit of poke damage, but the Zip is always going to be able to make sure that you're topped off when the fight itself begins. Worse for the other teams, you can't really pressure them inside of that room. You can't hard commit into the fight because the Zip's just going to drop bubble and everyone's going to grapple away, disengage, and then they're going to push onto you, forcing you to either use that Temi ultimate inside the swarm to stop the range damage from turning against you, or just going down to range damage from afar.
Yeah, here's Ventus' fight earlier with J-Team where they're able to eliminate J-Team from it. Wolves here with a very clean fight early on to jail. Again, Wolves had some great commitment early, were able to pick up a ton of eliminations, but again, that mid-game aggression where they're not able to back off quite the way they want to costs them way too heavily. WBG here into an extremely clean fight as well. AOW fighting KZ here, not in the most optimal situations, as KZ is just able to catch one of their members out and then continues to clean things up. And this here, man, there's just nothing that Wukong can do. They've got the long range, they've got the short range covered, and they have the mid range covered. TE coming in here in the end. Again, it just identifying the win condition, right? Knowing that that third party is what they need to win here. And honestly, I have to give it to Team TE here, because not only do they identify, okay, hey, we need the third party to win here, WBG is sitting in the advantageous position on that little crossway across there where they have cover underneath and on top, and TE pushes onto them knowing that WBG can't commit to saving that space for themselves, because if they do, they open themselves up to the third party from KZ, and WBG wants to take the victory. So TE actually uses that to the advantage, evicts WBG from that space. WBG doesn't have the wherewithal to return the favor, knowing, you know, the same thing. They could have easily pushed onto TE, and TE, if they committed to saving that space, opened themselves up to the third party from KZ. WBG doesn't want to play the footsie game, gets themselves pushed to the side where they're forced to start trading ultimates with KZ, eventually opening up the Temi ultimate, which opens up the line of victory for Team TE to push in and capitalize on the third party. And it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't sort of situation for WBG, but you sometimes have to play that mental game with the other teams. Yes, TE evicts you. You need to go back in and evict TE knowing you have the same sort of advantage given the threat of the third party from KZ. Unfortunately, they don't do that, and it's TE who's able to capitalize and walks away yet again, 4th round winner. But before we get a look at those final stats for the overall bi-weekly here for Trios, we're going to throw things over to Jaeger for yet another interview.
Hey guys, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing here with LYD from the team TE and let him say hello to our audience. Hello， 先和大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是来自 TE 的 LYD。
好的，欢迎东哥来到我们的赛后采访。首先要说，太恭喜你们了，拿到了一个这么好的成绩，今天肯定特别开心，是不是？He is very happy today because they really have good performance, and because in the game 6, we know at the end of the game, it seems like. Because these two teams, they still have the monk, and your guys like in a positive part. So I would like to know how's your strategy at that time. 那我们看到第6把最后一个非常焦灼的时刻啊，最后剩下3队的时候，另外2队其实都有大佛。其实看上去 TE 在那段时间是有一点点被动的一个局面。那当时你们自己的一个决策是怎么样的呢？
因为他们2个都是带着大佛的队伍嘛，我们就也是2队人都在压我们，想逼我们把我们逼死，但是我们就不惯着他们，我们就开大招，把他们大佛逼出来之后，我们躲起来，让他们
自己混乱起来。
对，
是的，而且最终拿下了本场比赛的胜利，真的是非常精彩的一把比赛。So LYD said because both of their teams, they have the monk. If they don't use their ultimate, so we will be very dangerous and really in a positive part. So what our strategy is, let them use their ultimate, and after that, we just escape and try to wait for our ultimate, and then we can just fight back. Okay, let's move on to the next part, answer for treasure. 那接下来就到我们的一个问答环节了。接下来看一下这道题目，一会儿呢我会再给大家说下规则，我们就要来倒计时一下，好吗？Okay, so you guys will see a question on the screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot, and the lucky guy will be whispered. Okay, so let's see. Today's question is, which team won the last ticket to the first BIWEEK1 final? 那这道题我觉得，哎呀，对东哥来说肯定是记忆犹新的。今天是哪一支队伍拿到了我们这一个第一个双周决的这个3排的最后一张入场券啊 ？A 是 A 队 ，B 呢是 KZ，C 微博 Gaming，D 是 TE。哎，我们这样吧，我们先不公布一下正确答案，但是我们先来聊聊，你觉得今天这个正确答案的这个队伍啊，今天发挥的怎么样呢？
这些队伍发挥的怎么样？
没有，就是正确答案的那个战队，我相信你一定知道正确答案。
我还真不清楚。
真的不清楚吗？
我在第3把结束的时候看过分数，当时的第14名好像是 A 队。
哦。可能是，
我现在不知道。
可能是因为自己在场上没有得到一个数据的更新啊。
对，
没关系，那我们先来给大家抽个奖吧。Okay, so I think our player is prepared, and let's start counting.
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 那刚才这一把，其实我们看到的视角是 T 亲自终结了 KZ， 对吧？因为我应该没有看错，你们是亲自终结了 KZ 这个战队。
KZ 我们好像是杀了。
是杀掉了，对。所以那个之后呢，哎，他们就无缘我们这次的周决了。所以正确答案应该是 A 队。So the correct answer is A. And pay attention to your mailbox. If you are the lucky guy, you will be whispered. Okay, so we are going to have the BIWEEK1 final. And here, I would like to know for the team TE, it seems like your guys are already very aggressive. And how many teams you still think have very dangerous or they are the big rivers to you guys? 那我特别想问一下 T1 现在哎呀非常的勇猛，而且我们都已经知道你们的这一次的目标。那对于这一次的目标来说，目前还有哪些战队给你们造成心理上挺大的压力的呢？
压力吧 ，KLA， OUG， XGG， 因为他们打的都很猛嘛，
都很厉害，
对，排名都很靠前嘛。
好的 ，So teams XCG, KLA, and OUG, I think these teams are really strong and aggressive, and I'm really worried about these teams. OK， 那接下来的时间就要祝福你们在后天的周决当中可以拿到一个很好的成绩了，祝福你们。OK， 谢谢东哥接受我们今天采访 ，Thank you for today's interview, and we will be back to our casters.
That was the lovely Jaeger interviewing for what, the fourth time today. Rune TE, a team that definitely has stamped their dominance on the league moving forward, given that this is literally week 1 and we've already had 2 record breaks, the amount of points picked up in one day and the amount of MVPs picked up in one day. So we have to just give it to the team. What an absolute statement to start the tournament off with.
Yeah, this is huge for Team TE coming in, making an absolute statement, like you said, just being completely dominant. And, it's really unfortunate for the likes of J Team, who had a fairly decent day one, came in today and looked to be kind of going toe to toe with Team TE after the first 2 games. They finished very close and then just kind of struggled to find their footing the rest of the day and seemed to be kind of the number for many of these teams, because TE walks away with 4 of the 6 MVPs for the day. And, teams like Team Wolves continuing to show the same weaknesses that they showed all of last season and during Worlds. KZ finally able to find their footing in the last game here and make some progress for themselves. Hopefully we can see that same KZ moving forward throughout the bi-weeklies and not just another, rough performance throughout the week for them, followed up by one good game. But another team I really want to talk about is Team AOW, and I think they have potential to come back this season in trios. AOW has not only Mike coming back in solos, which is going to help them with just in general the morale of the team, right? It's always good to have a teammate come back in who's not been there, who also excels very well in solos as well. But AOW played very consistently throughout this particular bi-weekly split, and consistency has been something that they've struggled with every single season. They would have big explosive games followed by big fat zeros, and those games kind of balancing them out in the middle where they just weren't able to have that sort of dominancy that they wanted to. But if they're able to find consistency here today in the first bi-weekly and then follow that consistency up slowly by finding some pop-off games in their consistent games, they're going to be a team that finds themselves much more often at the top of the leaderboard, and it's something I would love to see out of Team AOW. KZ here today, 57.5 points, much better day in day 2 than they had day 1 because of that final game they were able to lock up here. Alliance struggling today to find their same sort of footing that they found in day number 1, only a 41.3 point day. EWG kind of staying on that consistency route as well, with AOW able to secure another 60-point day. But it's Team TE here with 130.9 points today, breaking a total of 200 points. This is what we talked about, with there being less teams here. 200 points going to kind of be that new plateau for teams to come in and absolutely be dominant. And even though XCG beats them out on their first day, because of how big and explosive today was for Team TE, it's going to be very hard for anyone in the league to kind of follow that up. And here are your qualified teams for the first bi-weekly split here in the spring split. It's going to be TE, XCG, KLL, GD, GG, JJH, OUG, EWG, JL, WBG, AOW, J Team, GS, and Alliance rounding out the final space here in our first bi-weekly. I don't know about you, Moxie, but I'm really excited to see how these teams do. Unfortunately, I don't get to cast the bi-weekly final for trios. I will be back tomorrow, though, to cast the bi-weekly finals for solos, and there's a lot to be said in the solo space when we get there tomorrow, so I'm excited for that. You'll have to catch me up and let me know how those trios go, though, for sure. I wish I was going to be there to cast that with you, Moxie.
I'm so excited to see like how the performance from TE today is going to affect the teams and that sort of thought process of what compositions they want to be running in those bi-weekly finals. I'm really sad that KZ just didn't make it 15th. With 14 teams graduating in is unfortunately meaning that we're not going to get to see them until next week. Hopefully this gives them a little bit of time to look over the VOD, see what worked, have the confidence moving forward to be able to keep that synergy up and running as we can have a look at the groups. Still going to be in the exact same positions. Group A, XCG, OUG, AOW, GD, Alliance, KZ, and Ventus looking like one of those groups to definitely watch out for, with AOW and KZ showing significant improvements and XCG continuing to be a consistent powerhouse. Group B, however, is probably the group of death. TE, GG, J-Team, JL, OC, Bowdare, and Wolves. These are all teams that can have absolute pop-off moments. They can all hit 20 bombs on the absolute best of days, and I cannot wait to see what happens when we get a day where all of these teams are on that top performance, because that is definitely going to be a trios game to watch out for.
Yeah, taking a look here for the rest of March, you can see where we are now. We are coming in to that bi-weekly final, right? Tomorrow will be the solos and our first bi-weekly final. So make sure you guys tune in. You're not going to want to miss the explosive conclusion of our first bi-weekly. Taking a look here, of course, at the maps for the bi-weekly final. It's going to be the same order and same day and night cycles locking in for the maps here for the bi-weekly final, which is going to be very, very interesting. We saw a lot of teams opting today to take Takeda, even on maps or daytimes on maps that don't really suit that Takeda comp. But because of how poor the Viper comp has fallen into favor, much more happy to just go ahead and take that Takeda comp and make something happen, given the space that Viper doesn't create really anymore. And it's not so much on Viper, right? Viper is still very capable of countering these Transformers comp, but Yoda Hime really being the hero in this comp that's falling off and not able to follow up those Viper stuns as well as before, because Yoda able to slash through one Transformer, not able to slash through two Transformers during the duration of the stun. Of course, the pillar also making it very hard for Viper to stun both Transformers, because all they have to do is wait for the Viper ult to come out while they're standing on pillar and pop into mech during the stun. They're not stunned, and it's all a different ball game at that point, because that mech able to cover the monk even as big as he is. Those range shots not able to come through and really secure those kills the way people are used to being able to, because Feria can just go ahead and armor up and sit there and pummel you back in return. So Viper trying to find that counter comp to the Transformers like we used to see, but just not there anymore for that particular comp. So interesting to see that teams are more than happy to take Takeda into less favorable maps just so they don't have to play the Viper comp anymore.
Yeah, teams even trying as well to run that Takeda as a sort of pseudo Yoda, like we saw in a couple of the gate fights. The problem is, if you're trying to run Takeda against a monk, again, Feria is always going to have that advantage of distance. The Takeda, yes, it covers a much bigger distance than you expect, but at the same time, it's nowhere near the distance that Feria can literally just sit on one side of a gate of gang and still be able to pummel onto a monk on the other, as well as having that verticality to be able to continue to pressure and even be able to get around some of the bases of those pillars where Kurumis like to just be able to hold on to, so that they can keep that monk tethered and healed up for the entirety of the fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, you know, it's really unfortunate too, because the pillars blocking the monk hands, not really able to block the splash damage coming in from Feria's cannon either. But ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, something that we can't block either is the end of the show. That's going to be it from us here at the NBPL. But like I said, you do not want to miss the explosive conclusion here to the first bi-weekly, because TE looking to make a name, and a lot of these other teams going to be coming in hungry to dethrone TE after yet another dominating performance. That's going to be it from us here today. So hopefully we'll see you guys for either the solo or trios finals, if not both. It's been great being here. We're going to catch you guys next time. Did I?
阴神之眼，定手。
人盯上我，我还要更加努力。
Though the odds aren't in my favor, I will soar above the mountain. I won't give in nor surrender. I'm the phoenix in my head. All the scars beneath my armor, I will wear them like an honor. They remind me to be stronger, like the phoenix in my head. And they can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. And they can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I will rise 1,000 times. Oh, rise 1,000 times. Oh, see, my blood is in the shade of a burning scarlet sunrise. The end is my beginning. I will rise 1,000 times.
I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I will choose another. My tears have healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop because I'm the phoenix.
tears, their healing powers. Just one drop to recover. Can't stop me 'cause I'm reviving. From the